Shroud of Eternity, Sister of Darkness, Book 2 of the Nikki Chronicles, by Terry Goodkind. Read by Julianne Elliott. Chapter 41. Across the trackless wilderness, far from Ildikar, the wizard Wren felt lost and impatient. As day after hopeless day went by, he began to falter in his confidence. He used the focus of his gift to calm himself and fight back his despair. Captain Trevor led the way with his contingent of 12 city guards, but Wren was not convinced they knew where they were going either. They had set off from the city with great fanfare, bearing purple banners that displayed the sun and lightning bolt symbol. Ever since the Shroud had first dissipated nearly 2 decades ago, opening the ancient city to the outside for the first time in 1,500 years, Ildikarans had encountered occasional travelers and curiosity seekers. The infrequent visitors came from the towns in the hills and down the river, and the city even engaged in trade with the Norakai in their serpent ships. But few from Ildikar had ventured far from the city. They lived in their utopia, convinced of their sheltered perfection. Dozens of slaves had run away when the Shroud first went down, but few of them knew how to live in the wild. Some of their bodies had been found out on the plains, gaunt and starving, dead from snake bites or exposure. Others made it away, no doubt thanks to the meddling of Mirror Mask, but the official story in the city was that no escaped slave had survived. No one bothered to go look for them. The Wizard's Duma simply had no curiosity about the outside. Ildikar had been bottled up for 15 centuries, and it was self-sufficient. The people had no need for the outside world. In fact, most of them, Wren included, had no interest in what lay out there. They wouldn't admit it, but even the greatest wizards feared what the world might have to offer. Hundreds of thousands of Emperor Kurgan's petrified soldiers were a testament to that. But now Wren had been sent out into the grim wilderness with Captain Trevor and his escort to find a lost and possibly fictitious archive of precious lore. Cliffwall. A fool's errand, the portly wizard muttered to himself. Wren had his own disagreements with the council members, though not to the extent of Lonnie's bitter feud centuries ago. He had seen the punishment imposed upon that rebellious sorceress, whose statue stood as a grim reminder in the ruling chamber. No, that would not happen to him. Wren had never really wanted to be a member of the Duma. He did not covet power, although he did enjoy finer things, the best furniture, the greatest carvings, the most elaborate villa, the largest gardens, the most docile and efficient slaves, the best chefs, the most stylish clothes. Now he swatted at a biting fly attracted to his glistening sweat. How he missed his home. Glancing over his shoulder, he looked longingly at the ridgeline behind him. He could no longer even see the city of Ildikar. Too far away. Infinitely far away. He wasn't sure he would ever get back there. This entire quest might just be an excuse for the wizard commander and the Sovrina to rid themselves of Wren before they raised the Shroud again. If so, he would never be able to get back inside. Was that what they really wanted to do? He trudged forward, thrashing grasses out of his way. One of the guards used a short sword to hack at the spiny thistles that grew on the hillsides. "Cliffwall must be just beyond that rise," said Trevor. His voice was rough and ragged, but he put energy in it, as if to convince himself. Trevor longed to be back in Ildikar as much as Wren did, but they had their orders. "They said Kol Ladair was over a few ridges, and we have been traveling for a long time." "It has been 5 days," Wren said as he swatted at another biting fly. "I've kept track." Crossing the plain, they had walked through line after line of the macabre statue soldiers turned to stone by Maxim's grand spell. Wren remembered that day 15 centuries ago. He had been a young man when it happened. And oh, the blood that had been spilled to work the magic. Thousands executed to pull together a tapestry of magic powerful enough to freeze those enemies in time. He remembered the wizards building the original Shroud, a bubble that sealed Ildikar away from time and from history. Costing almost as much blood, That great spell had twisted reality so that the passage of days and weeks in the vicinity might be entirely different from how time was perceived far away, or within the city itself. Wren shuddered. Such questions made him feel lost, and he just wanted to go home. The mountains around him were rugged and fearsome, and his courage quailed. He knew in his heart that they still had a long, long way to go. The expedition toiled over the ridge and down into an intervening valley. On the 6th day, they found a crumbling old road that had dwindled to a weed-strewn path. They followed it, winding up to an even more imposing mountain range, and as they came around an outcropping, they stopped to stare at 3 heads impaled on tall poles. Norakai heads, with a placard below and a warning written in Ildakaran script. Free the slaves of Ildakar. This is the fate of those who sell human flesh. Wren's heart fluttered. Trevor and his guards muttered to one another. Miramask and his rebels have come even this far. The guard captain turned gray, and he wiped the back of his hand across his mouth as if he had just swallowed bile. They slaughtered my friend Carey, mutilated him, cut out his eyes. But this... Trevor shook his head. I can't believe they placed a warning so far away. The Norakai are ambitious, said Wren, trying to come up with an explanation. Perhaps there is a threat from this direction. The slavers intend to come overland, as well as up the river. The Norakai aren't that dangerous, Trevor said, then added in a quieter voice. Are they? Is their empire so large? Wren gathered his courage because he knew he had to make a good show for these lesser guards. As wizard, he was the leader of this expedition. I do not know, and it does not matter. If we gain the lore of Cliffwall and bring it back to Ildakar, then we can all rest under the shroud and not worry about petty outside threats. His voice was dry, and he swallowed hard. Narrowing his eyes, he said, Take down those heads. We don't wish the rebels to have any victory, even a small one like this. Trevor and 2 other guards knocked down the poles, jarring the heads loose and disrupting the preservation spell that kept them intact. The rotting flesh turned black and green, then oozed off of the skulls, exposing teeth. Jellied eyes ran in streams into the ground. Clumps of hair slid off, and the stench wafted up. Wren sneered at the sight, intending to seem brave. I never liked the Norakai either, and I am not overly sad that a few of them lost their heads. He looked up at Trevor. I would rather Miramask's thugs killed more of them instead of innocent citizens, like Carey. It makes the world a more beautiful place. He snickered at his own joke, then gestured forward. Up to the mountains! Let us find Cliffwall without further ado, so we can get home. Agreed, Trevor said, and the guards cheered. It must be just beyond that next ridge, over the mountains ahead. It cannot be far. We've covered so much distance already. The guards muttered, convincing themselves because their captain was so sure. And because Captain Trevor was so sure, Wren let himself be convinced. They pushed onward, and as night fell, they bedded down in camp. It would only be a few more days, Wren assured himself as he tried to fall asleep on the cold, hard ground. Only a few more days. The next morning they continued into the wild and rugged mountains, still trying to find Cole Adair. Chapter 42. The night in Ildakar seemed calmer and quieter now that the Norakai had finally departed, but Nikki again couldn't sleep. She was disturbed by the connected feline dreams from Mura, as well as her own restless thoughts. She lay in her expansive, soft bed, which seemed far too comfortable to endure. She stared at the ceiling, listened to the breezes outside, the whisper of gauzy curtains at the open windows. Inside her mind, the subtle presence of Mura flowed through her. She had not seen the big sand panther since they'd entered the great city, but she knew that the big cat prowled the streets, keeping to the shadows. Mura would not leave her. Impatient, Nikki swung herself out of the bed and dressed quietly, shook her blonde hair loose, slipped on her boots, and laced them up. She walked through the grand villa, knowing Mura was out there in the dark streets, somewhere. Nikki was anxious for her sister panther, wanted Mura to get out of this dangerous situation. The cat didn't always understand Nikki in details or specifics, but she would try to convey her urgent message. The panther did not belong here. None of them did, but Nikki couldn't leave. Not yet. Mura, though, belonged outside, roaming the plain, keeping herself safe. Walking past Bannon's room, Nikki saw it was dark, and with a glance inside she realized he had not slept in his bed, had not even been back to the villa in a day or two. She frowned, wondering where he might be. No doubt he was with Amos, Jed, and Brock. Although Nikki did not approve of the three young men, Bannon could make his own friends and learn his own lessons, even if he burned his fingers in doing so. He had not convinced anyone to help free his friend Ian, though Amos had offered casual assistance. Nikki suspected that was just a ruse, a cruel joke. She concentrated on a larger problem. If she could change Ildacaran society and free all the slaves, then Ian would be among them. She saw that Nathan's room was dark as well. She considered rousing the former wizard so they could search for Mura together, but as she felt the tendrils calling her, Nikki decided it would be best if she went alone. Moving with cat-like grace of her own, Nikki prowled the streets, descending the upper plateau. She saw feral house cats loose on the city walls, staring at her with gleaming eyes. She passed darkened estates, large homes of wealthy nobles, sniffed the sweet perfumes of blossoming orchards. Before long, she felt the swell of Mura's presence, a flood of joy. The blossoming fruit trees provided tangled shadows, as well as tiny white flowers, and she was surprised to realize the big panther was up in the branches. Mura leaped down and landed in front of her with barely a sound, muscles tensed, tail twitching. The panther curled back her whiskers and let out a growling purr of welcome. Nikki stepped forward. "Mura, I'm so happy to see you." She stroked the big cat's wide head, scratching behind the twitching ears. "You shouldn't be here. You should leave this city." Mura growled, but didn't move. Nikki heard a clatter of roof tiles, looked up to see one of the smaller cats scampering along the gutter before jumping down into another alley. Nikki lowered her voice, pressed her face close to the panther's feline eyes. "This is not a place for you. It's dangerous here." She wrapped her arms around the thick, muscular neck and hugged Mura. "I know you're staying here for me, but you shouldn't. This isn't the wild. Ildacar is not your place." Nikki pushed the solid, furred body, trying to shove Mura away. "Go. Get out of the city before the sun rises again. I want to know you're free. I can't worry about you. There's too much to do here." Mura planted her paws hard on the ground, resisting as Nikki pushed. She sighed. "I wish you could understand me. Somebody will find you here, and I don't want you caught. You remember what the chief handler will do to you? You fought in the arena before." Mura snorted, then pulled away, turning about reluctantly. Her tail twitched. Nikki put urgency in her voice. "Nathan, Bannon, and I will leave here as soon as we can, but it's important that we stay for now." Mura looked over her shoulder at her sister panther as she took 2 steps away. She paused. Nikki raised her voice to a loud whisper. "Please, go!" The cat sniffed in clear defiance. Nikki's heart felt heavy, knowing that Mura would stay here for as long as Nikki stayed. She let out a long sigh. "Dear spirits, then keep yourself safe. Hide where they will never find you, and only come out at night." Another thought occurred to her. "And if you should see Bannon, protect him. I don't know what he's gotten into." Nikki straightened, ran her palms down her dark skirts. "If I need you, I will call." Mura lifted her large head, twitched her tail, then let out another confident growl before she bounded off into the night like a tawny shadow, disappearing into the winding streets. Nicky hoped the cat would stay safe. She hoped they would all stay safe. Chapter 43. The torchlight from outside the cell hurt his eyes. Everything hurt his eyes. In fact, everything hurt. Bannon groaned and came back to consciousness, looking at sandstone walls. The lumpy, uneven surface bore rusty brown marks, as if someone had used bloody fingernails to claw notches into the rock. 2 stubby candles burned in little cubbyholes, and the ceiling was stained with black smears of soot from the guttering flames. Outside the cell, mounted torches cast a latticework of shadows across the floor from the bars that held him inside. His cell had a narrow wooden pallet for sleeping, but he lay curled up in pain on the floor where he had been tossed like a broken doll. He remembered provoking the Norikai, fighting them, and how the 3 had mercilessly beaten him, no matter how hard he had tried to fight back. Sometimes, when he couldn't control his rage, he became a wild fighting storm. But his attack against Kor, Yorick, and Lars was ill-advised, poorly planned. He couldn't help himself. If he'd had Sturdy with him, Bannon would have killed all of them. But without his sword, anger had been his only weapon, and the brutish raiders knew how to attack helpless victims. They fought with no finesse or honor, 3 against 1, acting as bullies. Bannon had lost. Badly. He groaned as he propped himself up on the gritty stone floor. At first he thought they had thrown him into some kind of city jail, but then he heard female voices outside, listened to the clatter of bars and the clang of dulled swords. Arena warriors were fighting one another, practicing and shouting. The young man raised himself to his knees, reached out to hold the bars for support, and pulled himself upright. He could see the fighting pits now. Bannon gingerly touched his cracked ribs and felt pain resonate through his bones. He cursed Kor and his companions under his breath, then cursed himself for failing. He wanted to see Norikai heads roll, blood spouting from the stumps of necks as the men tumbled to the ground, felled like those poor Yaxen at the butcher house. If only he'd had Sturdy. In the combat pits, the fighters were shirtless, their scarred, well-muscled bodies glistening with oil and sweat in the torchlight. They practiced against each other, using swords and shields. 2 dour Morazeth trainers lounged back on stools, critiquing their moves. Across the passageway, Bannon could see a much larger barred cell, and with a jolt, he recognized it. Ian's cell. His heart skipped a beat. Sweet sea-mother! He gripped the bars and drew in a deep breath, but his chest felt like a shattered bottle. He forced himself to breathe more calmly, then called out in a hoarse voice, "Ian, are you there?" He saw figures moving in his friend's chamber. The champion cell. Because of the angle, he couldn't see much, only the shadows flickering and spilling out. When they came into view, he saw that one figure was Edessa, leader of the Morazeth and trainer of the arena fighters. Her breasts were bare, small, and hard as if her feminine curves had been distilled down to tough muscle. Her brown nipples were erect, and so sharp they looked like weapons. Indifferent to her nakedness, Edessa casually wrapped the black leather strap around her chest. A moment later, the scarred and steely-eyed Ian stepped up beside her. He glistened with sweat, as if he had just engaged in personal combat. Seeing him, Bannon cried, "Ian, I'm over here, The other young man just looked at him. His flat metal gaze slid over Bannon as if he weren't there at all. Ian retreated into the unseen corners of his spacious cell. When Edessa opened the barred door to the exit, Bannon realized the gate wasn't even locked. Apparently, Ian and these warriors were prisoners by their own choice, held captive by training, reward, and punishment. He remembered his friend's cold stare, the angry twist of his lips. Bannon wondered if these fighters had been so indoctrinated, or their wits so addled by numerous head blows, that they didn't actually want to be free. Maybe they had forgotten what it was to be free. The fighters in the open training area kept dancing around each other's blades, thrusting and parrying, yet maintaining silence all the while, even when one struck a severe blow against another. His opponent didn't cry out. After closing Ian's barred door, Odessa crossed the passageway to Bannon's much smaller cell, moving like a lioness ready to strike. Bannon stood his ground, but the look in the Morazeth's brown eyes made him falter. She grabbed the bars of his cage and used her key to work the lock. She heard a click, then a snap of springs, and she yanked the cell door open. "You're awake, and you're alive, for now. Tell me, Bannon Farmer, are you worth my time?" He faced the hard woman, sensing that she was a bully just as his father had been. His heart thudded in his chest, but he had long since stopped being frightened of bullies. He had finally stood up to his father, but if he'd done that years earlier, then his life and his mother's might have been much different. Bannon faced her. "I am a guest in Ildikar. My friends Nikki and Nathan will come for me." "Your friends are weak and have no power here." Bannon remembered when Nikki had faced the Life Drinker, destroying the evil wizard just as she had destroyed Victoria. He thought of Nathan, slaying the monstrous Selka who attacked from the sea and the dust people who crawled out of the desert sand. "My friends have a great deal of power. Not power that counts," Odessa said. "The Namus will come to free me." Bannon tried to sound convincing. "He's the son of Savrina Thora and Wizard Commander Maxim." Odessa's close-cropped black hair glistened with sweat. Her lips quirked in a razor smile. "Who do you think brought you here?" Bannon's heart sank as he slumped down on the wooden pallet. He knew she spoke the truth. He realized that no one would help him, not now. Nikki and Nathan would eventually notice he had gone missing, and they would track him down, if he could remain alive long enough. "I just wanted to give Ian his freedom." "The champion already has his freedom. He is doing what he likes, and he will die in the arena. He is my lover, and I may even let him plant a child in me. What man could be more free?" Odessa's stomach was flat, but marked with runes, as were her arms, her neck, and her cheeks. Her thighs were likewise a book of protective spell symbols written with pain. Odessa had a feral power coiled inside her, and a simmering sexual ferocity that Bannon found more intimidating than her strength. "What made you this way?" Bannon asked. "I am a Morazeth. I am a product of the most perfect training. I am currently the best and most successful, and I take my duty very seriously. But I don't know what the Morazeth are." "We are your darkest nightmare." Odessa stepped closer, and he could smell the perspiration on her skin. The glow of his small candles painted her arms and thighs a rippling copper. "For many thousands of years in Ildikar, long before General Utros came with his army, long before the Shroud was erected, the Morazeth have been fearsome fighters and trainers. Hoping to gain status, ungifted merchants, tradesmen, and artisans would offer up their girl children to become Morazeth. Only the finest, most perfect specimens are selected for training. And of those, only 1 in 10 survives to be branded with the protective spell symbols." She used her forefinger to caress the welts on her left thigh, tracing angles and swirls that wove a shield through her flesh and soul. "Daughters have their skin branded, inch by inch, as they pass their training." Her face twisted in a flicker of pain across her memories. "The weak ones who whimper are killed." She stroked her palm over the panoply of arcane markings on her forearm. "We consider any smooth patches on our skin to be shameful marks, and we hide them." Her dark eyes glittered as she leaned close. "Feel honored that we have taken an interest in you. We will train you so you can fight and die." "I can fight and die without your training," Bannon said. "But you will die more swiftly if you do not have it. But such training comes at a cost. Are you worth it? I assume you will be intractable, so I may as well start your lesson now." She withdrew a small cylindrical object, like the handle of an awl, from her hip. Because it was black, He had not noticed it against the leather of her wrap. She stroked her thumb down its contoured wooden side and heard a faint snick. A sharp, silvery tip snapped out, a thick needle no longer than the first knuckle on his forefinger. Each Morizeth has a special weapon like this. We call it an agile knife. Bannon wondered what she meant to do with it. The needle tip was too short to cause any real damage. Is it poisoned? Far worse than poison. It is composed entirely of pain. She jabbed the stubby point into his thigh, and with her thumb she touched an odd rune etched into the wooden handle. Bannon felt an explosion of pain ripple up and down his muscles, as if a great crash of thunder had struck him, concentrated in that tiny needle tip. He screamed and collapsed, utterly ignoring the ache of his multiple bruises and the sharp edges of his cracked ribs. His movement dislodged the tiny, agile knife, and the pain disappeared instantly, although the after-effects made him shudder. Odessa looked at him, disapproving. That was your first lesson. Shaking, spasming, he got to his hands and knees and spewed vomit onto the cell floor. He looked up at her aghast, his jaw slack. With the back of his hand, he wiped drool from his mouth. What was that? It was pain, Odessa said. The agile knife has a spell-bonded symbol connected to one of the runes branded on our flesh. She stroked the contoured handle again and smiled. It doesn't take much to release it, and we have other symbols that can be used to make it kill. Just the tiniest prick, and you will either be dead or you will wish you were dead. He panted. His thoughts were scrambled. Odessa continued to stare at him. Now get yourself up. There's a water basin to clean your face. She cast her glance to the passageway outside of his cell. Bannon barely focused on another figure standing out there, a slender female, also wearing the scant black coverings of a Morizeth. I have already chosen the champion as my special pet, so I give you to Lila. She will know what to do. The young woman opened the barred door and entered his cell as Odessa departed, without even a glance back. Bannon wanted to lurch to his feet and knock Lila down so he could bolt out into the passageways and escape. But he knew Lila would stop him. She crossed her arms over the leather band that wrapped her breasts. Because you are soft and weak, I'll grant you an hour to rest and recover. Her lips twitched in a grimace that might have been intended as a smile. I will use the time to consider what you deserve for your second lesson. Chapter 44. Bells tolled to alert the city. In a solemn procession, the members of the ruling council moved through the streets of the upper plateau, heading toward the Great Pyramid. Well-dressed nobles and upper-class merchants climbed the streets to the upper levels, gathering as if for a festival. The eager movement in the streets, accompanied by the closing of shops, inns, and restaurants, signified that this was a day of great importance. Whatever is happening, I don't like this, Nikki said, stepping out of the grand villa. Not at all. No one had called them, but she suspected it might have something to do with the ominous spell the Duma had promised. Nathan and Nikki left the grand villa, joining the crowds and looking for answers. Where is that boy Bannon? Nathan asked, looking around. Now that the Norakai are gone, maybe he's with his so-called friends, she said. The young man was far too open and trusting, and she had seen the half-hidden sneers on the faces of Amos, Jed, and Brock. Nikki recalled that she herself had had no friends when she was young. Her stern mother had forced her to work the streets in the name of the Imperial Order, following the teachings of Brother Narev, while scorning all the hard work and success that her father achieved. Nikki had not understood friendship, had not wanted it. Youthful friendship remained a foreign concept to her, but she had grown close to her companions. She made a quiet comment, just loud enough for Nathan to hear. He may not wish to be here, depending on what the wizards intend to do, and what we may have to do to stop them. The skies were overcast. but the smear of gray clouds carried only gloom, not rain. The clamor of tolling bells continued across the city, echoing from all the levels. Nicky felt a crackle of tension in the air, both excitement and dread. "No one informed us," Nathan said. "Maybe we aren't invited." Nicky didn't intend to let that stop her. "We'll invite ourselves. Come with me, wizard." Nathan's azure eyes narrowed as he watched people ascending the steep streets to gather on the upper level of the plateau, crowding near the base of the pyramid. "I believe you're right, my dear sorceress. I don't need my gift to sense the brooding in the air." Nicky tucked a strand of blonde hair behind her ear and set off with a determined stride. "I do have my gift, but if I choose not to do anything with it, then what use is all that power?" Her throat was dry, her voice husky. "I can't just stand and watch." "I understand how powerful your gift is," Nathan said. "But if you do something rash, you will turn a whole city against us, and we'll end up dead, or at the very least defeated. You know what the wizards of Ildikar can do. You saw Maxim petrify that rebel before our very eyes." Nicky did not slow her pace. "But they haven't seen what I can do. The Duma members and all these gifted nobles have never experienced anything like me before." "Indeed, no one has." Nathan hurried to keep up with her. "I will help as much as I can." They joined the crowds of jostling people gathered at the top of the plateau. One well-dressed man carried a bowl of grapes tucked in the crook of his right arm, and he plucked one purple sphere after another, sucking it dry and spitting out the seeds. Nicky smelled a wash of pungent sweat and stinging perfumes. The men had oiled, wavy hair, and wore armbands that set off the color of their pantaloons and waist sashes. Strips of exotic furs adorned their half-capes or the cuffs of their long robes. The women wore gowns as if they were going to a grand gala. The tolling bells played a dissonant metallic tune that rang from a dozen high towers throughout the city. Intent on her purpose, Nicky glided among the people who were in no hurry. Nathan stayed close to her side. "Dear spirits," he muttered. They reached the wide base of the stair-stepped pyramid, sensed the excitement growing among the spectators. "It must be the blood magic, sorceress. We knew the wizards were going to do something like this. I expect there will be killing. A lot of it." "I expect they might try," Nicky said. The crowds parted as the council members finished their slow procession and arrived at the pyramid. Thora and Maxim were in the lead. An icy wall seemed to separate the Savrina and the wizard commander, but they were partners in the powerful magic that protected the city. Thora wore a sapphire gown trimmed with lush gray fur, while Maxim had a long garnet-red cape lined with white fur spotted with gray, as if ashes had fallen onto pristine snow. The two did not look at each other, nor did they glance at Nathan or Nicky as they passed. The members of the Duma walked behind them, staring ahead with solemn expressions. The fleshmancer Andre, chief handler Ivan, matronly Elsa in her purple robes, dark-skinned Quentin wearing an ochre robe and a golden amulet on his chest, Damon with his shaggy black hair and long mustaches. Uneasy, Elsa flicked a glance over at Nathan, gave him a brief smile, then turned to mutter to Quentin. "It isn't right to do this without Wren. We should wait for him to come back from his expedition." "He might never come back," Quentin mumbled as they walked past. "The Duma can do without him. Wren's too unreliable. I've never been totally convinced of his loyalty since Lonnie made her bid for power." Elsa looked shocked. "Wren has always been a faithful member of the ruling council." "As you say," Quentin replied, just as they were walking out of earshot. "But once the shroud goes up, he will have to remain outside until we let him back in. And I hope the blood magic buys us a good deal of time." Thora and Maxim had ascended the stone steps to the top of the pyramid and turned to face the crowds from their high vantage. The 5 Duma members climbed up to join them among the components of the strange apparatus on the top platform. The gleaming half-sphere, mounted in its armature cradle, the quartz prisms standing tall on metal rods. Wizard Commander Maxim extended his arms and gazed across the people. Even from the bottom of the pyramid, Nikki could see the sparkle in his eyes. Ildikar has stood for thousands of years. The Wizard Commander's voice sounded tinny and resonant, but she had no doubt even the slaves and tradesmen in the lowest levels of the city could hear him. Thora spoke next. Ildikar is protected because we protect it. Our perfect way of life is sacred, but such perfection comes at a cost. Her voice was hard, but she did not seem saddened by what she had to do. The cost of blood. Down below, 10 members of the city guard marched forward, their steel-shod boots making a sound like drum beats on the flagstones. They led a group of 12 slaves bound by ropes around their wrists. Some of them struggled and pulled back, but the guards did not cuff them. They simply marched along, implacable, forcing the slaves to follow. Nikki recognized faces from the slave market, the walking meat delivered by the Norakai. The guards herded them single file up the worn stone steps, 5 women and 7 men. 2 of them were old, 3 were young, and the others of varying ages. A thin man and woman, both with brown hair and dusky skin, walked close to each other, moving fatalistically. From their dress and facial features, they looked to have come from the same village. The woman went up the stairs first, one step after another. She extended a hand back, and the man reached forward to brush his fingers against hers. Nikki could tell they knew each other, cared for each other. Several slaves wore blank expressions, as if they had been drugged, perhaps by the red wisterias. One woman stumbled and sobbed, trying to keep up with the rest in spite of sore joints. Tears ran through the wrinkles on her face. A muscular man twisted and tugged on his rope, but the others kept moving forward, ascending to the fenced platform below the top of the pyramid. Thora turned to the crowded slaves. "Stand before Ildikar!" The captives moved restlessly, looking confused, and the Sovrina stamped her foot, sending a flicker of power through the structure. The magic jolted the captive slaves, seized their muscles, and forced them to stand rigid like puppets. The crowd muttered. The merchants and nobles in the finest clothes looked eager as they watched, but those in drab clothes were less excited. "Stop!" Nikki called out from below, eliciting a gasp from the crowd. "If there is such a price, Sovrina, why don't you pay it with your own blood?" Thora scoffed down at her. "Because my blood is worth too much." Nikki felt the angry magic coiling within her, like eels swimming through a muddy canal. She felt warm vibrations like hidden strands throughout the city, a spiderweb of magic centered on the pyramid. "So you kill captives instead? For entertainment?" "For necessity. These slaves will pay the cost. That's what they are for." The 12 captives were fixed into place one level below the complex apparatus on the upper platform. Some of the slaves shuddered. The old woman continued to weep, even though she could barely move, held in place by the magic. Thora stared intensely down at them. "They will save us." Some glared at her in defiance. Others turned away, quivering. At the base of the pyramid, Nikki stepped away from Nathan and used a nudge of her gift to push the crowds aside as she reached the steps. She was going to stop this. "No, Thora." She could summon a storm of lightning from above, using both additive and subtractive magic. Had the wizards of Ildikar ever seen subtractive magic? Nikki doubted it. "If you don't stop this madness, I will make you sorry." Nikki could take them by surprise, incinerate the top of the pyramid, and disrupt this ceremony. She also knew that Mirror Mask and his rebels were a tinderbox just waiting for a spark to ignite them. Would they rise up and assist her if she provided that spark? Maybe this was the time. A hush fell over the crowd as moans rippled through the 12 slaves. They struggled but could not move, locked in place by Thora's magic. They all faced the reflective trough in front of them, and Nicky knew exactly what it was for. "Sovrina, let me speak on their behalf." In unison, as if they had rehearsed this many times before, all 5 members of the Wizards' Duma reached into their robes and pulled out long ceremonial knives with jeweled hilts and curved blades. Thora gestured with one hand, and magic forced the gathered slaves to raise their chins high, exposing their throats. Somehow, fighting against the puppet control, the dusky-skinned couple reached sideways, touching each other's hands, drawing strength and comfort in their last moment. Tears streamed from the corners of their eyes, running down the sides of their upturned faces. Standing with their sacrificial knives in hand, the council members hesitated, looking down at Nicky. She strode up the steep steps, gathering her magic. She could see that several of the wizards were intimidated by her boldness. The crowd had fallen silent, awed that she would stand up to Thora. Nicky felt magic boiling within her, ready to be unleashed. Elsa and Damon both lowered their knives, uncertain. Maxim appeared to be amused. The rest of the wizards didn't seem to know what to do. On top of the pyramid, Maxim said out of the corner of his mouth, "Just get it over with, Thora. No need for such a dramatic flair." The Sovrina scoffed at the hesitation of the others. In an impatient, offhand gesture, she twitched her finger and gestured down at the line of slaves 15 feet below her. With a cruel smile on her thin lips, she drew her sharp, lacquered fingernail across the air in a quick, casual slash. Nicky lunged, building up a swirl of solidified air to knock back the wizards, but before she could release it, Thora's knife of magic, sharper than the sharpest razor, ripped across the throats of the 12 shocked slaves. All at once their eyes bulged, and they jerked and twitched, and the puppet hold was released. The slaves collapsed forward as their knees buckled. Their heads had nearly been severed by Thora's invisible blade. The slaves pitched into the trough, spilling gouts of blood into the channels in front of them. Maxim and the 5 Duma members held their ceremonial knives, looking perplexed and surprised. None of them had moved. Nicky staggered on the steps, astonished. "Dear spirits!" Blood flowed, and the magic built in a rush around the pyramid. A wind of increasing whispers crossed the crowd. They stood motionless. Nicky struck out with her wall of air, but Thora responded and knocked her back with a similar blow, throwing her off balance. She tumbled back onto the steep stone staircase. From below, Nathan rushed up to catch her. As the blood from the slaves filled the mirrorized trough, Maxim raised his hands high and made sweeping gestures. The red river flowed through the gutters, defying gravity as it rolled uphill to the top platform, where it spread out and filled the engraved patterns of the spell form. All 7 ruling council members gathered around the hemispherical bowl. They grasped the silver edges, turned it so that it was aligned directly upward. When the blood of the slaves had filled the pattern engraved in the platform, the crimson current fountained up in a single stream and poured into the mirrored cauldron. The Sovrina and wizard commander stood in place while the other 5 wizards retreated. The half-sphere vibrated, shimmered, and a column of twisted magic rocketed upward, like a geyser. The swirl rose higher and higher until it reached its zenith, far overhead, and spread out like falling water, rippling through the air. It curled down to create a transparent dome that covered all of Ildikar, flowing past the outer walls to the river bluffs. The crowd cheered. Too late. Nicky felt sick, defeated, as the wizard picked her up from where she had fallen on the steep stone stairs. She groaned to Nathan. "I should have stopped it." She was angry at herself, but more furious with the Sovrina. At the top of the pyramid, Thora seemed pleased, standing beside her husband as they reveled in their handiwork. The Sovrina didn't even show anger toward Nicky for her defiance, because it had amounted to nothing. "You didn't know what was going to happen, sorceress," Nathan said, his voice thin and sickened. "We knew. We both knew. And now we're imprisoned under the shroud. Her head pounded. We can't stay in Ildikar. We have a mission. Nathan squared his shoulders. Perhaps this confirms that our mission is here. Even if we can't escape, we have plenty of work to do. He sniffed. They will wish we had left when we had the chance. Nikki recalled that time passed differently inside the shroud. She forcibly opened her clenched fists. Even if it takes eternity, she said quietly. Chapter 45. 2 large ships set sail from Tanamura and headed south out of Grafen Harbor. The brisk breeze made the sea choppy, although the sun was bright. Verna went to the bow of the foremost ship and stood with the wind blowing her graying hair back. The salty spray moistened her cheeks. She realized she was smiling, and her heart was full of possibilities again as she thought of their journey to Cliffwall. It was a strange feeling, and she welcomed it. I have a purpose now, she said to herself. The young novice Amber came up to join her, her dark blonde hair pinned back, and her loose dress clinging to her willowy form with the bodice tied tight across her small breasts. We all have a purpose, Prelate. This is my first great journey. I'm very happy you let me accompany you. All of the sisters had insisted on coming along, and Verna could not turn them away. Those who had returned to Tanamura looking for some small spark of hope in the ashes of the Palace of the Prophets had been disappointed. They had looked to Verna for leadership, but she hadn't known what to tell them. Now that Nikki and Nathan had blazed a trail across the old world and sent messages back, Verna clung to the new possibility. After the camouflage shroud had fallen years ago, the Cliffwall caretakers had sent out a call for gifted scholars to help sort through the immense archive. In retrospect, that had been a dangerous decision. But the isolated people hadn't been aware of the powerful knowledge in all those volumes. One outside scholar had been Roland, who became the Life Drinker. Another had unleashed a spell that made the stone walls flow like wet clay, melting an entire tower of prophecy writings. Verna knew those people needed careful guidance from her and the other sisters. A sailor shouted from the lookout, and the crew members paused in their chores, going to the side rails to look, along with many members of the Daharan army. Amber pointed excitedly. What are they? Sharks? Verna saw the sleek bullet shapes rising up and diving down, like a vanguard to lead the ships along. Not sharks, child. Dolphins. They are considered a good sign among sailors, and it's a good sign for us, too. Amber grinned. I can't wait to tell my brother. Captain Norcross was on the second ship, with the other half of the soldiers and 6 of the sisters. What an adventure! Not just an adventure. This is our mission. We have work to do as Sisters of the Light. Oliver and Peretta had also come out on deck. They were inseparable now, relieved to have accomplished what they were sent to do. Oliver squinted to make out the dolphins. I long to see the canyons again, and all the books in the great library. He sighed. I guess I am homesick. Peretta's tight ringlets glistened with diamonds of spray. She and Oliver wore clean traveling clothes, replaced in Tanamura. The girl's dark eyes looked just as eager as Oliver's. I wish you were a memmer. If you had the gift of perfect memory, you could remember every day and every place down to the tiniest detail. He gave her a skeptical look. Does that mean you don't miss home? Peretta looked embarrassed. I still miss it. Verna knew in her heart that her sisters had to study that great archive of lost lore. Cliffwall was likely one of the central sites Nathan had talked about. She remembered when she and the Mord Sith Berdine had pored through immense libraries in the People's Palace, when they had discovered the first hints of the Chainfire spell. After hearing the descriptions from Oliver and Peretta, Verna thought the wealth of information inside Cliffwall might be an even greater treasure trove. Even though prophecy was gone, there would be so much to learn, so much to study. All of the untrained scholars needed to be guided and taught. If the sisters could do as they had done for so many centuries in the Palace of the Prophets, those scholars could well become an army of wizards, ready to aid Lord Rawl in bringing about his golden age. As she stood on deck, Verna took out the glazed clay toad figurine she had found in the ruins, holding it in her palm, a symbol and a memory of what had once been. Maybe she would find some other good place to put it, once they reached Cliffwall. The continuity pleased her. They sailed onward for days, the two ships, side by side. General Zimmer had hand-picked 150 soldiers from the garrison, the best trained among his men. They had packed their armor, weapons, and traveling clothes, written letters of farewell to send back to their families. The rest of the soldiers remained behind in Tanamura, maintaining the foothold there and expanding the strength and security of the Daharan Empire. Lord Rawl would be dispatching thousands more men in the coming month to move down the coast and establish other outposts as well. But this mission to Cliffwall would be the first and the farthest. 150 soldiers was not a sufficient military force to do any conquering, but they would be enough to establish the presence of Dahara and to make sure the name of Lord Rawl was known. With so many soldiers crowded aboard 2 sailing ships, their expedition had the potential for a miserable voyage, but they were well provisioned. "Soldiers of the Daharan army do not need to be pampered," Zimmer had told her. "They think of the terrible enemies they've already fought. They won't be afraid of a sea voyage." By the 4th day, however, the enemy they could not fight was seasickness, and many of the men were miserable, clutching their stomachs, retching into buckets, or leaning over the side of the ship. They were foot soldiers, most of whom had lived their lives on dry land. Verna and her sisters tended to the miserable soldiers. The prelate herself used a damp rag to comfort General Zimmer, who huddled in his small cabin with the shutters drawn over his porthole. He refused to step outside in the fresh air so that his soldiers would not see his weakness. "I doubt they're in any condition to watch much of anything," Verna said. "How do you expect to conquer the old world if you can't even get out of bed?" "I'll conquer the old world once we dock," Zimmer groaned. By the time the 2 ships reached Karamis, the first port of call south of Tanamura, most of the seasickness had passed, and the men happily disembarked for a day. Verna and Zimmer went into the town to buy maps of the lands farther south, so they had some idea of where they were going. Oliver and Peretta joined them to look at the charts. The 2 young scholars pointed far beyond the boundary of the largest map. "That's where we need to go." The 2 ships sailed to Larrikin shores 2 days farther down the coast, and then, after a fierce and frightening squall that nearly swamped them, they reached the large city of Saramundi. They sailed into the harbor, guarded by the enormous stone statue of the Sea Mother. General Zimmer shaded his eyes and stared up at the statue that emerged from the high cliff. "Can you imagine what it took to carve that prelate?" Verna tried to picture crews of sculptors dangling from ropes or standing on platforms, chiseling away to create the lovely female figure. Seabirds flew around the sculpture, nesting among the carved tresses of her hair. She didn't have any answer for him. Zimmer nodded to himself as he gazed around the harbor, assessing the other ships. "We'll get what we need here and move onward." "And what exactly do we need, General?" Verna asked. "More room, for one thing. I have a writ from Lord Rawl, and I intend to use it to commandeer a 3rd ship and more supplies." Peretta said, "Renda Bay is just down the coast. I recall all the contours of the shore between here and there. I can guide you without any charts." "She is a member," Oliver said with a hint of sarcasm. "I believe she mentioned that once or twice," Zimmer said. "But the captain and I would rather have detailed charts. More importantly, I must talk with the harbor lord to finish outfitting this operation. We're an expeditionary force, and we have a long journey inland. Unless I intend to waste months marching over the mountains on foot, I'll need horses. Many horses." He grinned at the idea. "We'll have a real military expedition." Chapter 46. Though the sandstone walls around the training pit were only 10 feet high, they seemed insurmountable as Bannon stood on the sands. It was a bowl-shaped arena, 30 feet wide. The stone had been hacked, sheer and clean. He would never be able to climb out. "Sweet sea mother," he muttered, trying to calm himself. Two of the Morazeth had dragged him out of his cell and pulled him along so fast that he stumbled. He tried to cooperate, but they didn't want to make it easy on him or on themselves. "My friends are coming for me," Bannon cried out, as if that might frighten them. "We'll leave Ildikar and go far away." One of the spell-scarred women twisted her mouth in a frown. "You won't be leaving? The wizards worked the blood magic yesterday and restored the shroud. No one can depart from the city." Bannon felt a cold twist in his gut. He had been worried about his own plight, not even thinking what might be happening outside. Where were Nicky and Nathan? Were his friends in trouble too? Were they all prisoners within this city, separated from the world and time? Or had they escaped without him? One of the Morazeth nudged him forward. "You have your own prison to worry about right here, boy. Do well, and you will deserve our training." The other woman said, "Do well, and you'll survive." They had led him to the edge of the practice pit, an empty, featureless ring, with a floor of sand and fine pea gravel raked smooth. He saw no way to climb down into the pit. "How do I—" The women had shoved him, and he fell, sprawling so hard in the yielding ground that it knocked the wind out of him. He coughed, dragged himself to his hands and knees. "Now what?" he asked aloud. But the Morazeth walked away from the rim above. He turned slowly, looking at the sheer walls. This practice pit seemed simple and basic. Maybe for beginners. Bannon heard movement above, and looked up to see Lila in her black leather over her rune-marked skin. She was barefoot, standing at the edge, studying him. She cracked her knuckles before tugging on a pair of tight leather gloves. "I wouldn't want to scar you too badly, boy. At least, not so soon." She sprang over the edge and dropped down into the pit. She landed in a crouch, perfectly balanced. She held her arms loosely, gloved fists on her hips. "I feel a little stiff this morning, and I need some exercise. Fight me." She flashed her white teeth, but it was by no means a smile. "I'll reward you for each blow you land on me." She came forward, and even though she was smaller than he, Bannon took a step back. "And I plan to deny you any rewards this day." "I don't want to fight you," he said. "Then you will be very sore and bloody before this session is through." She lunged toward him, feinted with her left hand, and slapped him across the face with her right. The glove padded the impact, but his jaw jerked sideways and he felt stinging pain. He raised his forearm to block a second blow, but Lila struck him on the other side of the face. He shook his head and then swung blindly. He tried to hit her stomach, but managed only to strike her side. He could feel her ribs beneath her skin. Somehow he sensed that she had let him touch her. "Do you like the feel of my flesh, boy?" she taunted. "You can touch it all you like, if you can strike me." Lila punched him in the center of the chest, but just a light blow to prove she could do it. Then she boxed his ears and danced back. Bannon's heart was pounding. He held up both of his hands, feeling fear and anger. He didn't want to be in this place, separated from his friends, trapped in this strange city under an invisible dome. His real concern was inside this practice pit, here and now, facing this lean young woman who seemed to consider pain nothing more than flirtation. He had to survive this training if he was ever going to get free and return to his friends. Hoping to surprise her, he charged toward Lila, swinging both arms, punching the air with his fists, trying to land any contact. Lila danced from side to side, and he adjusted his approach, using his size and weight for whatever advantage he could. He punched her in the left shoulder, making the Morazeth spin just enough that he could drive in with an uppercut that clipped her jaw. It was a solid blow, and Lila reeled backward. She caught her breath, flapping her gloved hands and grinning. "That's a nice start." Then, faster than he could see, she delivered a sideways chop to his kidney, which sent him staggering. Spangles of light swirled behind his eyes. He couldn't breathe. Lila swept her bare left foot and knocked his legs out from under him, buckling his knees and giving his shoulder an additional shove as he fell. Bannon slammed onto his back, sobbing for air. The Morazeth was on top of him, pinning his shoulders to the ground. Her face was close to his. He could see perspiration glistening on all the marks across her face, neck, and shoulders. She was laughing. "You're not very good at hand-to-hand combat, are you, boy?" "I never claimed to be." He had gotten into a few brawls as a boy on Kyria Island, but nothing where his life depended on it. In the scuffles, he had suffered bruises and torn clothes, with his pride injured more than his body. He remembered the training Nathan had given him in sword-fighting skills, and the many monsters Bannon had killed made his talent self-evident. But the old wizard had never spent time training him in fighting with his fists. Bannon couldn't imagine the erudite and dashing Nathan Rawle bothering with such a lowbrow form of fighting. He preferred his ornate sword as a more noble means of dispatching an opponent. "I'd rather use a sword," Bannon said, catching his breath. "But you would be too afraid to let me have one." Lila remained on top of him, pinning him down. Her eyes reminded him of the color of a stormy sea. Then she laughed and rolled off of him, springing back to her feet. "On the contrary, that was our next step." She brushed sand from her bare skin and shouted up to the rim. "Bring me the sword! Toss it down here!" Within moments, a young man in drab clothes came to the edge of the pit, holding a long object wrapped in rough burlap. Without meeting Lila's gaze, he unceremoniously dropped the package. Lila caught it with a deft move and stripped off the cloth. She pulled out a sword with a simple leather-wrapped hilt, a straight and unadorned crossguard, and a blade discolored from impurities in the steel during its forging. "That's sturdy!" Bannon cried, feeling a leap of hope inside his chest. "How did you get it?" "Your friend Amos delivered it from the Grand Villa. He thought we might like to use it as a toy." Lila turned the sword from side to side. "The blade is as unimpressive as you are, boy." Bannon felt the burn of the insult. "Both of us may surprise you." "Good. I like to be surprised." With an expression of distaste, Lila extended the sword hilt first toward Bannon. "Take it. You'll need it." She called upward. "Stick." The slave boy tossed down a polished wooden pole, which Lila caught. "If you're a swordsman, prove it. Fight me. Kill me if you can." "I don't want to kill you," Bannon said. "You will." Her thin smile flashed at him. "Or am I not training you properly?" When he didn't move, Lila attacked him. She gritted her teeth, twirled the wooden rod, and swung at him. Instinctively, Bannon brought Sturdy up in a clean defensive move, met the wooden rod with a crack that jarred all the way through to the Morazeth's wrists. A flicker of anger crossed her face, and she drew the rod back, more serious now. She swung again, but Bannon felt comfortable with the sword in his hand. He deflected her blow and pushed forward. He would no longer be on defense. He had a sword, his sword, and she just had a little stick. He couldn't think about what would happen if he did kill this Morazeth. He was sure Odessa and the others would punish him. In the moment of distraction, Lila ducked under his guard and cracked the wooden staff hard across his right thigh. The pain stung, and he nearly collapsed. His leg buckled, but he braced himself, straightened again, vowing to concentrate on this fight, this enemy, and worry about the consequences later. He drove in, slashing sideways, jabbing with the point and sweeping in a reverse arc. Lila spun and twirled like a tumbler at a traveling carnival show. Bannon met the wooden staff each time she tried to strike him with it. He could tell she was no longer toying with him, but genuinely fighting to the best of her abilities. And Bannon fought to the best of his. With a dim sense of peripheral vision, he realized that others had gathered at the edge of the pit above, some Morazeth and arena fighters. He didn't care. He needed to defeat Lila. The red rage behind his eyes reminded him of what he had felt when he fought the Norakai at Renda Bay. He swung his sword like a scalpel, and then a bludgeon. Nathan had taught him that brute force was as acceptable as finesse, so long as it defeated the enemy. Lila found herself on the defensive now, holding up her wooden staff. Pale chips flew as Sturdy's blade hacked into the rod and finally cut it in two. The halves of the fighting staff broke, and Lila staggered. Biting back a roar, Bannon swung his sword at her face, but at the last moment turned the blade. He couldn't kill her, couldn't cleave her head in two. Instead, the flat of the blade struck her cheek with bruising force and drew blood. She collapsed backward, and Bannon was on top of her, driving her down. He shuddered, realizing what he had done. "Sorry," he said quickly. Lila snatched something with a black-painted wooden handle from her hip. He heard the snick, barely saw the tiny needle tip as Lila's thumb touched the spell symbol carved into the hilt. She poked him with her agile knife, and pain exploded within him. He threw himself backward, writhing in agony. Lila sprang to her feet, wiping blood from her face. As the thunder of pain throbbed through his head, Bannon heard cheers and shouts from the spectators above. Looking smug, she stood over him and kicked Sturdy away out of his grasp. It slid across the pea gravel and sand. "A fighter must use any weapon available," she said. "Winning is all that matters, because losers die." After she put away her agile knife, the pain swiftly faded within him. Still sprawled on his back, he propped himself up on his elbows, heaving great breaths, tossing his loose, long hair out of his face. "That is enough for now." Lila raised her hand, and someone threw down a rope ladder from above. "Climb after me. It's time to go back to your cell." Though he ached from the fight, barely able to move in his exhaustion, Bannon got to his feet and followed her. Keeping his head down, he climbed the rope out of the pit and looked around at the spectators, who watched him with surprise and even a hint of admiration. "This way," Lila snapped, demanding his attention. They wound through the torch-lit tunnels, past other cells. Down other connecting corridors, Bannon could smell the musk of combat animals, the trained killing beasts kept by Chief Handler Ivan. He felt like nothing more than an animal here. Lila brought him to the open door of his cell and said in a grudging voice, "That was a good effort. You may be worthwhile after all." Bannon didn't know if he should thank her or not. She shoved him into his cell, and he stumbled toward his pallet. Lila followed him and closed the barred door behind her. "Time for my reward," she said. "And yours, if you know how to receive it." Bannon swallowed hard, knowing and dreading what she intended to do. She removed the black leather wraps and let them drop to the sandstone floor of his cell. Bannon's pulse quickened. He blinked furiously and wiped perspiration from his brow. I think I need a drink of water." Lila came closer, planting her hands on his chest. "I'm more concerned with what I need." Bannon could feel his pulse thrumming like a drumbeat inside him. With a wistful, desperate memory, he thought of the lovely acolytes from Cliffwall, the warm embraces and tender kisses of Audrey, Laurel, and Sage, his first lovers, enthusiastic women who shared him and lifted him to honeyed heights of pleasure, before Victoria had turned them into bloodthirsty forest monsters who only wished to spill his blood to fertilize the ground. Lila seemed to be a little of both. Stepping toward him, naked, with her eyes fixed on him, she laid her agile knife in one of the small alcoves in the sandstone wall. "Don't forget, it is always here, right within reach. I suggest you not let me think of a reason to use it." Then she wasn't paying any attention to her weapon, while Bannon fought an entirely different kind of battle. Chapter 47. Nikki had killed wizards before, and she had no qualms about doing so again. In fact, after the horrific bloodworking at the pyramid, she was sure she would have to fight them, one at a time or all at once. Yes, she had to save the world. For now, she would start with Ildikar. Overhead, the clouds seemed barely distorted by the shroud. but the air itself had an unnatural gleam. The sky was just slightly off, the wrong color of blue, as if the magical barrier somehow spoiled the sunlight. Pointing toward the sky, the gifted nobles looked pleased and content to be protected under the bubble again. If only she hadn't hesitated when the slaves were ready to be sacrificed, expecting the wizards to use their killing knives in a more traditional manner. Sabrina Thora had been so focused on working her magic that Nikki could have blasted her with subtractive lightning, or even just a furious windstorm to interrupt the ritual before it could be completed. But Thora had slaughtered all her victims in one swift, unexpected slash of an invisible knife. As the Shaken Duma members walked past in a subdued procession, Nikki and Nathan stood their ground. Nikki had brushed herself off, regained her dignity, and Thora walked by, her head held high, her hair a complex tapestry of thin golden braids. The Sovrina paused, glancing at Nikki. "It is time for you to be on our side, sorceress. You are under the shroud, and you cannot leave. Until such time as we decide to drop it. This is still just a temporary shield." Thora's face tightened. "Only for now? But I intend to work the blood magic again, with a large enough sacrifice to make the shroud permanent for centuries." Her eyebrows lifted as she mused. "Maybe even forever. Since time passes differently here, it doesn't make much difference." "I cannot stay that long," Nikki said. "Nathan has not been helped here, despite your efforts. We need to find our friend Bannon, and then we will leave." "He is somewhere," Thora said. "With Amos and his friends, I'm sure." "Fear not. We'll find something useful for you to do here," Maxim murmured, then sauntered away at the Sovrina's side, oblivious of the sharp ice in Nikki's blue eyes. Yes, she had killed wizards before, and she would do it again. Work crews pulled carts to the base of the pyramid, while sullen slaves climbed the steps to remove the bodies and polish the metal apparatus. Nathan's eyes had a haunted quality. "Now it's all the more important that I regain my gift. I need the heart of a wizard." He looked around, scanning the crowd. "I wonder where that dear boy Bannon went." Because of the Fleshmancer's unsettling obsessions, Nathan went to talk to a more sympathetic listener. He wasn't certain Elsa would be able to assist him, but at least she might offer advice. He was deeply disturbed by the slaughter he had witnessed. Elsa had stood there holding her wicked-looking ceremonial knife, and even though she had made no active move to slash the throats of the slaves, she had been prepared to do so. In the late afternoon following the ritual, Nathan found Elsa in her elaborate private home. The front of her stone house was guarded by statues of leaping stags, and Nathan believed they were genuine artwork, rather than spell-petrified animals. "Always delighted to see you, Nathan. We can discuss the nature of the gift, even if you can't demonstrate your powers." "Yet," he said. "Yet," she conceded, and gestured him inside to a lovely private courtyard. Elsa had iron-gray hair shot through with darker strands. In her younger years, she had raven locks. Her features were quite pleasing, he decided, and he thought she must have been beautiful. But now her curves had shifted, making her more distinguished than gorgeous. He was still pleased to be in her company. She took a seat on a stone bench near a trickling artificial waterfall that ran into an ornamental pool. Water bubbled up from a hidden spring, perhaps driven by the force of magic. The rocks around the pond were marked with spell symbols, though Nathan did not know how to interpret them. Sitting next to her, he could not contain his consternation. "Even when I had full control of my gift, I never permitted anything like the blood magic we witnessed this morning. Those innocent victims you sacrificed, all the blood you spilled, were they willing to pay that price? How could you tolerate that?" Elsa looked troubled, but not defensive. "Ildikar must be protected. That is how we survived for so many hundreds of years. The shroud hides us from enemies, shields us from outside attack. If we had to battle an invading army, thousands more people would die." "And what attack were you worried about this morning, my dear?" Nathan asked. "Why did the shroud need to be restored at the cost of those 12 poor people?" They were not citizens of Ildikar, but brought here as slaves. The Norakai could have sold them anywhere. If they didn't die in the bloodworking, maybe they would have died in a quarry or a dank mine. Other masters could have tortured them to death at their own whim. Nathan brushed his long white hair, but did not soften his voice. And that is what you do to your slaves? Of course not. How could you think that? Then those slaves might have lived long and productive lives, content in their service to you, to work in your home, perhaps. As if hearing the conversation, 2 of her slaves arrived bearing a platter of fruit and a glass pitcher of water flavored with squeezed lemons. Elsa admitted, "That was not to be. The shroud is up again, and we are safe. We have to make our lives here now. We will still try to restore your magic, Nathan, so that you can be an important member of Ildikaran society. Even your ungifted but endearing friend Bannon can find a good occupation. He seems to be quite close with the Sovrina's son." Nathan frowned. "I'm not certain that's an entirely good influence. I haven't seen the dear boy in days." Elsa clucked her tongue. "With the shroud in place, it's not as if he can go anywhere. I could make an inquiry if you like." He felt an unexpected relief. "Why, yes, my dear. That would be most helpful. One less thing for me to worry about." Though he was still disturbed, Nathan changed the subject. "Andre studied the loss of my gift and created a map of the Han inside me. I am missing an important part, centered around my heart." Using his forefinger, he traced a circle around his breastbone. "But we've made no progress in some time, and I'm not convinced he's giving the matter his full attention. I don't know your particular specialty with the gift, but I wondered if you might give me some advice." "Don't play coy with me, Nathan," Elsa said with a relieved smile. "You must know that I'm adept at transference magic. If you want me to transfer the gift back into you, I'm afraid that cannot be done. I can only do minor things with physical objects." "Transference magic?" Nathan asked. "I suspected as much. In the New World, such practitioners are rare. And you've developed it?" "It is a specialty of Ildikar, shifting power from rune to rune," Elsa said. "I use the physical qualities in the world, and although I cannot add or take away, like with additive or subtractive magic, I simply move it." She gestured with her hands. "I take a quality from one thing and transfer it to a different thing." Elsa glanced around. "For instance, look at this pitcher. Touch it." Curious, Nathan reached out to touch the glass pitcher. It was cool, but not cold. The water and juice tepid. "Hand me that unlit candle over there." She gestured to the corner of the table. Nathan picked up a red candle in a small holder and slid it toward Elsa. With the tip of her finger, she smeared a thin looping rune on the beaded moisture on the side of the pitcher. Then, with her fingernail, she began to make the same design in the wax of the candle. "See? I am taking the heat from the water in the pitcher and moving it from there to here." She finished the drawing on the candle wax. Suddenly the pitcher trembled. Sparkles of condensed water appeared along the outside, and a faint whiff of chill vapor rose from the liquid it held. In contrast, the wick of the candle flickered and burst into flame. Elsa smiled. "I drew the heat out of the pitcher and moved it to the candle. It's all perfectly rational." Nathan looked from one object to the other. "That is different from any method I'm familiar with. It requires great study." She smiled. "And I'm quite good at it. I could show you more when you get your gift back." Nathan touched his chest. "But you can't—" "I'm afraid not. If Andre says you need the heart of a wizard, then you truly need the heart of a wizard." "But I don't know what that means." "I'm certain Andre does. He's just waiting for the right moment." Nathan was frustrated. "And I suppose you think we have all the time in the world now that the shroud is back in place." "Well, we do. You're safe here. Don't be so eager to escape. We could have many more conversations like this. I rather like your company." "My dear Elsa, While I enjoy our conversations, I spent far too much of my life held prisoner in the palace of the prophets. I did not go through all the trouble of escaping just to wind up inside a larger prison.
Nathan, you're so dramatic, she said.
I am indeed, but only when the situation warrants it. Chapter 48. The alarms, shouts, and roars woke Bannon from his aching slumber in the tunnels. He'd been restless, trying to find a glimmer of hope in his despair. The walls of his cell were hard, the candles burned down to guttering stubs and shedding only dim light. He curled on the pallet, but his bruises prevented him from finding a comfortable position. He had just dozed off, escaping into a blank darkness that was tinged with capering nightmares. The growls and screams woke him up. His self-pity washed away, and he rolled off the pallet, instantly awake, searching in the dimness. He saw shadowy figures, animated silhouettes on the tunnel walls. Movement out in the open areas where the fighters trained. An ear-splitting bellow rattled the bars of his cage, and he saw a furred monstrosity lurch into the common area, sweeping rake-like claws to bat away pit slaves who were trampled underfoot. Bannon gripped the iron bars of his cell and felt cold fear wash through him. It was an enormous combat bear, like the one they had killed in the foothills. "They're loose! The animals are loose!" someone shouted. More figures darted through the tunnels. Two determined Morazeth dashed in, carrying clubs and short swords, and threw themselves on the combat bear, but the beast smacked them sideways, smashing both women against the rough sandstone walls. The maddened bear lumbered onward, as more animals bounded through the wide passageways that connected to Chief Handler Ivan's pens. Bannon rattled the door of his cell, but the lock held. He was as trapped as any of those beasts had been, but these creatures had gotten free. He was even more surprised to see brown-robed figures darting through the passageway, shouting and banging on metal pots to provoke the animals. The escaped beasts charged through the tunnel, glad to be free and attacking anything in front of them. The robed figures wore a mesh cloth over their faces, and amulets dangling on their chests marked with a strange Ildacaran rune. "For Miramask!" they yelled. "For Miramask!" Another shouted, "We bring chaos and freedom to the city!" Bannon felt a chill. Miramask, the rebel leader? If they were creating havoc by turning loose all of the Chief Handler's combat creatures, maybe they would free the slave fighters too. He rattled the bars of his cage again, called out, hoping one of them would hear him. "Help me! Free us all!" One of the masked figures ran to where other trained fighters stood in their cells. Ian had come to the front of his large chamber, arms crossed over his muscular chest, just watching. He made no move to get out, though Bannon knew his door was unlocked. One of the masked figures darted up to Bannon's cell, peered inside. The young man offered a pleading look. "I have to get out of here. I need to find my friends." The figure hesitated. Behind the hood and the face covering, Bannon couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman. Hands reached toward the cell lock. Another form darted up behind the robed figure and stabbed it brutally in the back. The rebel jerked, thrashed at the attacker, at the knife protruding from its back, then spasmed in death. Lila stood there, her face twisted in anger as she cast the rebel aside, holding a long knife in each hand. "The animals are dangerous enough, boy," she snarled at him, "but these scum are worse." She kicked at the fallen body, which twitched and writhed on the floor. She bent down to unmask the dying figure, but something strange happened with the last death rattle. The rune on the amulet glowed and smoked, and then, in a flash, the entire body burst into flame. The searing heat drove Lila back. She held up her arms, crossing the bloody knife against the clean one to ward off the fire as she stepped back. Bannon retreated into his cell, away from the bars, as greasy flames rolled upward, stinking of charred flesh. In seconds, the dead rebel was nothing more than blackened bones and a dark stain on the floor. Lila glared in disgust at the dissipating smoke. Coward. They're all cowards. More unleashed animals thundered through the training pits. A scaly swamp dragon the size of a small horse darted forward, snapping its jaws at anyone who stood against it. Howling in unison, a pack of spiny wolves bounded free, throwing themselves at 3 warriors who tried to defend their tunnels. One of the 2 Morizeth, stunned by the monstrous bear, picked herself up, reeling. She turned to face the oncoming spiny wolves. 3 of them fell upon her, but she fought with her bare hands, pounding them in the snouts with hard knuckles. Their fangs tore at her arms, her chest, her neck. One bit her hand clean off, and she fell under the attack. More spiny wolves killed the 2nd injured Morizeth, who hadn't even managed to climb to her feet. With a clatter of hooves like sledgehammers on stone, a bull with branched horns thundered in from the pens, thrashing its head from side to side. It gored one of the slaves and stormed through the open chamber. Steam flecked with blood blasted from its nostrils. Finding the passage outside, the bull charged forward into the night. Lila growled at him from the other side of the bars. "You're safer here in your cage, boy. Don't let them get you. Step back." 3 more spiny wolves prowled after their pack, slower but more cunning than the others. Black lips curled back from their muzzles to expose long fangs. Their eyes were like green fire fixing on their target. "Watch out!" Bannon cried as the spiny wolves turned to attack Lila. She braced herself and faced them with her arms outstretched, each hand holding a long blade. The masked rebel had been an easy kill for her, but these predators would be much more difficult. Bannon stepped away from the bars. He hated those who had imprisoned him, resented what Lila had done to him. But these animals slaughtered anyone in sight, including the slave workers and captive fighters. He wasn't certain that Miramask was much better than the other oppressors in Ildikar. Bannon didn't know what the rebels expected to buy with all this blood, but they certainly were willing to spend it generously. The spiny wolves lunged at Lila. With a quick jerk of her right hand, she slashed the throat of the first one that bore down on her. She shoved it aside and whirled to face the next. 2 more spiny wolves charged after her, and she retreated down the tunnel, slashing with both knives. Bannon ran to the bars, pressed his face against them, but Lila was out of view. He couldn't see whether or not she was alive. He had not heard her scream, but he knew Lila would never scream. One of the wolves charged his cage, slamming its muscular, furred body against the door. With a yelp, Bannon staggered backward. The beast snapped its jaws, spraying hot saliva as it tried to get through the bars. The growl in its throat was a manifestation of pure anger and hatred directed at any human, because humans had tortured it. The spiny wolf ran its paws along the bars of the cage, trying to pull them apart. The iron rattled, but held. When the creature couldn't break in, it cast a final green-eyed glare at Bannon, then loped after the rest of the pack, which had advanced up the tunnel to the outside. Odessa stormed into the open area, outraged at this disruption. She held a short sword, not bothering with the shield. The Morizeth leader meant to inflict damage. Masked rebels bounded through the passageways, banging metal pots, shouting to rile up the animals and urge them out of the pits and into the city streets. Another swamp dragon scuttled forward, hissing, and a warrior trainee stood to face it. With a vicious thrash of its jagged tail, it cut the legs off the man just below the knee. He screamed and fell as the reptile thing snatched up one of the severed legs in its powerful jaws, crunching down on the bone. The hooded rebels appeared right behind it, banging and shouting, and the big lizard stormed off, still clenching the man's leg in its mouth. Ignoring the animals, Odessa attacked her real enemy. The rebels could not defend themselves against her focused anger. Most of them scattered and tried to flee, but one was too slow. Odessa thrust her sword through the robed man's back. The rebel collapsed and burst into flames, triggered by the mysterious amulet. She turned, dodged a spotted leopard that seemed more skittish than ferocious. The lean cat streaked off through the tunnels and into the night, but Odessa remained to hunt down the rebels. She killed 3 more, paying no attention as they burst into their own funeral pyres. She was so focused on punishing Miramask's fighters that she failed to protect herself against the rampaging creatures. Another monstrous reptile scuttled toward Odessa from behind. She didn't see it coming. "Beware!" Ian screamed from inside his cell. In a flash, he flicked the lock, threw open the barred door, and sprinted out toward the swamp dragon. Odessa finished killing her victim and spun just in time to see the reptile lunge for her. Even without weapons, Ian leaped onto its back and wrapped his arms around the scaly creature's throat, tugging backward. He just managed to pull its snapping jaws away from her. Odessa flashed him an appreciative glance, then drove her short sword directly through the swamp dragon's left eye, shoving the blade into its brain. The armored thing twitched and shuddered, then collapsed with a gurgle. "Always my champion," Odessa said, and Ian looked at her adoringly. Bannon stared, sickened. With a bellow as loud and fearsome as any of the combat beasts, a human voice echoed off the sandstone walls of the pits. "By the Keeper! Back to your cages!" Chief Handler Ivan emerged from a side entry and glared at the wild animals racing loose from their pens. He wore his panther jerkin with a wide black belt cinched at his waist. His mane of dark hair stuck out around his head as if he himself were a raging beast. His arms were bare, his muscles bunched. His face was drawn back in a grimace of vengeful disappointment that made Bannon shudder. That expression reminded him of how his father had looked, just before beating him or his mother. Bannon felt a surge of fury, imagining what these animals must have endured under the chief handler's torment. "Oh, what you must have done to them," he whispered to himself. Many beasts had already escaped to run loose in the city, but others snarled and cringed in the tunnels. Some whimpered as Ivan held up his hands, unleashing his gift with a crackle of energy. He lashed out with the magic that ground these animals under his mental boot heel. "You will all return to your places," Ivan gestured with a boulder-sized fist. Two leopards snarled, then slunk back into the dim tunnels toward his cage. A speckled boar snorted, stuttered forward, but retreated. The chief handler released more magic, trying to wrangle the unruly creatures. But three tawny shapes moved in the opposite direction. As if attracted by Ivan's voice, the troca of spell-bonded panthers that had been pitted against the half-stone warrior Ulrich. They glided forward, their golden eyes bright, their rope-like tails flashing. The panthers moved in unison, each step perfectly matched, their predatory gaze fixed on Ivan. He faced them, defiant, holding up both fists, his face twisted with the strain of releasing his gift. The sand panthers bared their saber-like fangs, and the ominous sound from their feline throats seemed more threatening than an actual snarl. "Back to your cages, damn you!" Ivan roared. He flexed his biceps, gritted his teeth. A surge of his gift rippled through the air. Other combat animals in the chamber whimpered and scattered, running back to their familiar pens. But the troca of panthers merely twitched, each one able to deflect the chief handler's control. They crouched back, enduring the pain and refusing to move. Ivan's face grew ruddy with the effort. Then he reached to his waist and pulled out a long gutting knife. "All right, then. It looks like I'll have new pelts for my wardrobe." He raised the blade. Then the panthers were upon him. They sprang in unison, driving at him from the front and from each side. An astonished Ivan flung up his muscular arms to defend himself, but the snarling cats raked their claws down his chest. Fangs bit into his biceps, crunching and tearing. One panther bit the base of his neck, severing his spinal cord. Another bit his shoulder and tore out a huge hunk of red meat that dripped with blood. Crimson spray gouted from the severed blood vessels. The third panther ripped open Ivan's belly and dug out his intestines, shaking her head like a kitten with a long strand of yarn. Ivan screamed and fought, but the sand panthers mauled him until their tan fur was matted with rich red liquid. Flicking their tails in satisfaction, the three panthers left their bloody mess and bounded off into the night and freedom. Bannon pressed his back against the rear wall of his cell, waiting for the nightmare to be over. Chapter 49. Alarms summoned the ruling council in the dead of night. At the upper level of the plateau, Nicky and Nathan rushed out of the grand villa. Below them, the streets of Ildikar filled with frenetic activity, as if the city had been called to war. Nicky had both of her daggers, expecting violence, wondering if Miramask had finally staged his all-out revolt, since he had not acted during the bloodworking that raised the shroud. Nathan retrieved his ornate sword from his room, ready to fight, though he didn't know what enemies they might face. "The combat beasts are loose," called a humorless but reliable guard named Stuart, who had taken the place of High Captain Avery. Now, wearing the red shoulder pauldron, he led a squad of armored guards, raising swords as they all ran down the streets. "We need every fighter. Call the archers and crossbowmen. The arena animals are on the rampage. The rebels set them free." Nicky said to Nathan, "Let's join them, wizard. This is something we can support, for the sake of those who cannot fight for themselves, the innocents." "You called me wizard," Nathan said with a surprised smile. "I have always considered you a wizard, even if you're an ineffective one," she said. "I know you can use your sword, even if you can't use your magic." The city guards and the Duma members were converging near the arena and the tunnels where the animals and fighter trainees were kept. Fleshmancer Andre, whose studio was near the area, had arrived first, perplexed. Sovrina Thora and Wizard Commander Maxim were also already there. Nicky hurried forward, summoning her magic, while Nathan drew his sword and kept pace with her. They heard the shouts of frightened people in the streets, the growls and roars of rampaging animals. Arriving on their heels, the wizard Quentin looked only partially dressed, and Elsa bustled up from a side street, tugging to adjust her purple robe. Damon was the last to arrive. "Where's Ivan?" Thora bellowed. "He must get his creatures under control." Spotted leopards, spiny wolves, and scaled swamp dragons milled about, attacking anything that moved. A combat bear and a monstrous bull crashed forward, attracted by the screams of fleeing people. A woman chose the wrong direction to run, and the bull gored her with its split horns. Spiny wolves bounded out, leaping at anyone they encountered, while Stuart's city guards fought them with swords, clubs, and gauntleted fists. But the wild beasts were trained to kill, and more guards died than animals. Among the city guard and the wizards who fought the unleashed animals, Nicky saw Amos and his ever-present companions, all three young men carrying their iron-tipped wooden staffs, which they used to smash the rampaging animals. But Bannon wasn't with them. The three young men looked eager to assist in the fight, not to help the city, but for the opportunity to shed blood. Amos darted in and swung his wooden staff to bash the skull of a writhing leopard that rolled bleeding on the street after its side had been slashed open by a sword. "Got one!" Jed and Brock sought their own targets. Nicky seized Amos's half-cape as he flitted by, dragging him to a halt. "Where is Bannon? I thought he would be with you." The young man shook off her grip. "Not now. We have important work to do." He flicked his gaze away, not wanting to meet hers. "He's fine. Don't worry about him." Amos dashed off with great exuberance, and Nicky was too busy to demand more of an answer. The combat bear lumbered forward, a titanic mass of claws and fur. Maxim, Thora, and Damon stood together, releasing magic and hurling attacks, all of which slid harmlessly off the protective runes on the monster's hide. Elsa did not use her gift to attack the bear directly, but made the ground in front of it crackling cold, transferring temperature from the street. At the same time, a gush of heat flared up next to the charging bull, making the beast rampage in a different direction. The combat bear stumbled across the bitterly frozen ground and came at Elsa. She attempted to work another spell, but Nathan tackled her to the side. The bear charged past, then turned back and came at them again. Nathan held up his sword and braced himself. "I already fought your brother, monster. Now I'll fight you." He swung the blade, tracing a complex taunting pattern in the air. The bear swatted at him, but Nathan used the razor edge to split the bear's paw to the middle of its forearm. The creature roared and yanked back its bloody arm. Nicky dove in, jabbing hard with both daggers, stabbing opposite sides of the creature's neck. She succeeded in cutting the bear's throat. Pushing in close, Nathan plunged his blade into the beast's side, working through the layers of muscle and fat, driving the steel all the way to the hilt. The titanic bear crashed to the ground. Maxim and Thora continued their fight with magic, using secondary effects to divert or hamper the rampaging animals. Emerging from the tunnels, two hooded figures shouted at the crowd, "For Miramask! Bring down the oppressors! Maxim's face twisted in a disappointed scowl, and he flung his hand sideways, invoking his petrification spell. The two cheering rebels crackled, froze, and turned into white stone. Quentin released magic that sent a tremor through the street, cracking the flagstones as the enhanced bull charged forward. Its left hoof fell into the widening crack, and the forelegs snapped as the bull was carried forward by its momentum. Trapped, the beast shook its head from side to side, trying to plunge its branched horns into soft flesh. The bull lurched ahead again, its broken foreleg upraised. People scattered out of its way. The arena beasts reveled in their freedom, ready to attack any prey in their confusion. One of the swamp dragons grabbed a merchant out of his doorway and pulled him screaming into the street. A second giant lizard scuttled close and bit his head off. Drenched in blood and shaking from their battle with the combat bear, Nicky and Nathan stood shoulder to shoulder and rallied as a pack of spiny wolves charged toward them. One wolf caught Nicky by surprise, driving her backward as she raised her daggers. Instinctively, she released a ball of wizard's fire, but the heat rippled up and away from the enormous wolf, deflected by the protective runes branded on its hide. Recovering, she stabbed her left dagger through its ribs and cut downward, slicing it open. Even though Nicky had delivered a mortal wound, the infuriated creature kept attacking. More wolves piled on her, but Nathan rushed in, decapitating one with a downstroke of his sword. Shouting, he hacked the spine of one, thrust the blade deep into the haunch of another. The maddened wolves did not retreat, but they did die, one by one. As the wizard Quentin fought, he snarled at Andre. "How do we kill these things? You created them." "Yes, I did. Aren't they magnificent?" "Magnificent until they tear you apart," Damon snapped. "Don't they have any weaknesses?" The Flashmancer snorted. "If I knew of any weaknesses, I would have removed them, Elsa tried to work a spell, but was frustrated. "Our magic doesn't work on them." "That is the way they are designed, to be better fighters in the arena. We'll just have to be superior, Andre said, smiling. And we are indeed superior. Finally, High Captain Stewart called in his archers. Dozens of crossbowmen climbed to the rooftops and balconies of the nearby buildings. They wound back their strings and loaded quarrels. "Aim carefully, but kill them all," Stewart shouted. A rain of sharp metal quarrels peppered the rampaging bull, leaving it looking like the pincushion of a greedy seamstress. The beast groaned and staggered, barely able to walk with its broken forelimb. It tottered, went down on the other leg, and crashed to the street. "Reload!" Stewart yelled. Choosing their targets at a glance, the crossbowmen shot at the scattered animals, and another rain of crossbow bolts killed 4 spiny wolves and the 2 swamp dragons. The leopards fell alongside the dead combat bear. A speckled boar the size of an ox stampeded out of the shadows, and more than 20 arrows barely slowed it. The boar slashed the air with its horrible tusks, and High Captain Stewart killed the thing himself by thrusting his sword through its chest again and again. As the archers reloaded, Nicky saw the troca of sand panthers emerge from the dark tunnel, covered with blood. They looked much like Mura, bound to one another from the time they were cubs, but not bonded to her. They loped forward, snarling. Nicky and Nathan stood side by side, blades ready, as the sand panthers closed in. Their feline muscles bunched, their claws extended to attack. Stewart shouted, and a storm of quarrels blanketed the troca of panthers, dozens of shafts killing them before they could even spring. The 3 magnificent cats lay dead on the ground, covered in blood. Nicky felt a sharp, sympathetic pain, but she knew it was a mercy that all 3 sister panthers died simultaneously. She remembered the trauma and despair Mura had felt after losing her spell-bonded sisters, left alone and alive. Arrows still clattered on the streets, and the city guard ranged through nearby alleys looking for stragglers. Dead animals lay everywhere, on doorsteps, in the gutters, out in the open. "I believe they're all slaughtered," Damon said. "The city is saved." The ache in Nicky's heart washed away the rush of energy from the fight. "They're all dead," Elsa replied, shaking her head. "They were so desperate to get away." "They were driven to this by the chief handler," Nicky said, turning to Thora. "What did you expect would happen if they got loose?" I did not expect them to get loose, said the Savrina. The air stinks of blood, Elsa said. Yes, it does, my dear. Nathan brushed at his own red-drenched robes. We all need fresh garments. Thora's face twisted in a rictus of hate. This was caused by Miramask and his rebels. They mean to bring down our society, to cause harm to our way of life. She gestured to the butchered animals and the dozen or more human bodies that lay strewn in the streets. And this, if the rebels care so much about the lower classes, then perhaps they shouldn't have unleashed these wild animals upon the city. Look at all the dead. The people should have just gotten out of the way, Maxim said. Now half of our fighting specimens are dead. How disappointing. They only did what they were born and trained to do, Nikki said. Chief Handler Ivan lost control. Where is Ivan? Sovrina Thora snapped. We need to understand what went wrong. Fleshmancer Andre emerged from the tunnels, where he and several city guards had gone. Just behind him, Odessa and 2 Morizeth came out, bloody and exhausted. Rather than looking defeated or troubled, Andre had a gleam in his eyes. He stepped directly up to Nathan. Good news for you, my friend. Good news indeed. We must take advantage of this. He said the next 2 words with deliberate intent. Wizard Nathan. What happened? Nathan asked. The Sand Panthers attacked and mauled Ivan. He is dead, Odessa announced. The cats tore him to pieces. I saw it. Nearly dead. Andre raised a finger. Thankfully, I used a spell to preserve him at the moment of infinite agony, on the edge of his death. He is suspended there, but the Keeper doesn't have him yet. Still, we should hurry. Nikki was too exhausted and angry to play games. Hurry to do what? Why, this is your chance, Nathan. Chief Handler Ivan is dying, but his heart is intact. This is exactly what you've been waiting for since you arrived in Ildikar, The heart of a wizard. Chapter 50. Bloody after the battle in the training tunnels, Odessa rolled a wooden cart out into the street. One of the wooden wheels squeaked and wobbled as she pulled it along. Its red-stained bed held the burly form of Chief Handler Ivan. Odessa released the handles and turned toward the bloody form lying in the shadows. Ivan used this cart to bring butchered meat for his pets. She smiled at the irony. It seemed appropriate. Taking Nathan's wrist, Andre pulled him closer. Come, you must see. What a wonderful opportunity, Nathan looked down at the body, disturbed. The chief handler sprawled motionless. The tan leather of his jerkin had been shredded by the claws. Fangs had savaged his spine, torn a huge chunk from his shoulder, ripped open his ribs. The 3 panthers had eviscerated him, and his glistening guts lay spread out. Ivan's bearded face was twisted, his lips drawn back to expose his teeth, as if caught in a howl. His eyes were wide open and staring, but frozen. You are most fortunate, Nathan. If I hadn't been here... Andre gestured to the man's torn abdomen. Ivan looked like a clumsily gutted fish. I am not feeling terribly lucky right now, Nathan said. Oh, but you should, The Sand Panthers caused horrific damage, but the rib cage and breastbone protected his heart. The organ is intact, exactly what you need. Nikki showed no grief for the man's bloody and painful end. He deserved whatever they did to him, but Ivan is dead now, just like the cats he trained. She looked around them, where workers with carts were cleaning up the massacre, hauling corpses away, animals and humans alike. The city guard plucked crossbow bolts from the bodies to wash and return them to their store of weapons. Downcast slaves came forward with buckets to wash the blood off the streets, kneeling to scrub with thick, stiff-bristled brushes. Oh, but Ivan isn't dead, sorceress, Andre said. I reached him just in time. He was very near death, wallowing in agony, bleeding every drop of life away. I fear his heart had only a few more beats left in it. But I worked my spell and preserved him. I stopped time around his body. So he will endure that last endless moment of pain on the very cusp of death. I'm sure he desperately wants that moment to end, to slip through the veil into the underworld. But is there any better way for one to remember being alive,
I can think of many better ways, Nicky said. Nathan shook his head, exhausted and trying to understand. He could barely breathe with the suffocating stench of blood hanging like a metallic fog in the air.
As I said, Nathan, and soon I will call you Wizard, Nathan, ha-ha.
The Fleshmancer reached down to touch the mangled body, running his fingers through the sticky blood that covered the leather jerkin.
In order to restore your gift, you need the heart of a wizard. Chief Handler Ivan is a powerful wizard, and as you can see, he no longer needs his heart. I intend to give it to you.
As if with a sympathetic connection, Nathan's own heart skipped a beat.
Accept his heart? You mean, in a literal sense? Of course, my friend. What did you think I was talking about? Some esoteric wish? I am a Fleshmancer. You have been to my studio. You've watched me work with living forms as a sculptor works clay.
Nathan shuddered, taking a step back from the cart and its bloody burden. He recalled with the clarity of shattered crystal how Andre had created the two-headed fighter from the pieces of grievously injured fighters.
Dear spirits.
Andre was not deterred.
It is the only way to restore your gift, as I said. I thought that was what you wanted,
Nathan reeled, and Nicky reached out to grasp his arm. Her fingers felt like an iron clamp. She turned to the Fleshmancer with clear challenge in her tone.
How can you be certain this will work?
There are never guarantees, sorceress.
We are speaking of magic, and there is a variable factor. But I am confident. I've done far more challenging experiments.
He glanced at the bodies of the monstrous arena animals being hauled away.
I've had mixed success, I admit, but I am an artist.
He stroked his bloody hands down the thick braided beard on his chin, leaving red streaks on the pale whiskers. His eyes bored into Nathan's uncertain expression.
Is this not why you came to Ildikar in the first place? Did you not stand before the Wizard's Duma and beg for our help to restore your gift? This is us helping you.
He gestured to the torn body. The glint of agony on Ivan's face remained unchanged. The whites of his pain-widened eyes were muddled with red from hemorrhages. Nathan could only imagine how much torment the chief handler was undergoing, endlessly, every instant. Perhaps as much pain as he himself had inflicted on the animals that had attacked him. Swallowing hard, Nathan felt his pulse racing, his heart beating. His heart, the heart that had lost its Han, thus rendering him useless as a wizard. Yes, he had read the words written in his life book, Red's pronouncement. From Kol Adair he would behold what he needed to make himself whole again, and from Kol Adair he had seen this marvelous city in the distance. Ildikar. The wizards of Ildikar were among the most powerfully gifted in all of history. This was why he and his companions had come here. He had begged for a solution. How often had he demanded that Andre find a way? And if this was the only way in which he could regain his gift, the only way he could be a powerful wizard again, then Nathan must do it to help Nicky and Bannon, and even Mirror Mask. Was that their destiny? If he had his gift back, they could remake the city of Ildikar into the wondrous place it aspired to be. That was exactly what Richard had dispatched them to do, to spread his cause of freedom, to help build a golden age for the new and expanded Daharan Empire. Yes, this was why Nathan had come to Ildikar. I agree, he said in a quiet voice. I'll do it. He looked at Nicky, knowing she could read the tension on his face. But he was Nathan Rahl. He was strong, he was brave, and he had already lived more than 1,000 years. As you wish, wizard, Nicky said. Good, good. The Fleshmancer rubbed his hands together. He barked orders at 2 slave workers who were lifting a spiny wolf onto a sledge to haul the body away. Come, take this cart to my studio. It isn't far.
Bring the chief handler. Nathan and I will follow. We have much to accomplish this night." As he sat on the clean table inside the Fleshmancer's studio, Nathan felt cold sweat on his body. Memories of what he had previously seen there yammered through his mind, but he tried to control his thoughts. "Nothing to fear," he muttered to himself, but the words sounded false to the point of being ridiculous. He had much to fear and much to endure, but he had made his decision. "Remove your robe and small clothes, Nathan, or they will be completely soaked and ruined with all the blood." "I don't find that statement very heartening," Nathan muttered. "Heartening? Quite amusing, my friend." The Fleshmancer chuckled. Nathan found no humor in the unintended joke. He drew a breath and undid his borrowed wizard's robe, exposing his chest. "When I have my gift back, I will wear this proudly. I will have earned it." He slipped the green robe off and cast it on the floor beside the table. Naked, he lay back on the cold surface, ready. Andre puttered about, humming to himself. "I agree, and now that the shroud is restored, you shall be here in Ildikar for a long time to come. You'll have ample opportunity to exercise your gift, and there is an important purpose now, "What is that?" Nathan asked. "After the death of Ivan, and with Ren gone, the Wizards' Duma is certainly in need of a new member. Perhaps that could be you." On the table adjacent to Nathan lay the chief handler's burly form. The mangled jerkin was peeled away to expose his torn flesh. His eyes still stared upward with that single spark of endless pain. The Fleshmancer ran his hands over Ivan's broad chest. He bent close to the man's bearded face, to the snarled agony on his lips. "My dear Ivan, we had some fine times, did we not? I did tell you on numerous occasions that if you played with such dangerous pets, then someday you would get hurt. I created them, and I know how dangerous they can be." He stroked the skin, pressed his palm down on the breastbone, listened, frowned. "But with half of your animals slain in such a debacle, you would have died from embarrassment, I'm sure. This way your death serves a glorious purpose, helping to restore poor Nathan. Now he can become the powerful wizard that you apparently failed to be." Andre grinned down at the burly man. "Not that you ever wished to help people, did you?" He straightened the fingers on both of his hands and pointed them down, palms together, like a pair of spatulas. Summoning his gift, the Fleshmancer dipped his fingertips directly into Ivan's chest. He pushed downward, easily penetrating the skin and the breastbone as if it were no more than butter, then pulled his hands apart. A loud crack and a wet, squelching sound accompanied the movement, and a red, yawning gap opened in the center of Ivan's chest. The Fleshmancer moved aside the pieces he didn't need, exposing the beet-red heart, tangled with veins and nestled between his pink, foamy lungs. "My, what a beauty! Would you like to have a look, Nathan?" "No, I don't think so." Nathan's stomach twisted and roiled. He lay back, breathing hard. Andre rummaged around inside Ivan's chest cavity, using his fingertips to magically snip the connecting blood vessels, working his gift on the time-frozen heart. Finally, he lifted his trophy, like a midwife holding up a newly delivered baby. "There we are." Nathan dredged up his courage again. "This is what I wanted. This is why I came to Ildikar." "You look terribly frightened, my friend. There's no need. Have confidence in me." Andre smiled. Specks of blood dotted his pale cheeks. "I've never actually done this before, but I'm certain I can figure it out." Nathan quailed, tried to cringe away, but he could barely move. The Fleshmancer reached a bloody hand toward where Nathan lay, gestured with his fingers, and released a quick flow of his gift. The magic washed over Nathan's chest like a bucket of water on a cold winter's morning. He found he couldn't move. Everything inside him was completely frozen. "I've stopped time within you as well. Your heart is no longer beating, your body no longer functioning, your blood no longer flowing. Fortunately, your mind still works. Your thoughts are able to observe what I am doing. As an educated man and a wizard, you'll appreciate the experience."
Nathan wanted to cry out, but he couldn't flinch, couldn't control a cell in his body.
"The nerves themselves still function," Andre continued, "so I'm afraid you'll feel all of the pain. Just keep in mind it is a reminder that you are still alive."
He leaned close to Nathan's face.
"And you will feel very, very alive."
He ran his fingers down Nathan's chest, caressing the skin, lingering longer than was absolutely necessary. Nathan couldn't raise his head to see exactly what the Fleshmancer was doing. He watched Andre straighten his fingers just as he had done above Ivan. Andre plunged his hands deep into Nathan's chest. Chapter 51. The two visiting ships spent several days in Saramundi, where Harbor Lord Otto was quite accommodating. The man remembered Oliver and Peretta, and he'd heard positive reports about Lord Rawl from travelers and traders out of Tanamura. Though Saramundi had not yet declared overt allegiance to the Daharan Empire, the people in the city were thriving. They, too, had spent generations under the stranglehold of the Imperial Order, but now with Jagang defeated, the cause of freedom spread down the coast with the speed of rumor. The people flourished without being harassed by petty warlords or would-be tyrants. The power vacuum in the old world had been filled by determined, hard-working people who chose their own rulers and governed themselves fairly. Several minor local bullies had appeared in scattered villages, but the citizens had united to run those puffed-up tyrants out of town. Upon receiving the writ of credit from the Daharan treasury, hand-delivered by General Zimmer, the harbor lord arranged for a third ship to join the expedition, and then rounded up the requested horses from local stables and ranchers in the coastal hills. The mounts were a mixed lot, but all healthy and strong. The general dispatched a request for payment by courier on the next northbound ship. Zimmer assured the harbor lord that all bills would be paid by Lord Rawl. Although the Saramundi merchants and inland herd masters had been skeptical, the price offered was substantial, and they took the chance. Harbor Lord Otto looked at Oliver and Peretta, shaking his head.
"We owe these two a debt, or at least my daughter does."
Then he smiled.
"And it is an excuse for us to strengthen trade with the cities to the north."
He patted the promissory note and tucked it inside his open shirt.
"If it opens our markets with the rest of the Daharan Empire, it's worth gambling on a few horses."
The three ships sailed below the Phantom Coast, led by the large vessel they had conscripted in Saramundi. The captains and crews were noticeably more anxious, since these were entirely uncharted waters. They doubled the lookouts, wary of hidden reefs as well as vicious selka. Every person aboard had heard reports of how the Wavewalker was destroyed. Captain Ben Mills came to report to the general in his cabin in the stern, where Prelate Verna sat with him, discussing plans for after they disembarked in Renda Bay. Captain Mills carried a disorganized bundle of rolled charts tucked under his arm. He fumbled with them, juggled the rolls, and let most of them drop to the cabin deck. He rescued one and spread the chart out on the small table next to General Zimmer's bunk. The captain wore a salt-weathered gray uniform and a cap over his long and unruly white hair. His wrinkled face had been hardened by years of sun and ocean wind, but a smile softened his face to the consistency of well-worked leather.
"We sailed south, as you commanded, General. Captain Pillar from the Saramundi ship is most familiar with these waters, but not from actual experience."
He cleared his throat, rubbed at his Adam's apple.
"In my trading route, I rarely ventured this direction. Other than a few fishing villages with no harbors to speak of, there's nothing down here. A great, uninhabitable expanse."
He shook his head.
"I know we're following the orders of Lord Rawl, but I certainly hope you know where you're going."
He traced his fingers along the chart, showing familiar cities and ports of call, but the lines were more uncertain toward the bottom of the map, with ominous notations, question marks, and drawings of fearsome sea monsters that lay in wait for sailors who ventured too far from home. "I'm confident the two scholars from Cliffwall know where they're going," Verna said. "They were meticulous in noting their journey. Beyond the Phantom Coast, the lands are inhabited again. Renda Bay is sizable,
and there are many other settlements upriver and in the mountains." "Think of it as a future trading opportunity, Captain," General Zimmer said. "A whole continent of new customers for you, and new allies for Dahara." The captain scratched his tangled locks of white hair, adjusting his cap. "If you say so. The stories from old mariners say that this desolation goes all the way to the edge of the world." "Unlikely," said Zimmer. "No doubt it's just an intemperate section of the coast, sluggish currents and unpredictable breezes. We'll get past it." The weather had been accommodating, and the 3 ships remained in sight of the coast, but the water turned brown. The heat increased as the sun baked down day after day, and the breezes were no stronger than the breath of a dying man. "I used to be confident of my records," said Captain Ben, "but the currents and constellations have changed." "You can learn the world all over again." Verna still felt optimistic about what the great archive of Cliffwall held for them. "Consider yourself an explorer, Captain. We discover new things every day." "Indeed we do. It's very exciting," he said in a deadpan voice. He rolled up his chart again and retrieved the other rolls on the deck. The horses did not like to be confined below decks. After several days, many were sick, weak, and restless. But the 2 Cliffwall scholars insisted that Renda Bay was not far. "We have to be close," Oliver said, squinting at the distant shoreline. "I don't know the currents, but our voyage north was no longer than this, and we were in a very small boat." "I recognize those landforms," Peretta said. "No more than a day, I would guess." The next morning was surrounded by a blanket of thick fog. The mist felt cool and welcome after the sluggish heat of the past several days. All 3 captains trimmed their sails because they could not see the way ahead. The fog intensified the silence in the air, made the lapping waves sound louder, amplified the creak of wood in the hulls and the masts. Verna came out on deck wrapped in her sister robes. Feeling the dampness on her skin, she pulled the fabric close and peered into the white murk. High above, the lookout called, "Ho there! A boat ahead! A small vessel!" His words carried across the water, and lookouts on the other 3 ships took up the call. A voice responded from the mist. "It's not a small vessel. This is the Daisy, a fine fishing boat out of Renda Bay." Oliver and Peretta stood close to Prelate Verna. They both waved, though the fog was too thick for anyone to see them. Oliver said, "It's the fishermen who took us up to Saramundi." Peretta called out, "Kenneth, we came back with sailing ships and an expeditionary force." The fisherman laughed. "Is that my 2 friends from far away?" The Daisy drifted closer, resolving from a dim silhouette in the mist. Peering over the rail, Verna saw a sturdy mid-sized fishing boat and the figure of a man at the bow. He seemed to be the only one aboard. Zimmer's soldiers crowded the decks of all 3 ships, but Kenneth did not seem intimidated. He stood with his hands on his hips, his shirt open wide to expose his chest even in the cool, misty morning. He lifted his bearded chin, laughing. "I thought I was the only one who sailed this far north. These waters are usually empty, and the old tales say that this is the end of the world. Fortunately, Oliver and Peretta showed me otherwise." Verna called down, "And we were told this is the edge of the world as well, but from the opposite direction. A good thing the edges can meet." All 3 sailing vessels dropped anchor, and Kenneth tied the Daisy to the flagship and came aboard to meet with General Zimmer and Captain Mills, though he was more eager to be reunited with the 2 young scholars from Cliffwall. Seeing Kenneth climb aboard, Peretta turned to the captain with a proud sniff. "I told you we were close. Renda Bay is just down the coast." "Now, it's not all that close," Kenneth corrected her. "I've sailed north for 2 days on this run. I catch the best fish up here, because there aren't any other fishermen in the area." "I hope your catch is for sale, because my men are tired of eating smoked beef and salted mutton," General Zimmer said. Kenneth's eyes lit up. "Smoked beef and salted mutton? I will happily trade my catch for such exotic food." They looked at one another in surprise, then burst out laughing. The deal was easily struck. When the fog burned off, Kenneth set out in the Daisy, guiding them around a small patch of treacherous reefs. By dusk the next day, they arrived in Renda Bay with great fanfare, the 3 large ships anchoring outside the mouth of the Half Moon Harbor. Kenneth took a load of people into the bay aboard the Daisy, while the members of the Daharan army lowered smaller boats and rowed a dozen passengers at a time over to shore, after which they began the more tedious task of building rafts in order to unload the many horses. Verna and General Zimmer rode with Oliver and Peretta aboard the Daisy, sailing directly into the harbor to spread the news and gather the townspeople. Thaddeus, the town leader, was astonished to see the 3 huge ships outside the mouth of the bay. He met the Daisy on the dock. Oliver greeted him with a relieved smile. "We're back, and we brought reinforcements. They can help defend against attacks if the raiders come again." Stepping out onto the solid dock, General Zimmer looked at the towers under construction on either side of the harbor's mouth, then turned to look at the low stone walls the villagers had erected just above the rocky beaches. "I see you've begun preparations already." "We are making our own fortifications against the Norakai," Thaddeus said. "But it is difficult work. Our people are exhausted from rebuilding the homes that were burned during the last raid." He squinted at the 3 ships anchored just outside of the bay. Verna followed his gaze, but the low sun was in her eyes and she could see only silhouettes. Thaddeus let out a relieved sigh. "When I saw your ships approach, I thought it might be Norakai again. We're not accustomed to large vessels that aren't a threat." "Oh, we are a threat," General Zimmer said, scratching the dark stubble on his chin. "But we're a threat to your enemies." He looked skeptically at the watchtowers and the stone walls. "It looks to me that we could offer some advice and expert manpower. My men belong to the Daharan army, specially sworn to defend Lord Rawl against all enemies, and also to protect his people." Verna added, "Even this far south, Lord Rawl considers you his people." As the first cutter tied up the dock and a group of relieved soldiers climbed onto dry land, Zimmer spoke to the pilot of the small boat, who was about to turn about and head back for the next load of passengers. "Have Captain Norcross come in the next wave. I have a local assignment for him." The pilot and 2 rowers turned about, plying their oars to return to the anchored ships without resting. Zimmer crossed his arms over his armored chest as Thaddeus led them into the town. "We are leading an expedition upriver and overland, eventually to Cliffwall." He seemed concerned with the unimpressive stone barricade walls and the half-completed guard towers. "But it is also part of my mission to defend against enemies, and those Norakai sound like precisely the sort of enemies Lord Rawl warned us about." The town leader breathed swiftly, as if he couldn't get enough air to express his gratitude. "If you left some of your soldiers here to help us build better defenses against the slavers, we would be eternally in your debt." "Not our debt," Verna said, "but Lord Rawl's." "And the way you can repay it," Zimmer added, "is by helping to ensure the cause of freedom throughout the world." "That is a debt we will gladly pay," Thaddeus said. "We will do everything we can to help you." Chapter 52. After she had cleaned the blood from herself, Nikki went to the Fleshmancer's studio to watch over Nathan. Andre invited her inside, delighted with what he had done. He was charged with nervous energy as he paced back and forth around the table where he had performed the sorceress operation. Lean and handsome, Nathan lay stretched out on the flat surface, his face slack, his skin pale, his long arms at his sides. His eyes were closed, his white hair spread out around his head. Clumps of dried blood smeared the skin and hair below his ears and neck. Nikki couldn't tell if the blood belonged to him, to the slaughtered combat animals, or to Chief Handler Ivan. His broad chest was caked with additional dried blood that did not obscure a worm-like line that wiggled from the base of his throat down to the center of his chest. "That looks like a long-healed scar," she said. "But you did your work just last night. A potent healing spell?" Andre beamed. "Far more than that, sorceress. As I told you, I am a master fleshmancer. I shaped his skin, redesigned his insides, and provided him with the heart of a wizard,
A new heart. I'm certain Ivan wouldn't mind.
But will Nathan's body accept a foreign heart? She felt certain that the cruel chief handler would not have been Nathan's first choice.
That is up to his Han, Andre said. I created a complete map of the gift throughout his body, and I could sense the strands myself. I reconnected them, using Ivan's heart. In theory, his gift will be restored when he awakens. The heart will beat again, and Nathan will be a true wizard once more.
Grinning, he reached down to touch the broad, naked chest, stroking the scar line carefully, casually.
It is some of my greatest work. Maybe even better than the combat bears or the two-headed fighter.
He rubbed his hands together.
Now that was quite an accomplishment.
As Nicky regarded him with a cool stare, Andre's eyes took on a wistful, distant look.
But not better than my Ixax warriors. Oh no. Now those three are special. A shame they have never been used.
Nicky didn't know what the eccentric Fleshmancer was talking about. When will we know if it worked?
The dear man did endure quite a traumatic experience.
Andre smirked.
Not quite as traumatic as Ivan's, naturally, but he is in a deep recuperative slumber. The Han must coil and uncoil, regrow within him, connect its strands, and find itself once more. Nathan must also discover his new heart.
Nicky didn't take her gaze from the old wizard's form. She considered remaining here to guard him, to make certain that Andre did not perform twisted experiments just because he could. She realized that Bannon would likely be willing to sit a vigil here too, sword propped in front of him, but she had not seen the young man. Feeling an increasing uneasiness, wondering what he was doing to occupy himself, she hardened her determination to find Amos and demand to know where their young companion was. "What did you do with the body of Chief Handler Ivan?" she asked. The Fleshmancer lifted his chin. Parts of his thick braided beard had come undone, but he didn't seem to care.
After I removed his heart, I had no use for the husk. Normally, a fallen Duma member would receive a fine funeral of state, but I decided on something more befitting on behalf of my friend.
His lips quirked in a smile.
I had his body chopped up and fed to the remaining combat animals in their cages. Much more appropriate,
Nicky grunted, though she did not argue. It does seem fitting. Nathan's chest rose and fell with only the faintest sign of breathing. Nicky looked down, concerned for the man, for the wizard, for her friend. She asked again, "How long will he sleep?"
"Until he is healed."
Andre spoke as if the answer were obvious. "And how long will that take?" The Fleshmancer shrugged.
"Until he is healed."
Nicky felt impatient. Nathan, the wizard Nathan, would be a great ally when he recovered, but right now Nicky had plans to set in motion. Even with the city trapped beneath the Shroud of Eternity, she knew there must be some way to bring freedom to Ildikar. Miramask had caused mayhem by unleashing some of the combat animals. While his followers had run among the beasts, the rebel leader himself had not been present, although Nicky suspected he might have been watching from a safe distance. How could he have resisted? But Nicky didn't know what exactly that turmoil was meant to accomplish. It was just an annoyance, a spectacular annoyance that had left its mark and resulted in the death of one of the Duma members and all of those animals, but just an annoyance nevertheless. The reckless act had not been part of an overall plan. Richard Rahl would have developed a complete strategy for overthrowing a tyrannical rule. If Miramask had such a plan, Nicky needed to know what it was. A sudden flare of instinctive defensiveness rippled through her. It seemed to come from outside of herself, and Nicky couldn't identify it. She looked around, seeing the bubbling specimen tanks on the walls of the chamber in the studio, smelling the chemical powders and the sour old blood. No, the feeling was something else. Someone shouted in the spacious entry portico, "Wizard Andre! Another of the wild beasts has been caught nearby!" A uniformed city guard hurried into the studio's main wing, squinting in the midnight blue dimness. "High Captain Stewart begged me to come for your assistance."
"Another animal? Did we not kill them all last night?"
Andre asked in a huff. Nicky felt a twinge again in her mind, defiance mixed with an instinctive fear. She shook her head to get the buzzing out of her thoughts, felt her skin crawl. And she knew where it came from. Murrah. "It is a sand panther, all alone, marked with the chief handler's runes," the guard said. "I don't know about the other members of its troika, but we have to capture it alive. Sovrina Thora says we need the animals for the combat pits." "Then I shall create more, when I have time," Andre said. Nikki watched his attention shift from his patient to another amusing obsession, but she knew she had to take charge, to go to Murrah. "I will take care of this," she said to the Fleshmancer. "You need to stay here with Nathan. Make certain he heals as quickly as possible." Andre gave her a dismissive wave, bending down and placing his ear very close to Nathan's nostrils. "I have no interest in chasing cats, no matter how large they are. I didn't create them, you know. They're wild sand panthers, captured and forced to breed, and then we raise the cubs." He shook his head. "Ivan used to enjoy that part, as I recall. Now his apprentices will have to do the work." "3 other gifted handlers are already with us in the warehouse," the guard said, still breathing hard. "They are using their magic to try to control the panther, but they may need help." Nikki was already pushing past him, out the front entryway. "Show me." Her tone of command made the man snap to attention and hurry after her. In her dreams, Nikki had seen through the eyes of her sister panther as Murrah prowled the streets, and the big cat had refused to leave, no matter how much Nikki insisted. Now, Murrah was also bottled up inside the city and separate from time. For many nights she had hunted in the shadows. Nikki had tasted the blood of rats and dogs in her mouth from the panther's kills, but she longed to run across the open prairies chasing antelope and deer. She was trapped inside the city she hated, where she had been born and branded and forced to fight in the combat arena. Against her own interests, Murrah had stayed to be with her sister panther, with Nikki. And now she was imprisoned, surrounded by tormentors. She was looking for Nikki. With a surge of smoldering hatred, Nikki viewed through Murrah's senses and understood what had happened. Someone had accidentally discovered the panther's daytime lair, and now guards and handlers closed in to capture her. Murrah was ready to fight, to attack, to kill. Nikki raced ahead of the guard, drawn to where her sister panther cried out for her. The building was a large warehouse filled with sacks of grain, burlap bags of ground flour. Wire mesh hoppers held dried corn cobs. Daylight spilled through cracks in the walls, and dust motes swirled in the air like gold dust in a stream. As she and the guard entered through the large open doors of the warehouse, Nikki's eyes adjusted to the gloom. Sovrina Thora stood next to the wizard commander, both of them with arms identically crossed over their chests, as if they really were a dedicated couple. 3 gifted apprentice handlers moved warily into the shadows, making their way among the sacks of grain and the half-full corn hopper. They looked unskilled and uncertain. Nikki had seen the apprentices working with Ivan before, but now that the chief handler was dead, their gift would have to be sufficient. Wearing his red shoulder pauldron, High Captain Stewart shouted orders, directing his guards to box in the cornered sand panther. The armored men in front extended their short swords, while the 3 behind them held cocked crossbows. "Don't kill it," said the Sovrina. "We lost enough of our animals last night. We need this one for the arena." Nikki pushed her way forward, not caring who might resist her. She gripped the forearm of the nearest crossbowman. "Leave her alone. This panther does not belong here. She is mine." Thora's eyes flared in surprise at Nikki's interference. "No, she does not. The panther belongs in the cages. If she is to die, she will die fighting one of our trained warriors." The tendons in her porcelain neck stood out. "With all the tension in this city, our people need the release of entertainment. Now that the shroud is up, we must get the city back to normal. It would be better if you chose to help us." Her voice held clear threat. Nikki whirled. "You must not send her to the combat pits. She doesn't belong here with you." The wizard commander let out a scratchy laugh. "Where else should she be? She can't leave Ildikar.
and we cannot allow a wild panther to prowl the streets." She sensed a rush of predatory anger through her nerves, and she spotted the slick feline form crouching among the tallest piles of sacks up in the shadows. With a low growl, Murrah bounded up to one of the wooden rafters overhead. Her tail thrashed as she glowered at those who would trap her. "I will take care of her myself." Nicky didn't know what else to offer. "She is my sister panther." "Nonsense." Thora scowled at Nicky. "At least the sand panther belongs here. You and your companions remain only because we allow it." "I think she's a charming and provocative guest," said Maxim. "And as you said, my dear, where else should she be? With the shroud in place, Nicky cannot leave Ildikar."
"There are other ways to leave,"
Thora muttered. Concentrating on the large cat in the rafters above, the apprentice handlers spread out below. The senior apprentice, a lantern-jawed man named Dorbo, said, "We can use the gift to push her back and capture her again." Two of them carried long wooden poles with a noose-like loop around the end, and the third held a wicked-looking whip. The senior apprentice carried a club emblazoned with Ildikaran runes. "Once we get the beast down to the floor level," said the second apprentice handler, "we can incapacitate it." "That depends on how much pain she's willing to endure," said the third. "The stun spell won't work with her protective runes." "The club itself will work well enough," said Dorbo. Nicky used a firm tone of command. "You will not harm her." Her comment elicited a glare from Thora.
"We will do what is necessary for the good of Ildikar. I could have them trust you as well, sorceress."
Maxim snickered. Nicky did not flinch. "They are welcome to try, although with the death of Ivan, I wouldn't suggest you sacrifice your remaining apprentice handlers. Then you'd have no one to control the animals." The wizard commander chuckled at the two of them. The archers knocked quarrels in their crossbows. High Captain Stewart watched anxiously, but he was calm and reserved, not willing to take precipitous action. He looked toward the rafters above, where the silhouette of the panther hunched out of reach. "Remember, Sovrina and Wizard Commander, any regular magical attack will just slide off of her," said Dorbo. "But the branded symbols do allow a handler to use certain types of spells. Let us do our work, and we will have the cat in hand in no time." Nicky felt as trapped as the big cat. Murrah had chosen a good lair, but it was only a matter of time before she was discovered. Nicky knew she could dispense with the handlers, but the wizard commander and the Sovrina were both powerful with the gift. Nicky would still fight them, but even if she managed to keep Murrah free for now, what then? The big cat couldn't simply wander the streets of Ildikar. Nicky's heart ached. The three apprentice handlers worked together, summoning their gift, prodding with their magic. Murrah snarled, paced back and forth along the wide rafter above. Her golden eyes glared down, and her white fangs gleamed in the stray sunbeams. Her growl was vicious and threatening, and Nicky caught herself making a similar growl from her own throat. The handlers sent their gift into Murrah's mind, forcing her to move. The sand panther had been trained and twisted in this manner when she was just a cub, and the handlers drove her now, jabbed her pain centers. With a roar, she leaped from the rafter onto the mounded sacks of grain. "That isn't one of Ivan's," cried one of the apprentices. "Not the cats that escaped last night." "She's an old one," said Dorbo. "Must have been set loose by the rebels a long time ago." "She does not want to be here," Nicky warned. "Don't attack her. She will kill you, and I will help her do it." The handlers ignored her, using their combined gift to push and prod and drive. Murrah fought back, snarling. Nicky felt part of the pain echoing through their spell bond, and fury built within her just as a parallel fury built within Murrah. The panther crouched on top of the mounded sacks until, sufficiently provoked, she leaped for the gathered people on the floor. Nicky shouted, "Be careful!" But she was warning Murrah, not the intended targets. This was exactly what the handlers had wanted her to do. One of Stuart's guards didn't get out of the way quickly enough, and Murrah's claws tore open the leather and chainmail on his back. The man staggered away, bleeding, but the cat did not bother with him further. The three handlers closed in, Dorbo holding up his curled fingers to focus the gift. Together, they pummeled Murrah with their special magic, knuckling her under. Two extended their poles with the open loops. Dorbo removed his whip and cracked it through the air like serpentine lightning strikes. The tip struck Murrah's haunch, drawing blood. She whirled, raking claws through the air to grab at the painful strand. "Stop!" Nikki lashed out at the handlers with her gift, shattering one of their wooden poles into splinters. They stared at her in shock. Thora twirled her right hand in the air, and Nikki felt unseen bonds of wind coalesce, wrapping her body like a cocoon, pulling tight in a suffocating grip. Focused on their own target, the other two handlers slipped forward, jabbing the loops at the panther's head, and one succeeded in slipping it around the tawny neck. Nikki fought to get free, struggling to pull her arms loose. Shredding the bonds of solidified air, she dissolved the invisible ropes, then flung the magical tatters back at the Savrina. Murrah thrashed to get away, but the noose was cinched tight. Both apprentices grabbed the pole, using all their physical strength to hold their captive. "Leave her alone!" Now that she was loose, Nikki called crackling fireballs in each hand, ready to hurl them at the handlers. Summoning a powerful counterattack with her magic, Thora sent a wall of air that knocked Nikki backward, slamming her into the rattling bin that held dry corn. "This is none of your concern, sorceress." "Yes, it is," Nikki said. "This is Murrah. She is bonded to me." She tried to summon more fire, but Maxim and Thora turned on her together, crushing down with a weight of air to hold her deadly fire in place. "Do not interfere," Thora warned, "or Maxim will turn you to stone." Nikki drew a breath for a defiant shout, but then felt an impossible blow to her head and a blur of scrambled thoughts. One of the handlers had stepped away from the thrashing panther and struck her with his specially endowed cudgel. While Murrah's runes might have protected her from a magical attack, Nikki had no protection against the stun spell. While the debilitating magic rang through her skull, making her knees buckle, the handlers closed in and got a second loop over the cat's head. Two guards threw a net over Murrah, and as she thrashed, guards swarmed in with ropes. One blow from Dorbo's club, even without the boost of the spell, sent the sand panther writhing. "We have her now," said one of the apprentices. "We did it!" Nikki forced her hammering thoughts to crystallize, and she threw off the efforts of the Savrina and the wizard commander. She felt the gift coiling through her like black lightning, and she drew herself up and faced Thora, her eyes flashing. "Murrah is part of me," she growled, ready to release a storm of additive and subtractive magic. The Savrina stared directly back, her sea-green eyes as cold as a howling blizzard. "The panther belongs to Ildakar's arena. See the spell symbols branded on her side? That beast is our property." "No, Murrah is free." The handlers managed to subdue the cat, using their magic to render her helpless. Murrah lay unconscious, growling and bleeding. High Captain Stuart and his guards looked uneasily at the confrontation between Nikki and the Savrina, holding their weapons ready. She had no doubt whose side they would take if they decided to join the attack, too. She knew she could kill all of them, or most of them, if she had to. Thora spoke sourly, as if lecturing a child. "Your belief in freedom is misplaced. Animals aren't free. Slaves aren't free. Lesser humans aren't free. They are all property. Now that you are our guest under the Shroud in Ildikar, you must understand how this city works. Ask the Fleshmancer. Those animals exist because of us. We created them." Nikki did not back down. She inhaled sharp, dusty air. "Or did they create people like you?" Thora prepared to lash out with her magic, and Nikki could feel the sizzle in the air around her. Maxim stood next to Thora, holding his gift at bay, but threatening nevertheless. The handlers also came to their feet next to the unconscious panther. Nikki felt the brewing magic all around her. She even saw the archers pointing their crossbows toward her, ready to move should the Sovrina or the wizard commander give a signal. Though her defiance continued to rumble within her, Nikki was outmatched. Back at the Fleshmancer's villa, Nathan lay unconscious, recovering, and he might not ever be able to use his magic again. Even Bannon wasn't there, wandering the city with his newfound companions. Nikki suddenly realized how alone she was in Ildikar. She could not fight them all. Not yet. As her head continued to throb from the stun club, she vowed she would pick her time. Clearly, I still have much to learn about this city. Nikki meant her words to be as cutting as the handler's whip that had struck Murrah. Indeed you do, Thora said. Take care to learn before you regret it. The handler apprentices and the guards took the bound panther with them, hauling Murrah out of the granary and off to the animal pens. Chapter 53. Nikki's anger built like a distant, ominous storm. She had no way to contact Mirror Mask and no other allies in Ildikar, and she needed to begin her fight. Now. She returned to the Grand Villa by mid-morning and went to Bannon's guest quarters. Even though she knew the young man could do little to help her against the powerful wizards, she still wanted to see him. But his bed was made, and his clumsy-looking sword was gone. She saw no sign of Amos, Jed, or Brock, either. Her concern grew. When she'd first met him in Tanamura, the victim of petty thieves, Nikki had found the young man's optimism and constant chatter bothersome. Since then, he had become a reliable companion. The young man was a good fighter, didn't complain overmuch, and was certainly devoted to Nathan and Nikki. Most important to her, he accepted Lord Rawl's cause. She wanted him with her now, but she realized she had not seen him for days. With Murrah captured and Nathan comatose, Nikki again felt the chill of being alone. Nikki thought of her years serving Emperor Jagang. Even with the full might of the Imperial Order and his army behind her, Nikki had been alone. She had fought by herself, using her powers in service of Jagang. She had thought she could survive without friends, had never wanted any. She considered friends a potential weakness, and Nikki was not weak. While among the fiercely dedicated Sisters of the Dark, she had been closely allied with her sisters and teachers, Tovi, Cecilia, Armina, and Alicia, but they had never been friends. Nikki had always solved her own problems, and now Ildikar was the problem. She had been called Death's Mistress and Slave Queen. She claimed to have a heart of black ice. Nikki would find a way to take care of this, even without Bannon, Nathan, or Murrah. I beg your forgiveness for the interruption, sorceress. It was a young, pasty-faced guard with a pointed reddish beard and pale brown eyes, partially shadowed beneath his helmet. He found her as she stood in the open hallway outside Bannon's room. The wizard commander requests a private meeting with you, and he sends his apologies. The young guard fidgeted. I don't know what he means by that, I'm afraid. Nikki frowned. Maxim had allowed Murrah to be captured, and she would not forgive him for that. I am not ready to accept his apology. She looked at the disturbing statue of the bent-backed old woman who had been petrified while going about her daily toil. What does he want? The young guard seemed embarrassed. He swore me to confidence. He wants you to meet him alone for a private conversation. An important one, he says, on top of the ruling tower. The guard swallowed visibly, his larynx bobbing up and down. He is alone in the gardens there. Nikki summoned her power and stepped closer to the young man. Her gaze bored into him. She did not use her magic, but she knew he would be able to sense the threat she posed. Tell me honestly, is it a trap? The guard stammered. No, sorceress. He genuinely wishes to speak with you, and he asked me to make sure that Sovrina Thora did not know. You mean his wife? She asked, suspicious again. She decided she would incinerate him if he made lascivious comments to her. Yes, I suppose so. I don't know what this is about. It isn't... He shook his head. Please, sorceress. I'm just following orders. There, you've completed your mission. Leave me. I will go there of my own volition. The guard hurried away, relieved.
Not sure what the wizard commander intended, Nikki tossed her loose hair, made sure that her black travel dress was immaculate, and set off. Head high, she strode across the upper streets to the ruling tower that rose like a sentinel overlooking the streets and rooftops far below. She ascended the main central staircase to the empty ruling chamber, then climbed a winding stair even higher, taking the polished stone steps in a corkscrew up to the summit and the open sky. Nikki emerged to the scent of fresh citrus blossoms and the hum of bees. She saw scalloped bird baths spaced among manicured jasmine hedges. Songbirds chirped and flitted about. On poles around the perimeter of the tower hung a fine mesh of nearly invisible silken threads to catch the myriad larks. The nets were retracted now, since Thora needed no more docile larks for her golden cages, and they hung in baggy folds from each pole. Maxim paced about in his black pantaloons and open shirt. Seeing Nikki, he turned to face her, a grin lighting up his face like a sunrise. But after that morning's capture of Mura, she had no patience for small talk, especially not with him. "What do you wish to say to me, Wizard Commander?" He pouted. "Oh, I had hoped such a beautiful woman would indulge me with a few pleasantries. It's been a grim day. My sand panther was beaten and captured, taken to the arena cages, as you well know. The wizard Nathan lies unconscious, recovering from the Fleshmancer's experiment, and my friend Bannon is missing. Have you seen him? How can I make inquiries of the city guard?" Her words were hard, demanding. Maxim made a non-committal sound. "My, it has been a difficult day for you. I'm sure Bannon is off partaking in whores or gambling with Amos and his friends. The boy has no gift and no responsibilities. You cannot blame him." "How I assign blame is my business," Nikki said. "But Bannon is not the one I fault the most. I see great rot in Ildikar. You wizards have ruled for so long that you are oblivious to the pain that resonates through the city. As leaders, the ruling council leaves much to be desired." Maxim touched the center of his chest. "Oh, that pains me in my heart. I'm so sorry you are disappointed in us." He clucked his tongue. "But I cannot entirely disagree. My dear wife is as blind to the pain of others as she is cold to me in bed, although it has been many years since I've risked frostbite to my private parts. I can find many other softer and warmer places to indulge my pleasures." He snickered. He quirked his lips in a smile. "Admittedly, the Duma is understaffed at the moment, with Ren off traveling and Ivan being digested by arena animals, and even Lonnie petrified. But my lovely Thora always sets the tone and forces others to bow to her wishes, even when the Duma is at full strength. She is quite dominant. No one stands up to her, not even I." He spread his hands. "What would be the use?" "If you stood up to her, you would change the future of Ildikar," Nikki said. "If someone stood up to her. Yes, that sounds quite ambitious. But I don't have such ambitions anymore. That isn't to say someone else couldn't stand up to her. In fact, a mere century ago, the sorceress Lonnie challenged the Sovrina's rule. Oh, Lonnie was a firebrand with a strong gift and a propensity for summoning rain and causing floods. Thanks to her, we were able to build and maintain our aqueduct system, the water delivery tunnels that run throughout our bedrock." He clucked his tongue again. "Lonnie was angry, and she challenged the Sovrina. But alas, Thora defeated her." He scratched the side of his head. "The entire Duma was secretly disappointed, but no one could admit it." Maxim narrowed his eyes. "But I noticed what a great toll the battle took on her. My dear wife was very weak, and if I'd had the initiative myself, I could have attacked and defeated her right then. But I lost my nerve." He shook his head. "At that time, I still thought I loved her." Nikki remembered the statue of the sorceress in the ruling chamber. "But Lonnie was defeated and turned to stone." "Yes, exactly." "And why are you giving me this information?" "To make a point, and to raise an example." He bent over to smell the jasmine blossoms in the hedge, waving away the honeybees. He straightened, exhaling long and slow. By the rules of Ildikar, and by all of our traditions, you can challenge Thora as Savrina. You could try to overthrow her. I thought you might be interested. I have no wish to rule this city, Nikki said. I don't want to stay here a day longer than I must. I understand completely, Maxim said dismissively. But if you did overthrow Thora, you could set the tone of the Wizards' Duma. You'd establish the agenda for any changes you want to implement, and no one would question you. I suspect several wizards would secretly agree with you, including me. Wheels spun in Nikki's mind as she considered the possibilities. If I defeated Thora, could I free Mara? You could do whatever you like. And I could command that the shroud be taken down? I wouldn't complain about that a bit. He wavered a lumbering bee away from his face. I rather enjoy the outside trade. Thora is the true isolationist. An avalanche of ideas tumbled through Nikki's thoughts. And the sorceress must save the world. This would be a way for her to achieve what Richard had asked her to do, what Red had predicted in the life book. She could free the people, make the city of Ildikar as great as legend claimed it was. But when Lonnie challenged the Savrina, she failed. Maxim kept smiling. Then you must not fail. Simple as that. Frowning, Nikki walked slowly around the potted citrus trees, came to the edge, and looked out over the stair-stepped layers of tiled rooftops, the flapping banners, the intricate labyrinth of streets, squares, and gardens. All those people, all those businesses, all those smothered hopes and dreams. She looked up to see that several songbirds had flown into one of the dangling nets, where they were caught, fluttering and struggling, their wings trapped in the silken mesh. She realized that this might be her best chance. Or a trap. You are her husband. Why are you telling me this? The wizard commander stroked his upper lip with a forefinger. No doubt you want me to tell you that I'm determined to fight for the good of my people. Of course, that's a factor. He shrugged again, and Nikki felt annoyed with him. But in reality, I've been bored with this stagnant city. Do I want to be trapped here for more interminable centuries? As far as I'm concerned, I would rather the shroud were down, and full contact was re-established with the outside. It's much more interesting out there. Maybe I might like to see this mysterious cliff wall archive that sounds so intriguing, or even attend a state dinner with your distant Lord Rawl. Those 12 slaves could certainly have been put to better use than to have their throats slit on top of the pyramid. The idea began to take root in Nikki's heart, and it sounded better and better with each passing moment. Maxim finally recaptured her attention. And there's one more reason. I also hate my wife, and want to see her destroyed. Chapter 54. Today you won't be fighting me, boy, Lila said as she led Bannon out of his cell. His Morazeth trainer had a bandaged left forearm and stained cloths wrapped around her side where the spiny wolves had mauled her. Lila had killed the animals and survived. Now she didn't seem to notice her wounds at all. And don't think it's because I am weak or in pain. Odessa has another challenger for you. She handed Bannon his sword, and he felt his heart lift as he wrapped his fingers around the familiar hilt. The Morazeth woman stood before him unarmed, wrapped like a bird with a broken wing. If he wanted to, he could simply swing the sword and kill her. He could strike her head off. He could run her through. She certainly deserved it. Lila's hard gaze bored into him. Don't even consider trying to harm me, boy. Her voice was quiet, not threatening, but filled with a wealth of danger. He realized that even if he did kill her, then what? He could fight like a madman and try to break free, but he would never defeat all the Morazeth or their indoctrinated fighters. He would not battle his way out of the tunnels single-handed. Even then, once out in the city streets, where would he go? Could he find Nikki or Nathan? No, the chance was much too small. I would never think of it, he said to her. She sniffed. Of course you wouldn't. You're weak. But I'm working on that. I will make you into a worthy fighter yet.
Bannon felt Sturdy's weight in his hand, and he grew more confident, knowing how well it had served him in many battles. Neither Lila nor any other fighter in the pits could be more fearsome than the Selka, the Dust People, or the vicious forest women who had once been his own lovers. Lila walked ahead, leading him away from his cell. He watched the muscles ripple under the exposed skin of her back, how the leather wrap around her hips rolled as she walked. Instead of taking him to the practice pits where she had first fought him, Lila led Bannon to a communal area where the trusted fighters and Morzeth trainers sparred in the open. Torches shed yellow light, accompanied by thin curls of greasy black smoke. The sandstone walls of the chambers echoed with conversations, but not the clash of metal on metal. Bannon saw several Morzeth standing against the rough walls near muscular male fighters. Normally, the trainees would be practicing with various weapons, but now the smooth sandstone floor had been cleared, empty and waiting. Bannon tightened his grip on the sword. Everyone seemed to be waiting for him. He felt sweat prickle his skin and wished he had his normal clothes back, his homespun shirt, his canvas trousers. He felt exposed, with only the rough cloth wrapped around his hips. Odessa stood there like a spring-wound crossbow, even though she held no weapon except for the agile knife attached to her hip. "You are ready to fight?" Lila answered for him. "Yes, he is." Bannon didn't have any say in the matter. Good, because if he is not ready, then he will die. Odessa turned her head and called out, "Champion!" Bannon's heart stuttered in his chest as a hard young man emerged from a side tunnel. Though he was only Bannon's age, Ian carried the weight of years of misery. "Sweet sea-mother," Bannon whispered, and his hand clenched around his sword as if strangling the hilt. Ian stepped forward, blank-faced, his gray eyes cold as frozen steel. His bare chest and arms were a webwork of scars, straight slashes from blades, swoops and curls from ragged wounds, perhaps claw marks. His brown hair was cropped close. His lips were a firm line, neither a smile nor a snarl. Instead of a metal blade, he carried a wooden knout, a rectangular club as long as his arm. The four sides were smooth, with sharp edges, though bands of hard leather were wrapped around several places. He gripped the club, swinging it easily. Bannon's throat went dry. He was reminded of the wooden axe handle his father had used to beat his mother to death. "I don't want to fight you, Ian," he said in a low voice. Odessa laughed. "It does not matter what you want, boy." Lila pushed him, and Bannon stumbled closer to Ian, who stood like a tree carved into the shape of a man. "Fighters fight," Ian said. "But friends don't," Bannon said. He held his arms out, raising Sturdy with its point turned away. "I'm your friend, Ian. We were friends. Do you remember Kyria Island?" "No one wants to hear you talk," Odessa said. "Demonstrate your skills, or your failings." "But," Bannon looked at the Morzeth leader, "I have a sword. I could kill him. He just has a club." "If you can kill my champion, then he is worthless to me, and I will just take another lover," she said. "Do not be fooled. The knout can be just as deadly as a sword. Ian can batter you to death with a sharp edge, or just bruise you with the leather-wrapped parts. The choice is his. And yours, boy. Can you defend yourself?" Bannon glanced at Odessa, then at Lila, seeking some escape while trying to find words. In that moment, Ian moved like an arrow launched from a bow. Making no sound or threat, he lunged, swept back his arm, and swung the knout with all the strength he possessed. Bannon saw him just in time, twisted out of the way, and brought Sturdy up so that the sword blade deflected some of the force. The club's sharp edge grazed his shoulder, and Bannon realized it would have been a killing blow if he hadn't dodged in time. He staggered backward, whirling to face his opponent. He heard the Morzeth muttering, critiquing, some cheering, others jeering. Lila's sharp voice cut through them all. "Fight, boy! Disappoint me at your peril!" Bannon braced himself, and Ian paced back and forth, studying him. He shifted the knout from one shoulder to the other. His gray eyes darted. "Ian, I'm sorry," Bannon said. The words seemed to trigger the other young man. Ian strode toward him, sweeping the knout down toward his head.
Bannon swung Sturdy up to meet the heavy wooden club, and the blow rang through his wrists and arms all the way up to his shoulder. He yelled in pain, stumbled back, and Ian kept coming. Bannon parried with his sword, using every skill that Nathan had taught him during their training sessions. "I don't want to hurt you, Ian." The young man's lips curled back. "Fighters fight." He drew a quick breath. "Cowards die." "I'm sorry, Ian," Bannon cried again. "I mean it. I shouldn't have run. I shouldn't have let the Norikai have you." Anger flared across Ian's face, and he swung the knout again, battering Bannon. Sturdy's sharp edge shaved off splinters of the wood, gouged notches into the club, but the blows themselves nearly broke Bannon's wrists. "You talk too much," Odessa called. Her words only hardened the determination. "I talk because I have something to say to him," Bannon snapped. He softened his voice, even as the wooden club smashed against the sword. "Do you remember when we collected shells on the beach, or picked crabs from the tide pools?" He watched for any flicker of memory on Ian's scarred face. "Remember when we found caterpillars on the cabbages, and raised them until they hatched into white butterflies?" Ian swung, his face blank, and Bannon raised the sword to block the club. "Remember it, Ian? I know you remember it." "I remember the Norikai," he said, and struck again, harder. The knout slid down the sword and struck him on the right bicep, leaving what would surely be a purple bruise within days, if Bannon survived. "Do you remember the stray dog we fed? How we collected scraps and gave them to him every night until my father caught me?" Dark wings of memory fluttered around his vision. "I paid dearly for that." His father had beaten him so badly he could barely get out of bed for days. His body was so mottled with bruises he had been ashamed to show himself, and his father had told the other people in the town that Bannon suffered from a bad fever. Ian had come to check on him, worried about his friend. The champion faltered. "I fed him for that week when you were in bed. Then he ran away." "I'm sorry," Bannon said again. "When I learned you were here in Ildikar, I came to save you. I tried to get you free." "He is free. Free to be a fighter," Odessa said. "I am free to die in the arena." Ian's expression became wooden again, and he flashed forward, swinging the club. Bannon braced himself, blocked the blows. Lila removed her agile knife, holding the black handle in the hand of her unbandaged arm. "If you don't draw blood, boy, I will make you feel more pain than you have ever before enjoyed." "I don't enjoy pain," Bannon said. "Then fight!" Lila cried. He drove himself forward, hoping to somehow render Ian senseless so this combat would end. He swung his sword, imagining not his warm boyhood friend, not the companion who had roamed across the island with him. Ian swung the knout sideways like a mallet, trying to crush Bannon's ribs, but he spun out of the way, his muscles oiled with the heat of the battle. Blow met blow. The knout was splintered, and Sturdy's edge was dulled. Bannon thought of how he had chopped the testing block to pieces in the swordsmith's backyard in Tanamura. "I'm sorry, Ian," he said again. He saw an opening, his friend's head exposed, and he turned the sword, using the flat of the blade. He knew this was how it had to be. He could stun Ian, end this combat. He saw the sword descend with plodding slowness, moving through the air like thick honey toward the curve of Ian's skull. At the last instant, his friend somehow moved with the speed and grace of a coiled whip. The knout slithered up, deflected the blade, and twisted Bannon's wrist. He gasped in pain, spun, and tried to dodge, unable to believe that he had missed his target. Then the knout came up and around faster than Bannon could react, faster than his eyes could even process the blur. He had no breath with which to cry out. From the corner of his eye, he watched the deadly club hurtle toward the side of his head. Only at the last instant did the square club rotate slightly, so that the splintered edge turned, and the leather-wrapped section smashed the side of Bannon's skull, just above his ear. The explosion of blackness engulfed him and sucked him down into a bottomless pit of pain. Chapter 55. Full darkness fell over the city.
When the Duma members declared a rare nighttime session to discuss the damage done by the rebels, Nikki decided not to wait any longer. She chose her moment. This would be the time. She was on her own here in Ildikar, and she knew it, but she was never helpless. Nikki had slain wizards before. She had proven herself again and again. Though she was wary about how Lani had failed in her challenge a century ago, Nikki knew she was more powerful than Thora, and she would demonstrate it. "I am like an enemy unlike any you have ever seen before," she muttered to herself as she climbed the stairs of the ruling tower. When she reached the throne chamber, the Savrina and the wizard commander sat on their tall chairs while the remaining Duma members, Andre, Elsa, Quentin, and Damon, had taken their places. Nikki kept thinking of Mura, now imprisoned in a cage with the other combat animals. Nathan remained stretched out in the Fleshmancer's studio, breathing, but lost in his coma. They were trapped beneath the shroud that contained all the people of Ildikar. The shroud created when Thora had butchered those 12 poor slaves on the stair-stepped pyramid. As Nikki walked into the open chamber with the tall windows that looked out to the glittering city buildings far below, she felt the fire within her. And the sorceress must save the world. Perhaps the world didn't need saving. Richard had already done that, far to the north. But the city of Ildikar certainly needed something. It needed her. She was Death's mistress. She would be sufficient. Stepping forward into full view, Nikki concentrated on her gift, feeling all the powers and abilities she had gathered over the years, spells she had learned, tactics and techniques. The air crackled like an aura around her. The fabric of her dark skirts flowed and stirred. Her loose blonde hair drifted faintly as if charged with a building storm. The Morazeth Odessa stood beside the raised dais, watchful, as if she guarded the Savrina like a pet hound. The hardened warrior woman looked at Nikki, did not seem impressed. Wizard Commander Maxim perked up on his throne as Nikki arrived, and a satisfied smile crossed his face. Savrina Thora scowled at the interruption, and her sea-green eyes drank in Nikki's demeanor. "Sorceress, you are presumptuous to intrude on our meeting. You already interfered enough today." "Perhaps she should join us," said Damon, stroking his long, drooping mustaches. This evening he had tied tiny garnet baubles into the long pointed ends. "The ruling council is short 2 members, and she is strong enough. Maybe she offers a valid outside perspective." "Actually, we're short 3 members from what the Duma should be," Elsa said, glancing over at the statue of Lani frozen in place. "And therefore from what the ruling council should be." Nikki announced, "Tonight, the council will be short yet another member, after I remove Savrina Thora from her position." Gasps rippled among the wizards seated on their stone benches. Fleshmancer Andre ran his fingers down his thick, braided beard. "Ah, so it is a challenge, hmm?" "It is a challenge, by the rules of Ildikar," Nikki said. "I find the Savrina unfit to rule. She is a despot and casts a shadow over this city. The Duma members are also partially responsible for this harsh culture that hurts so many of its people." She looked at the other wizards, accusing. "But the ship goes where the captain guides it. Therefore, I must take the helm and change the course of Ildikar." She stepped forward, and the crackle around her intensified. "With Thora gone, maybe the rest of you will remember your humanity." Maxim chuckled. "Keeper's beard? How grandiose! This is more entertaining than I had hoped." At the side of the dais, Odessa stiffened, ready to attack Nikki, but she did not move, waiting for instructions. Nikki focused on her main opponent. Thora glared at her husband and rose slowly from her seat. Nikki could sense the roiling power of the Savrina's gift building around her, like a cocoon of invisible but deadly magic. Her complex tapestry of woven braids twitched and writhed like a nest of snakes around her head. "You are not even one of us, Nikki. How dare you challenge me?" "I dare much," Nikki said, then lowered her voice. "You made a grave mistake by capturing my sand panther. But that was only your most recent mistake." Aloof, Thora glided down the 2 steps to stand on the open blue marble floor. Maxim leaned forward in his chair, resting his elbows on his black pantaloons and placing his flat palms together. Nicky wondered whether he really wanted her to win, whether, as he'd said, his hatred for Thora ran so deep that he wished to see his wife destroyed, or whether perhaps he just wanted fresh entertainment in what he considered to be an endless, boring life. Maxim said, "By our laws, she is allowed to challenge you. You cannot be afraid, Thora." The Savrina's face twisted in a grimace. She glared at her husband, then swung her gaze to encompass the entire ruling chamber. "This foreign sorceress knows nothing about our laws, our traditions. This challenge has nothing to do with a pet animal. She is a spy sowing sedition. She came here, pretending to request help for a powerless wizard, but she meant to destroy our way of life from the beginning." Nicky stood cold and defiant. "Not true. I would have liked nothing better than to find that this city was worthy of its own legends. But I swiftly realized that this is no perfect society at all." "You are in league with Miramask and his rebels," Thora accused. "And I can prove it." The Duma members muttered. Thora strode past her to a stone side table, where she picked up a porcelain water pitcher. Stepping to the center of the blue marble floor, the Savrina poured the water in a steady stream onto the polished stone. The water spread out in a broad, shallow pool. Thora cast the porcelain pitcher aside, where it shattered on the tiles. She held her hands over the puddle, summoning her gift. The reflective surface of the water stirred, swirled, and became like a window into preserved images. "We have been watching these strangers, along with many suspicious people," Thora said. "This is a trick I learned from Lonnie before I defeated her. All of the wash basins throughout the city, the reflecting basins mounted on the walls, the still fountains. They are scrying pools." And now she smiled. In his tall chair on the dais, the wizard commander perked up, surprised. The other wizards muttered. Even Edessa took a step forward from the dais, watching closely. "Any such pool is more than a mirror. It is a lens, through which I can observe whenever I wish. What is reflected on the surface of the water can be reflected elsewhere, and I have watched Nicky and her impotent wizard companion. Behold." She swept her hand in a circular motion, and Nicky saw herself reflected in the image, standing next to Nathan. The sound emanated from the pool of water. They spoke in low voices in his room late one night. Nicky remembered the conversation, which took place after she had made contact with Miramask and his rebels. Thora had selected the words carefully, pulling out damning snippets. "We must find a way to overthrow this city's leadership." The Duma members grumbled, but Thora smiled. She flicked her fingers, summoning more words Nicky had spoken in private to Nathan. "When we are doing the right thing, we are always in a position of strength. The ruling council will fall." Nicky stood straight-backed, cold. The images shifted again. "As a sorceress, I am confident I could stand against any member of the Duma. Maybe I should challenge them, become one of the rulers of Ildikar." She was shocked to hear her own words condemn her. But oddly, some of the wizards in the chamber seemed more appalled to learn that Thora had been spying on all of them. "You can do this from any reflecting basin? Any fountain?" Damon stroked his long mustaches, clearly agitated. "You can use a scrying spell to observe any part of the city? Any person?" "Whenever I choose," Thora said. Hearing the mutters of consternation, she turned on them. "Why? Are you plotting treason yourselves? If not, you have nothing to fear. Did you not just hear what the sorceress said?" She pointed an accusing finger toward Nicky, then down toward the repeating images reflected in the spilled water. "She has proclaimed herself guilty. Her own words prove that she intends to bring down Ildikar. She came here to sow discord among us. This is all part of her scheme. Watch." Next, Thora displayed images at night, from outside in a shadowed city square when she had first met Miramask and his followers next to the fountain. A fountain whose water captured the images and words. "I also support you,
as do my companions. We can be a great help, if you have a plan. But the oppression in Ildikar is powerful, and the masked rebel leader's damning response. You are indeed one of us, Sorceress Nikki. As Thora continued to show the results of her unexpected magical spying, Nikki watched the distaste and resentment grow on the faces of the Duma members. She defiantly faced Thora, who stood across from her on the other side of the spilled water. You must eavesdrop on many private nighttime conversations, not just my own. She ignored the images wafting up from the scrying pool. This changes nothing in my challenge to you. I made no secret. I call you out. Without your corrupt leadership, there would be no unrest in the city. There would be no need for a mirror mask. You created this situation, and you must be removed. Nikki stepped up to the very edge of the spilled water. She thought about the lands Richard had freed, the incredible enemies he had defeated, the tyrants he had overthrown. If he could achieve such impossible victories, Nikki could do the same thing in his name. Thora laughed. Do you wish to lie? Do you deny your sedition before the members of the Duma? I deny nothing, because it means nothing. Those words don't negate my challenge. Nikki flashed a quick glance at Maxim, who nodded slightly. By the laws of Ildikar, I still demand to face you. Chapter 56. Swelling with indignation, the Sovrina stared at her challenger across the puddle that still reflected images of Nikki's secret conversations. Thora's voice dripped with scorn. An outsider does not dictate to me. We granted you courtesy here in Ildikar because you are a gifted stranger, but now you make me regret my welcome. Nikki maintained her silence, waiting for her challenge to be acknowledged. Her gift coiled restlessly within her, hungry to be released. Lounging in his ornate chair, Maxim chuckled. Regret it all you like, my dear wife. That doesn't change the facts. Every member of the Wizard's Duma knows the laws of the city. The rules have not changed since Lani defied you. Any gifted person may challenge the rule of Ildikar, to be decided by demonstration of powers, which we have by tradition interpreted to mean combat. The Sovrina glared at her husband. What you say is true? Even if this upstart sorceress chooses to corrupt our rules for her own purposes? She studied the other wizards, trying to determine which of them sided with Nikki and which would support her. Odessa lounged against the cool stone wall, watching the tense tableau with her flashing dark eyes. Nikki kept her hands loose at her sides, her fingers curled. Maxim shifted in his chair, sliding toward the edge of his seat. What say you, Thora? We don't have all night. Thora stared at Nikki with her face drawn. I, too, know the laws of our city, and I shall invoke my own rule. Anyone may challenge the ruler of Ildikar to combat. Her lips twisted like a withered rosebud. But as the challenged party, I also have the right to choose my champion. She lifted her head, and the complex loops and whorls of her braids danced about. This outsider is not worthy of my time or effort. Odessa, you are my champion. She made a dismissive gesture as she backed toward the dais. Kill Nikki for me. The other wizards gasped. Andre chuckled. This will be interesting, Nikki turned to look at the seemingly relaxed warrior woman, her skin covered with brand marks. Odessa held up her gauntleted left hand and touched the hilt of her short sword with her right. She came forward with a languid rolling gait, building up her wariness, her combat readiness. Odessa looked as dangerous as a death-rise flower. As the Sovrina lowered herself back into her ruling chair, Nikki called, You won't fight your own battles? Not even to hold on to your personal rule? Thora sat back, brushing a hand across the blue silk of her gown to smooth the fabric on her thighs. I find it more satisfying to observe. She nodded to Odessa. Don't disappoint me. The Morizeth came closer to Nikki, raising her short sword to fight. I will not, Sovrina. I have corrected many arrogant pups in the training pits. They all have an exaggerated sense of their worth and their own abilities. until they are broken. This sorceress is no different. Nikki turned her full attention to Odessa, locking her eyes with the fighter's ageless stare. Odessa's scars bore testament to how many vicious fights she had survived, but Nikki knew she would not survive this one. Odessa sprang forward without a flicker of warning, sweeping with her short sword while letting out a blood-curdling yell. Nikki's black dress flowed around her as she held up her curled hand and released the gift that was so impatient at her fingertips. Incandescent fire boiled up in her palm, a sphere of wizard's fire the size of a ripe orange. She had no interest in a prolonged combat, did not wish to give Odessa the honor of a drawn-out fight. She just wanted to finish this and bring down Sovrina Thora. Nikki hurled the blazing ball, which struck Odessa in the center of the chest, spreading across her bare skin and the black leather wrap. It should have incinerated her. Wizard's fire was one of the most horrific weapons Nikki possessed, a persistent, unquenchable blaze that would burn an opponent and keep burning it until it ate through the charred bones. But her fire merely rippled across the marks on the Morazeth's naked skin and flowed around to dissipate in the air behind her. Odessa didn't even pause in her attack. Nikki ducked as the short sword whistled through where her neck had been. She felt the steel skim across her loose blonde hair, snipping a few strands. Odessa landed on her studded sandals, spun, and attacked again. Nikki lunged out with her magic, releasing a hammer blow of condensed air that should have flattened her opponent, but again the wind simply flowed around her spell-branded skin, without touching her. She heard Elsa gasp in her seat, while Andre chuckled. From the corner of her eye, she saw Thora on her throne. The Sovrina wore an expression of seething anger, while beside her Maxim grinned, one leg crossed over the other, as if he had not enjoyed himself so much in a long time. Nikki's fierce wind skirled and ricocheted around the walls of the high tower, rattling the windows, but Odessa was immune. The Morazeth closed in, swinging her gauntleted fist. The blow crashed into the side of Nikki's face, making her reel away, her cheek gashed by the brass studs. Nikki folded herself backward, bending as far as possible so that the backsweep of Odessa's short sword barely missed gutting her. "Your magic doesn't work on a Morazeth," Odessa said. "You should have been warned." Still stinging from the blow to her head, Nikki recovered, braced herself. "Then I'll fight you without my magic." She never took her eyes from her opponent as she drew her 2 daggers, one at each hip. "It's all the same to me." Thora leaned to the side and spoke to her husband. "I told you this would not take long." Her voice hardened into an accusation. "I know you put her up to this, Maxim. She will pay for it, and I'll make you pay as well." "You are too quick to judge, my dear wife. Watch." Nikki held the 2 daggers in a loose grip as she kept moving, circling, watching Odessa. The Morazeth's sword was longer than the daggers, but Nikki would be nimble. Her dress constricted her. The fabric gathered around her legs. The bodice hugged her waist and chest, while Odessa had nothing to confine her. And nothing to protect her. Nikki jabbed with the dagger in her left hand, provoking, feinting, then slashed with the knife in her right hand. Odessa easily dodged and drove in. Nikki lured her close enough so that when the Morazeth jabbed with the short sword, Nikki released her right-hand dagger, letting it clatter to the floor. With her free hand, she snatched the warrior woman's wrist in an iron grip to keep the sword away, then swept her left leg and stomped on Odessa's foot. She heard the bones crunch beneath the sandal ties. Odessa snarled, but did not cry out. She swung her gauntleted fist and punched Nikki in the stomach, knocking the wind out of her. Nikki staggered backward, struggling to suck in air, dodging the tip of the blade. Now she had only one knife. Pursuing her, Odessa splashed into the spilled puddle of water on the floor, somehow ignoring the pain of her broken foot. She limped only slightly. Nikki scrambled out of the pool, backing away, and just as Odessa charged, Nikki released more magic, but not against the Morazeth this time. With her gift, she sucked heat out of the floor tiles, turned the spilled water into a sudden mirror-smooth covering of bitter-cold ice. Already running headlong, the warrior woman lost her footing and sprawled across the ice. Nikki took advantage and leaped upon the Morazeth as Odessa scrambled to her feet. Nikki knocked her back down onto the ice, raised her dagger to deal a death blow. But Odessa's gauntleted hand flashed up, catching her arm. Though Nikki grunted and strained, trying to drive the dagger down, her muscles were no match for the Morazeth's. To concentrate on her strength, Odessa let go of her short sword, but Nikki focused only on pushing the dagger point closer and closer to the hollow of her opponent's throat. Odessa used only one hand. Nikki didn't see her fumble with something at her waist, pulling out a short black cylinder. She heard a faint snick, saw the glint of a silvery needle. Odessa jabbed her agile knife into Nikki's side. Pain exploded like chain lightning surging through her network of nerves, making her drop her dagger. Her joints turned to jelly. Nikki writhed away, gasping. Apparently, this woman was more like the moored Sith than she had guessed. Odessa, back on her feet again, kicked Nikki in the rib cage with her intact foot, then again in the kidneys. Nikki grunted and rolled, trying to recover. The crippling pain had ended the moment she broke free of the tiny needle, but Odessa kept her down with brutal blows. Nikki tried to get to her hands and knees, to squirm away. Jigang had beaten her far worse than this, and she had survived. Odessa swung a hammer blow with her gauntleted fist, striking the other side of Nikki's head directly in the temple. Her vision filled with black spiderwebs. Each breath was like inhaling fire mixed with broken glass. She swayed, refusing to collapse. Blood poured out of her nose and mouth. The blows paused for a moment, and Nikki saw that Odessa had snatched up her short sword from where it lay on the patch of ice. Nikki staggered back toward the wall, trying to find a place where she could defend herself. With a flash of her gift, she turned one of the tiles in front of the Morazeth into a red-hot square, which shimmered, turned molten, but the other woman lurched over it. Odessa prowled forward with only the slightest smile on her lips, a predator ready to take down its prey. She glanced back at Thora. "How many pieces would you like her in, Sovrina?" Thora descended the dais, swelling larger as she pulled the gift around her, building her magic to a crackling storm that cowed the other wizards in the room, even Maxim. "You've done enough, Odessa. I will finish this." Nikki gathered her strength to fight back. Shockwaves of pain sprang from numerous points throughout her body. The obedient Morazeth just stood there, watching, looming, threatening. Nikki raised her defiant gaze toward the Sovrina. "My battle was never with Odessa." Nikki summoned her gift, building the magic within her. "You dared to challenge me," Thora said. "It is time to discard you. Dump you like a chamber pot, so that no one—" She swept her hand sideways, and a wall of air slammed into Nikki with incredible force, 10 times stronger than anything she had felt before, driving her backward. "Ever?" Thora struck an even harder blow. Nikki skidded toward the wall, trying to regain her strength, pulling up a shield. "Challenges me?" Thora used both of her hands, and Nikki was too weak to ward off the final bone-crushing blow. "Again!" Nikki deflected only a fraction of the magic before all the solidified air struck her like a battering ram, pushed her up and back. Her body smashed through the windows of the high tower, and Nikki flew out into the gulf of the open, bottomless night. Chapter 57. Even after years of studying in the Cliffwall archives, Oliver had learned more in a few months of journeying across the old world than he had ever acquired from books. He and Peretta had both absorbed the details of the uncharted landscape, working their way over the mountains to the sea, then sailing north to breathtaking cities. And now the two were going home at last, their minds filled with more than a lifetime of adventures. Captain Norcross and 50 soldiers had remained behind in Renda Bay to help the villagers build fortifications, manufacture weapons, and prepare to defend themselves against raiders from the sea. Town leader Thaddeus was breathless with gratitude. "The Norakai are sure to come back. They always do. We fought back and maybe stung them a little, but they won in each case, no matter what we did." "The next time," General Zimmer said before heading out with the rest of the expeditionary force, "you will deal them a much more painful wound. Captain Norcross will make sure of that." Norcross gave his sister Amber a farewell embrace before the line of troops departed inland, following the river road. Oliver and Peretta led the line, sharing a horse, because there were not enough mounts for all the soldiers in the expeditionary force. Even with the mild voyage down from Saramundi, 10 horses had perished below decks. Such beasts were not meant to be kept for long in the hold. Oliver had felt sorry about the poor animals, but knew that the remaining horses would face even more horrific conditions if they went to an actual war. Lost in his thoughts, Oliver shuddered as they rode along the river with the 100 eager soldiers, who were supposedly the best fighters in the Daharan army. Seated in front of him on the saddle, Peretta turned around to look at him. "What's wrong? I felt you shiver." "I just had a thought about war." He realized how close he was holding her, both of them crowded in the saddle. She was thin and bony, and he felt her spine press against his chest, but somehow he found it pleasant. Her dark ringlets of hair stirred in the breeze that whispered up the wide river. "Why would you think of war?" "Because of these soldiers and the horses." "Then you must not have been listening to what the prelate and the general told us. The wars are over, and the imperial order has been defeated. Lord Rahl opened the whole world to peace and prosperity, and we're part of it. Nikki said so herself. It's good news." "Then why do we need all these soldiers?" he asked. "Why does Dahara require such a large army in the first place?" "Why, to make certain the peace stays that way." She huffed and looked forward again. "You worry too much." The horses walked double file along the wide river road. The expedition made good time for days, crossed the foothills, and then descended into the next valley, where they found the remnants of imperial roads. Each night at camp, the 2 scholars joined Prelate Verna and the general for dinner in his command tent. Zimmer studied each day's charts, which were updated regularly by his staff cartographers. Verna was interested to hear tales of Cliffwall and the magical knowledge stored there. Peretta could recite many of the tomes verbatim, and often did so, long past the point where even the prelate seemed interested. Oliver was more careful to choose his stories, and to tell them well. As they sat around the central wooden table in the general's tent, eating portions of a wild turkey one of the scouts had brought down with an arrow, Oliver told more background of Cliffwall. Before the Great Wizard Wars, when magic was outlawed and the gifted were hunted down, when magical libraries were seized or torched, some wizards realized that the only way to preserve knowledge for the future was to hide it. For years, as Sulikan's army swept across the old world conquering city after city, the wizards secretly gathered all the important writings they could find and constructed a treasure trove of arcane lore. They found an isolated spot in unknown canyons, deep in the high desert. There, they built the Cliffwall Library, and spent years stockpiling books and scrolls, stashing the knowledge where it would be safe from Sulikan's grasp. Many wizards were slain, but they kept the secret. Cliffwall grew, its shelves and vaults filled with thousands of the most important books ever written. He took another bite of the juicy turkey meat, drawing out the paws. Then they created a camouflage shroud to cover the cliff archive, so it looked like nothing more than a canyon wall. That library remained preserved for 3,000 years. Peretta handed him a napkin, and he self-consciously wiped his lips. But now, a new generation of scholars can study the books. One of the members discovered a way to break down the camouflage shroud about 50 years ago, Peretta said, and a troubled look crossed her face as she pressed her lips together. Victoria. She caused problems of her own, but she did open up Cliffwall again. No one had been able to do that for centuries, although many had tried. You keep speaking of members, but you never explained exactly what they are, General Zimmer said, discarding a turkey bone and peeling a strip of golden-brown skin with his fingers, then slipping it into his mouth. The young woman was happy to explain. The members were gifted scholars who had a mission to preserve all that knowledge in another way. We memorized it. All of it. We read and preserved scroll after scroll, committing every word to memory while the camouflage shroud was in place. For 3,000 years? Verna asked. Dear spirits, was there a preservation web implanted in the cliffs? How did you survive so long? Oh, we live a normal lifespan, Peretta said.
The members passed their knowledge along from generation to generation. For millennia, we were the only ones who knew all the prophecies, all the spells, and all the history hidden away.
Oliver interrupted. But now everyone can read the books for themselves. Seeing Peretta flinch, he mollified her. Oh, the members are still a valuable resource. They can call up their own knowledge much more quickly than a scholar like me can read shelves of books to find a specific stanza or turn a phrase. It's best if the members and scholars work together. He took one of the unclaimed turkey legs and used a table knife to slice off half of the meat, offering it to Peretta, who accepted it as an apparent peace offering. I will be glad when my sisters and I can study some of that library, Prelate Verna said. It makes me nervous to know that so many dangerous spells are in the hands of untrained amateurs. We can help. Oliver distracted himself with a second hard camp biscuit. The prelate was right. No one would forget the painful debacle of the life drinker, when a scholar accidentally unleashed a terrible magic that destroyed all life for miles around, or the equally ill-considered restoration spell worked by Victoria, who created deadly jungles so rampant they might have swallowed the world. After he swallowed his dry biscuit, Oliver said, "We will be very glad to have you there guiding us." The next day, the large contingent of soldiers rode across the valley and up into the mountains, encountering occasional villages. When they reached the town of Lockridge, they found a flurry of rebuilding efforts and freshly planted crops, even though it was late in the season. Intrepid townspeople had ventured down the old roads and into the hills to re-establish trade with other villages around the mountains. Mayor Raymond Barr welcomed the line of troops, recognizing Oliver and Peretta from when they had passed through weeks earlier. Nicky, Nathan, and Bannon had liberated Lockridge and all the other local towns from the accursed adjudicator, who pronounced people guilty and transformed them into statues. Nicky and Nathan had killed the adjudicator and broken the spell, and Lockridge and other towns were all just getting back on their feet. No one had yet been able to determine how many years, or even centuries, they had remained petrified, but they were getting on with their lives now. "We have little food to resupply such a large force," Mayor Barr said apologetically. "But we have some grain and smoked sausages. We can make a large pot of goat stew to feed you and your men." "Goat stew? That would be most appreciated," said General Zimmer. "We are glad for your hospitality. Our soldiers will use the water from your well, and my top officers would sleep in your inn." "We could find at least 20 beds among our available homes," Barr said. "The rest will have to camp. We'll find good places for them." Zimmer smiled. "I'll have my men draw lots to choose who gets to sleep on a straw tick instead of the hard ground, and we will help with the food where we can." He dispatched several of his best hunters into the forest, and they returned with 2 deer, which they added to the feast. The people of Lockridge celebrated the hope that the Daharan army brought them, the reassurance of a peace that would last for years to come. Peretta sat next to Oliver as they ate, enjoying the goat, bean, and barley stew. The young woman's gaze was distant as she leaned closer to him. "When we came through here before, I had no idea how wide the world was, or how far we had traveled. We had come so far by the time we got here." She laughed. "And now that we're back in Lockridge, it seems we're almost home." "We are almost home." He patted her forearm, then withdrew shyly. "We'll make it, I promise." The 2 of them slept on blankets outside in the town square. They didn't even draw straws for a chance at a bed. By now, Oliver was accustomed to warm nights under the open starry skies, and he didn't mind bedding down next to Peretta. They set off into the mountains, following the road that crossed ridge after ridge, climbing higher until they reached the summit of a large divide. Gazing down into the huge open valley, Oliver caught his breath and stared. Squinting, he could make out patches of green, the flowing silver of a river, irregularly shaped mirrors of lakes, even geometrical squares of newly planted cropland. It took him a long moment to recognize what he was seeing. "That used to be the scar." "Does that mean we're close to Cliff Wall?" asked Verna. She sounded weary and eager at the same time. "Closer than we were yesterday," Peretta said. "Still many days yet." Oliver couldn't contain his excitement. That was all barren desolation not long ago, drained dry by the life drinker. Then it became a bastion of impenetrable forest, thanks to Victoria. Peretta said, "But now the world is returning to normal again, thanks to Nicky." She stretched out her hand toward the vast valley. "We have to go down there, around the rim, and then up into the high desert. See the plateau there on the horizon? The canyons and cliff wall are there." Oliver sat behind her on the horse, felt her firm body against him. He spoke more for Peretta's benefit than for anyone else's. "Yes, we're almost home." Chapter 58. After smashing through the high window, Nicky fell through space, plummeting out into darkness. The cold claws of the night air grabbed at her battered body. Blood droplets from her wounds sprayed in the air, flowing upward and drifting away like red stars among the strange constellations. She plunged, her black dress whipping around her. The stone walls of the ruling tower flashed past, and then the stark cliffs of the plateau's edge as she hurtled toward the twinkling lights, rooftops, and convoluted streets of the lower city far below. She felt like a bird, a black raven with broken wings dropping toward her death. But Nicky could not fly, because she was not a bird. She was a sorceress. She was Death's mistress. And although Odessa had battered her and Sovrina Thora had delivered the coup de grace by blasting her through the windows, Nicky was not destroyed, not defeated. She fell, but she could save herself. She had controlled the wind before, using her gift to manipulate the air, pulling together a solid barrier. Now, despite her pain-scrambled thoughts, she drew in a quick breath, tasting iron blood in her mouth. She summoned the breezes into a lifeline, gathered the winds beneath her to slow her fall. Rooftops rushed toward her with the speed of an arrow in flight. Nicky had only seconds. She strengthened the air, pushed it around her, felt her body tumble. The tiled roofs and tangled streets shot closer, and she knew she was still going too fast. She spread out her arms, trying to guide her descent. With a nudge of wind, she knocked herself sideways, scraping past the sharp gutter of a 3-story building, only 20 feet from impact. Nicky cried out, drawing upon all the magic she possessed. She refused to fail, refused to die. But even though her anger was strong, she didn't have the precise control she needed. The backlash of breezes buffeted her in the air and slammed her into the building wall as she dropped into the chasm of a dark alley. With one last burst, she turned onto her back, slowed herself, and crashed onto the slimy, garbage-strewn cobblestones of a dark street behind a tannery and a warehouse. She cracked her head against the hard ground and surrendered to merciful half-consciousness. Nicky didn't let herself slip into the blissful blackness, though. She had often escaped into the blessed respite of unconsciousness as a personal defense. Many times, Jigang had beaten her senseless when he raped her, and that brief escape into oblivion was sometimes her only way to defy him. She would surrender completely to the blows, just to deny him the satisfaction of hearing her cry out from the pain. Nicky didn't need to escape now, though. She couldn't hide from the pain. This pain was part of her. This pain meant she had survived. She lay for a long moment with her eyes closed, smelling the stink of tannery chemicals, the discarded scraps of yaxen hide, the gobbets of tissue scraped from the leather and dumped in a midden pile for the rats to fight over. She heard the rodents rustling through the dripping liquid in the gutters, stirring the garbage in a back alley where no one would see. Lying motionless, Nicky took a silent inventory of her body, tasting the blood in her mouth, smelling it caked in her nose. Her head throbbed from a cracked skull, probably a concussion. Her muscles had been smashed from the brutal combat as well as the fall, and she knew her pale skin would become a mottled canvas of bruises. As she inhaled and exhaled, she could tell that several of her ribs were cracked. A sufficiently gifted wizard could have healed her, but she was all alone here except for the rats. She could use her own gift to heal herself, once she regained enough strength, but that would be a long time coming. She doubted any of the wizards of Ildikar would lift a finger to help her, even if some of them also secretly resented the Sovrina's hard ways. They would not admit it, now that Nikki had failed in her challenge. At least she hadn't been turned to stone, like the defiant sorceress Lonnie. That meant she could still fight. For now, she had to endure and survive. Nikki opened her eyes. Despite the pain, she forced herself to move, getting to her feet slowly and methodically, catching her breath. She looked up between the buildings that rose on either side of her, the tannery and the warehouse. The ominous pinnacle of the ruling tower stood like a sentinel on the edge of the plateau. It seemed impossibly high above her. She couldn't believe she had fallen that far and lived. When she looked at the walls of the warehouse, Nikki noticed unexpected glints of light, jagged reflections flashing from cracks in the bricks. Mirror shards. Pieces of sharp-edged, reflective glass left as a sign. Mirror mask. The rebels. Holding on to the wall for balance, Nikki made her way along. The shadows in the alley were easy and comforting. She leaned against the cool stone of the warehouse and rested, catching her breath. She knew she needed to move again, but she was all alone in the city, and had nowhere to go. This late, the streets were deserted, and that was good. She wanted to be alone, to assess what to do next. Each step drained the last scraps of energy from her. She had expended too much power during the fight against the Morazeth, defending herself against the Sovrina's blast, and then stopping her fall. Now she had nothing left. Nothing. Nathan was unconscious and might never recover. She didn't know where Bannon was. Mura was held in a cage. Nikki was on her own. Her vision was so blurred, and the thoughts so loud in her head, that she didn't at first notice the furtively moving figures. Nikki flinched, drew back, knowing she could not let any guards see her. But this wasn't High Captain Stewart or his armed city guards. These were rebels. One hurried forward, speaking in a gruff voice. "It's the sorceress. Mirror Mask will want her." Her knees trembled, and she tried to draw on her pride and determination. She stepped forward to face the rebels, but she buckled and slid back against the wall. The hooded figures rushed up to catch her. The Sovrina did this. She drew a breath that stabbed like sharp knife blades in her lungs, in her side. "I need to kill her." Their faces were masked with shadows, and Nikki had only the smallest reason to trust them. Yet this was the only hope she had. She felt hands on her arms, propping her up. "Come with us, sorceress. We have a place to take you, a place that will be safe." Those words were all she needed to hear. She surrendered to the calming black oblivion. Nikki awoke in a dank place that smelled of mist. She heard the gentle flow of water like a lover's soft whisper. She blinked her blue eyes, tried to focus, and looked around to see narrow stone-walled passages lit by enclosed lanterns. The tunnel was smooth and dark, as if some giant magical worm had burrowed its way through the sandstone uplift. Through the center flowed a stream of water, like an arrow-straight underground canal. The aqueduct. A stone walkway 4 feet wide extended into the darkness on either side of the water. She lay on a wooden pallet, softened by several layers of blankets. Her makeshift bed rested on the solid walkway near the water. She turned, expecting an explosion of pain from bruises and broken bones, but although she felt the raw ache of healing, she no longer seemed to be on the verge of death. "Someone healed me," she muttered, surprised by the realization. "Someone gifted. Where am I?" Her voice was dry and raspy, her throat parched, despite the moisture in the air. She lifted her head, saw figures in brown robes. They had shrugged down their hoods, not afraid of showing their identity here. The men and women watched her, looking pale and frightened, but defiant. She propped herself up, which created a stir among the rebels. One ran down the tunnel to get help, while 2 came forward to assist her. "Ease yourself, sorceress." An older woman handed her a shallow bowl filled with water, and Nikki drank greedily. It tasted clear, cool, and glorious. She drained the bowl and wanted more, but her helper refused. "Too much, and you will vomit. Take it slow,"
The woman handed her a soft knot of bread, and Nicky tore off a piece. "I baked this myself, and stole it away from my master. The bread will give you strength. You still have much healing to do." "I've healed enough." Chewing the delicious bread, she forced herself to sit up, swinging her feet off the pallet to touch the cool stone of the walkway. "Enough to contemplate my next actions." Her black dress had been removed and was folded neatly beside her. She gathered blankets around her, seeking warmth to offset the cold anger that sizzled through her. She took in the details of her surroundings. The air smelled of clean moisture, not the stink of sewers, not the sour stench of the alley behind the tannery. Sharp memories came back to her. Thora. Odessa. Shush now. You don't need to worry about them. I am Melba. Recover here. Fight them later. The old woman's lips curved in a grim smile. We are all ready to fight them. Where are we? Who are these people? You already know the answer to both of those questions, sorceress, said a male voice. When she turned, pain shot down her back, but she faced the new figure, who wore hooded gray robes and a smooth, silvery oval across his face. The reflective mask muffled his voice, but his words had a certain power. You challenged the evil in the ruling tower. You were defeated, alas. But you were not destroyed. We'll help make you strong again. Miramask paused. So we can all be stronger and change Ildikar forever. Yes. Nicky felt a strange glimmer of confidence. Let us find a way to destroy them. How long has it been? Miramask came closer to her pallet. You have been unconscious for more than a day. It is a good thing my followers found you soon after you fell, before the city guard did. He let out a soft chuckle. The fact that they can't find your body has caused them great consternation. We heard about your combat, said Melba, offering another small piece of bread. It sounded brave and admirable. I failed, Nicky said. Nevertheless, you shook them up, Miramask said. Just as we did when we released the combat animals to cause chaos in the city. His followers had gathered around to listen to her words, joining Melba. In their shining eyes and eager expressions, Nicky saw that she added hope to their very existence. A hope Nicky wasn't sure she deserved. We must keep doing damage until we have broken the old order, Miramask continued. The Black Society of Ildikar must be reshaped. The Council has ruled for too long without change, and the people have suffered. That must end. The secretive rebels gathered around and muttered their agreement. I will do everything in my power to help you make that happen, Nicky vowed. Miramask nodded, as if he had expected no less. Chapter 59. Like a sculpture made of flesh-colored candle wax, the white-haired wizard lay stretched out on the rune-bordered table in the Fleshmancer's studio. Nathan Rahl looked well-preserved and regal, full of the potential to be a great wizard, if he could be restored to the power he'd once possessed. Andre admired him, happy for the chance to perform such an experiment, like a sculptor working with the finest, rarest piece of marble. Sometimes, though, in even the most perfect chunk of stone, hidden flaws could cause a statue to break. He wondered if Nathan had any such internal flaw that would prove to be his undoing. We shall see what you're made of, He stroked his fingertip down the long scar on the center of the wizard's chest, where Andre had split flesh and bone, pried his breastbone apart, and scooped out his still-beating but ungifted heart to replace it with Ivan's. Only time will tell. When he stepped back, Nathan didn't even stir. His body was cold, his breathing slow and shallow. His eyelids looked like delicate parchment covering ageless eyes of piercing azure blue. Nathan Rawl claimed to be 1,000 years old, which made him an impressive anomaly among his own people, though the wizards of Ildikar had lived much longer than that, thanks to their Shroud of Eternity. Andre himself had lived for nearly 2 millennia. He had been 5 centuries old, with his gift at its peak, when General Utros marched in with his astonishing army. Hundreds of thousands of men had depleted all the crops and orchards on their march over the mountains, razed any villages on the way just to keep the army going for another few days. Demanding surrender, they had arrived at Ildikar expecting to strip that city bare of its wealth. Utros had promised to feed his army with the spoils of Ildikar. But Ildikar had defeated them. Leaving Nathan in his healing coma, Andre walked through the wings of his mansion, thinking of how he and his fellow wizards had faced the great army of Emperor Kurgan. As a fleshmancer, Andre had been so strong then, so cocky, so ambitious. Faced with that threat, he had created some of his best work. He entered the large separate wing, using his gift to increase the illumination. With a sigh of pride, he looked up at the 3 armored titans, his Ixax warriors, whom he had created to be the greatest defenders of Ildikar, invincible soldiers who could ravage thousands of the enemy single-handedly, if the war ever came to direct combat. Once unleashed, these gigantic fighting machines would attack like starving hounds in a henhouse, mowing down enemies as fast as they could move. Andre stood with his hands clasped behind his back, admiring their mammoth armored forms, the brass-studded armbands and wristbands, the huge gauntlets covering fists the size of boulders. The 3 Ixax warriors stood straight, massive arms at their sides, boots together, thick metal helmets covering their heads and faces, leaving only a slit for their eyes. "Ah, I always marvel at you," Andre said. "I'm so glad I created you, but I'm also disappointed that the Wizards' Duma stopped me from making more than 3. He sniffed. "We could have used an entire Ixax army, He walked from the first Titan to the second, gazing at the rippled muscles under the thick contoured armor. "Ready and waiting, and oh so devoted." Smiling, he walked with a light step to the 3rd gigantic soldier. "I built you each from the raw material of a lowly soldier, a conscript who was doomed to die on the battlefield. Now look at you." He raised his hands. "Look at what you've become." Andre clucked his tongue. "Ah, if only my magic could have given you increased patience. It must seem a very long time to wait, He snickered. "In case you haven't been able to keep track, you've been standing there motionless for more than 1,500 years. Every day, frozen in place, awake and watching." The nearest Ixax warrior was so tall that his thigh was at the fleshmancer's chest level, and Andre ran his fingers along the stippled surface of the pounded greave. "You have to be ready to fight, ready to be unleashed in an instant. No time to wake you if we need your might. I'm sorry it has proven troublesome for you. What grandiose thoughts you must have had while you stood here," he said, but his voice took on a taunting lilt. "Oh, the great ideas you must have thought of, Too bad you had no way to record them. An artistic man might have composed beautiful poetry, an epic thousands and thousands of lines long. I'm sure that's how you devoted your thoughts over the years. What else did you have to think of?" He raised his eyebrows. None of the 3 Ixax warriors twitched. They were like enormous statues, but he knew that living, conscious beings were trapped inside that armor. How frustrating it must have been for you. The taunting tone became richer, more prominent. "All that time, unable to move a muscle. Don't you wish you could just stretch your legs?" He stepped in front of the middle Ixax, tapping the armor with his fingertip. "Can you feel that? What if you need to scratch your nose? Do you have an itch? He strolled in front of them, reveling in his success at creating these giant warriors. Though the 3 flesh sculptures were long finished,
The Ixax warriors were like clay in his hands. He could still break them if he wished, and he was bored. He said, "Just imagine you have an itch." He snickered. Through the slits in their massive helmets, the yellow eyes of the 3 motionless Ixax glared at him. Chapter 60. As she recovered in the shadowy aqueducts of Ildikar, Nikki found the strength to use her own healing gift to repair the bruises and knit the cracked bones. Someone had used moist cloths for tender ministrations while she was unconscious, cleaning her up, wiping the blood from her face. But more mystifying, she knew that someone else had healed her enough to keep her alive. Therefore, someone among the rebels possessed the gift, which meant that not all of these rebels were mere slaves or members of the lower classes. The ability to heal injuries so severe was not minimal magic. When Nikki asked Melba and the others about it, no one answered her questions, but she didn't need to know the answers. She would rely on herself, gather her own strength. She was already making plans about how to challenge the ruling council members again, particularly Savrina Thora, as soon as she was ready. Restless, she explored the aqueduct tunnels that wound throughout the city. One of the rebels who attended her, a soft-spoken, middle-aged man named Rendell, accompanied her with a lit lantern. He knew his way around the maze. He explained, "Our water supply flows in from creeks and streams across the plain, but the bulk of it comes from the Kilraven River." "But the river is far below, at the bottom of the bluff," Nikki said. "The wizards use transfer runes to make the water flow where they wish it to go. Uphill, downhill, it does not matter." Rendell paused at an intersection, looked at the flowing water in the canal, and chose to go left. Nikki followed him. The light of his lantern shed a warm orange glow on the sandstone walls. With their gift, they distribute water throughout the city, filling the fountains, basins, and gardens of the gifted nobles. Nikki adjusted the skirts at her knees as she bent down and extended her fingers into the flowing water. "That must require a great effort." He looked at her. "Of course. And the wizards of Ildikar are not averse to making grand and unnecessary gestures to prove their strength." Nikki wiped her wet hand on her dress. "No, I suppose they're not." Rendell was a household slave who had run away from the wizard Damon, had changed his allegiance to Mirror-Mask, and had hidden here in the aqueducts for more than a year. Damon had considered the man nothing more than an object, like furniture. Although Rendell's expression rarely showed any emotions, his eyes flashed when he spoke about his freedom. Nikki could read the simmering outrage there, a power that Mirror-Mask had channeled. All of his followers felt the same way. Nikki spoke to them in order to understand who they were. Some were escaped household slaves who had been in Ildikar for their entire lives, while others were new arrivals, sold by the Norakai in the last few years. Some visited the tunnels rarely, while others remained underground all the time, like beetles burrowing through the rotted hulk of a fallen tree. Mirror-Mask visited only every day or so, and even in the safe secrecy of the tunnels, he never removed the reflective disguise across his face. He found Nikki while she walked the tunnels with her guide. Her own distorted reflection greeted her where his face should have been. "There you are. I know you are growing impatient, sorceress. Come with me. We have another guest down here in the aqueducts, and I think you will enjoy our conversation with him." With a swirl of his gray robes, he strode down the tunnel. It will likely be his last conversation. Nikki followed, wary and curious. They passed along the branched, low-ceilinged tunnels and crossed over narrow plank bridges the rebels had laid down. Near an intersection of canals, they came upon a small alcove which had become a dungeon cell. A naked man was manacled to the rough wall. Iron bolts fastened the chains securely in place, and the prisoner stood stretched upright, so that his feet barely touched the ground. When the man saw them coming, he twisted and thrashed, hissing at them like a captive reptile. The comparison was apt, Nikki saw, when she recognized the horrifically scarred face,
The slashes from the corners of the lips all the way back to the hinge of the jaw, the scale tattoos, the pair of long, thin brown braids that dangled from the back of his shaved skull. A glare simmered in the captive Norikai's shadowed eyes. He twisted on the chains, throwing himself to the extent of the links. She watched the muscles ripple beneath his emaciated form. His ribs stood out, reminding her of the sea serpent skeleton that she, Nathan, and Bannon had encountered along the shore of the Phantom Coast. That's the Norikai who went missing. She narrowed her eyes, trying to recall the man's name. Dar. Yes, the others sailed off without him, which demonstrates how loyal they are to their own people, said Mirror Mask. The Norikai wear the armor of arrogance, but that armor is no shield against freedom. Dar now understands what it is like to be a captive. Walking meat, Nikki said. The Norikai snapped his jaws like a wild animal trying to bite its tormentor. Well, he won't be walking very much. Mirror Mask stepped up to within a hand's breadth of the twisting prisoner. His comrades left him here for us to play with. Many of my followers remember the gentle caresses of the Norikai before they were sold to Ildikar. Much of Dar's body was an angry deep red. All along his arms, as well as rectangular patches on his thighs and the left side of his back, his flesh was raw and red. She realized that the skin had been flayed off of him. Mirror Mask saw her attention and said, I have to give my followers something. I give them sharp knives and let them take their revenge, one narrow strip at a time. He chuckled. The waiting list is quite long. He turned his reflective face toward Nikki, and although she could read no expression, she heard the tone of his muffled voice change. It has been a challenge for me to keep the others from killing him. Such anger. Under the hood, he shook his head. Such anger could be so useful. And has the pain been useful too? Have you interrogated him? Nikki knew how dangerous and loathsome the Norikai were, and she didn't trust them to have no interest beyond mere trade. Do you know why they come to Ildikar? To sell slaves. And is that all? I think I can get more information from him. Nikki actually relished the prospect. She remembered how the ruling council had seen no advantage in questioning the rejuvenated stone soldier Ulrich. We are fighting for freedom, said Mirror Mask. We have little experience in interrogation. Nikki smiled. Then allow me. She recalled torturing captives for Emperor Jagang, and she had been very good at extricating vital information. A flicker of fire in the lung, cracking one bone at a time, raising heat in the marrow, or maybe freezing one eyeball, then the other. Dar strained against his manacles again, and Nikki saw the raider's strength in the rattling links. Given time, and his refusal to accept the pain around his bloodied wrists, Dar could probably work the iron bolts free from the sandstone wall, if Mirror Mask decided to keep him that long. Dar hissed and snapped his grotesque mouth. You will all die. King Grieve will avenge me. King Grieve doesn't know you are here, Mirror Mask said. And since the shroud is back in place again, there's nothing he can do. Grimacing in pain, Dar thrashed again. Oh, he will be back the moment your shroud drops. He will bring all the Norikai. He is already building his navies and his armies. You sound brave, Nikki said. But I know nothing about this King Grieve. He can't be much of a threat. You will know his name, Dar snarled. Grieve. Named because that is what people do when they have seen him. Nikki realized that the Norikai was simmering. He wanted to boast about his people. He is so eager to talk, I might not even need to use my techniques. Disappointment was clear in her voice. Mirror Mask said in a bored voice, King Grieve will get revenge. Yes, yes, we're very frightened. He turned to Nikki. Sorceress,
Would you like to peel a strip of skin for your own satisfaction?" He withdrew a curved, golden-hilted knife from his gray robe. Nicky recognized it. That looks like one of the sacrificial knives the council members held during the blood magic. Yes, a fitting irony, don't you think? One of the raiders who sold the sacrificial slaves now has to face pain from the same sort of knife. "Where did you get it?" Nicky asked. Mirror Mask held up the blade, turned it in front of his reflective face as if regarding the details. "My followers are everywhere." "King Grieve and his army will come here," Dar insisted. "Why do you think our slavers trade with Ildikar? We are gathering information. You think your city is invincible, but you are overconfident and weak." His excessive jaw opened and closed like a flapping skull. He worked up the saliva to spit at them, but it only drooled down the scarred sides of his mouth. "We sell the walking meat. Take your gold and learn everything about your city, so that we can capture it along with the rest of the old world." "He is quite ambitious, isn't he?" Mirror Mask said in his muffled voice. Nicky did not dismiss the threat so lightly. "What do you mean, the Norakai have armies and navies? How do they intend to conquer the old world?" Dar sneered at them. "You are all walking meat to us. You are weak. We build our strength on the Norakai Islands, and we intend to take over the mainland." He laughed. "We saw the thousands of stone soldiers outside of your city. You thought that was a fierce army? With our ships, we will have twice as many warriors, and soon we will launch." He laughed, knowing he would die eventually. Nicky wondered how long the rebels would continue peeling the skin off of him. He could probably survive for days longer. Rendell and several other rebels had quietly followed them down the tunnels to watch the interrogation, and many of them seemed restless and hungry, wanting their chance to inflict pain as well. Mirror Mask looked at the golden-handled knife where his reflection ricocheted in the polished steel of the blade. "Alas, you will not be here to see that victory." In a swift motion, he slashed the Norakai's throat. Dar writhed and jittered on the manacle chains. As blood spurted out, Mirror Mask deftly stepped aside so that the spraying crimson did not splatter his gray robe, but several warm drops struck Nicky's cheek. The other rebels stood back, muttering as the blood flowed down the slaver's naked chest, pooling on the narrow walkway and dripping into the canal, adding blood to the city's water supply. The people of Ildikar had been exposed to blood before. Nicky was not queasy about the murder of Dar, or the blood in the canal. "I do not like his talk of a great conquering army. What do we know of the Norakai?" "Very little, nor do I care," Mirror Mask said. "We are protected inside the Shroud. The business of Ildikar is my concern." After Dar stopped twitching, Mirror Mask grasped his forehead and pressed him back against the sandstone wall. He pressed hard with the long knife and sawed across the throat again, slicing through the larynx, windpipe, and finally the spine. He held Dar's severed head by one of the dangling braids at the back of the skull and tossed it to Rendell, who meekly caught it. Blood splashed on the escaped slave's drab clothes. Mirror Mask said, "Under the cover of darkness, take that and mount it on a pike somewhere inside the city. Because of the Shroud, we can't take it to one of the paths leading to Ildikar, as we did with the others. But the message should be plain enough." The rebel leader turned and strode away along the aqueduct tunnels, leaving his hidden nest of followers. Chapter 61. Warm afternoon breezes picked up, whistling through the narrow, slick rock canyons, but the wizard Wren kept his eyes downcast, watching his feet as they plodded one step after another. The 11 surviving members of the expedition, led by Captain Trevor, trudged along the unruly paths. None of them knew where they were going. "I am certain we're almost there," Trevor said for the 5th time that day. His foolish optimism was the only thing that kept him from insanity. After they crossed over the spectacular pass of Col Adair, and worked their way into the lower mountains, they found worn paths that were overgrown with weeds, even trees. It was as if the world had reshaped itself to erase any stubborn markings left by ancient humanity. Eventually, the expedition had found the high desert plateau and the start of the slick rock canyons. The expedition kept moving onward, convincing themselves they were on the right path. Desperate for a drink, the group fought through stunted piñon pines, spiky yucca plants, and brittle gray tamarisk. The soldiers could hear the flowing stream, so close, so inaccessible. Somewhere in the tamarisk thicket, water flowed into a pothole and then spilled over the rock. "Keeper's crotch," said one of the soldiers. "Curse these weeds!" They used their swords to hack away at the stubborn tamarisk, splintering sharp, dry twigs. "Wizard, can't you use your magic to make a path?" asked another downcast soldier. "Or at least to tell us where we are?" "My gift isn't a map," Wren said. His throat was too dry to argue. "Don't you think if I could, I would have created a magic map 2 weeks ago?" "It was just a suggestion, wizard," Trevor said in a calming voice. Scratching the bothersome stubble on his multiple chins, Wren huffed. "Step back. I can use magic to clear that debris. It'll be something, at least." The 9 soldiers backed away from the aggressive thicket clogged around the trickle of water. Wren jerked his hand and called upon his gift to uproot the stubborn, spiky growths. Expressing his anger and frustration at the whole situation, he yanked the tamarisks out of the ground and sent them away with such vehemence that the dry branches whistled through the air until they crashed far down the canyon in a heap of debris. The water continued to gurgle from the spring, but now it was a muddy mess. The pools of clear water were slurries of red mud from the slick rock soil. Crowding forward, the men stared in dismay. "Now we can't drink that." "Just wait for it to settle out," said Captain Trevor, always cheerful. "Or we can filter it through rags." "Let's camp here," Wren suggested, though it was still just mid-afternoon. "At least we know there'll be water." "What about food?" asked one of the soldiers. "Our packs are empty." "Go catch some lizards," Trevor commanded. When the soldiers grumbled, he replied, "If you complain, then you aren't hungry enough." The soldiers, once brave members of the Ildecaran City Guard, had become scavengers, foraging up and down the canyons, throwing rocks at lizards or trying to catch them with their bare hands. 3 days ago, one man had found a bush filled with dark purple berries, which he ate greedily, not wanting to share with his fellows. He had returned sheepishly to camp, his lips discolored. His companions were upset with him for having gorged himself on fresh fruit. The man had died screaming that night, vomiting and spasming from the poison. After that, they were much more careful. Wren longed for his own villa back in Ildecar, his household slaves, his gardens, his lovely wind chimes. "We were not trained as woodsmen," he complained to Trevor, loud enough for the other soldiers to hear. As the scouts came back with their meager offerings from the hunt, they even brought the dried branches of the uprooted tamarisk for the campfire. The dry, airy wood blazed so hot and fast, the fire got out of their control and set nearby bushes on fire. Wren was again forced to call upon his magic, and some of the water from the spring, to extinguish the blaze. It was just one more catastrophe on their endless journey. Wren hated the Sovrina and the wizard commander, resenting them for sending him out on this fool's errand without a clear goal, without specific directions to their destination, and without any training. They had been pampered inside the legendary city for their entire lives. When had Wren ever needed to know how to camp, hunt, or find edible roots and leaves? None of them knew. The city guard had no such training. Now they were lost and miserable in the wasteland. They had been gone for so long, he doubted they could ever find their way back home. Instead, they had to discover Cliffwall and claim the vast libraries of magic in the name of Ildecar. Wren wasn't so sure he even cared about Ildecar anymore. As they bedded down to sleep, still smelling the smoke from the now smothered campfire, Captain Trevor said, "I'm sure we'll get there tomorrow." Chapter 62. From her seat in the high ruling tower, Thora could feel the dark energy and unrest in the streets of Ildecar. and it made her furious. She had been on edge for days, ever since the defiant sorceress Nikki challenged her. Thora had been suspicious of the outside visitors since their arrival. Such an unsettling and contradictory worldview did not fit well with what she and her fellow wizards had accomplished in Ildikar. The perfect society. Nikki had been quick to criticize, but she didn't belong here, and her wizard companion had no powers. Thora wished they had never come to the city. At least the outside sorceress was defeated now, and Nathan still lay unconscious in the Fleshmancer's mansion. Maybe he would be less of an annoyance when he woke up. If Andre's experiment did restore his gift, then Nathan Roll might feel gratitude, and if he proved intractable, Thora would destroy him as well. Meanwhile, the useless young man Bannon was being trained in the combat pits. That way he could serve some purpose to the city. Yes, all was well. At the Savrina's request, Odessa came to the ruling chamber first thing in the morning to give her report. As it was early, Maxim and the Duma members were not present. The Morizeth leader stood below the throne, knowing her place. Bannon Farmer is an adequate fighter, Savrina. He even fought well against our champion, though he suffered a severe concussion. Lila has been instructing him. He needs to be thoroughly blooded, but he will be a decent warrior once he is finished. At least he will serve as sufficient entertainment, Thora said. I don't care if he falls in his first combat. He was Nikki's friend, and that still angers me. Across the room, fresh masonry showed where workers had repaired the edges of the smashed windows and the wall. Much of Odessa's spell-marked skin was discolored from the many blows that Nikki had landed on her. Odessa called it the price of her combat. Every blow was one little defeat. Even though she had ultimately helped destroy Nikki, the Morizeth had not won her battle as quickly or cleanly as the Savrina had expected. Have you found her body yet? Thora asked. She fell from the tower, so she must be sprawled down in the city below. Odessa twitched as she turned away. No, Savrina. Captain Stewart and the city guard have searched the streets and the rooftops. We should have found her broken corpse somewhere down there. In cages behind her raised chair, newly captured larks twittered and chirped, but their music did little to calm Thora now. She stood from her throne and walked across the polished blue marble tiles to the newly repaired windows. She threw them open, breathing in the cool morning breeze, and stared down at the city. Nikki had been flung through these windows with all the force Thora could summon. She could have fallen anywhere. I'd expect some citizen to report a smashed body in his backyard or gutters. We would expect that, Savrina, yet it has not happened. Find her body, Thora said. The people are talking about Nikki as much as they mutter about that fool mirror mask. Though no Duma meeting had been called that morning, she preferred to stay in the ruling chamber, because it was hers. Sitting on her throne, staring out the windows, the Savrina was reminded of her power and her place. Ildikar belonged to her. The Duma members, and even her husband, were just trappings. She was the Savrina, and this was her utopia, her plan all along. She had developed her vision after seeing the army of General Utros cross the plains. The rest of Ildikar had been terrified, but Thora had seen an opportunity. With the shroud in place, they were protected, yes, but they were also sheltered from outside influences, dangerous ideas, the poison of teachings and opinions that did not match her own. Ildikar had been perfect for 15 centuries, until the magic weakened and the shroud spell faded. A decade ago, the legendary city had flickered and returned from its bubble outside of time, exposed and vulnerable. Visitors could come from lands afar and bring their unsettling ideas that did not belong in Ildikar. Nikki was merely the most egregious example of the dangers Ildikaran society faced. Fortunately, after the recent blood-working, the shroud was back, and Savrina Thora could rest easily. For a time. But she also knew the spell was thin and temporary, because they had not spilled enough blood. She and Maxim continually bickered over whether to make the shroud permanent again. The rules of magic in the outside world had changed dramatically, unstable and shifting now, and Thora couldn't tell how long even a grand-scale bloodletting would last. but it had to be done. As she stood inside the ruling chamber, listening to the breeze curl through the open windows, Thora made up her mind. She was the Sovrina. She didn't care what the Duma members thought, because they would follow her command. Some might mutter, and Maxim would surely complain, but he always complained, and she would keep to her decision. "The shroud is in place," Thora said, "but we must make it stronger." Odessa straightened. "The only way to make the shroud stronger is to shed more blood." "Yes," Thora said with a thin smile. "And we must shed so much blood that the shroud remains intact for 1,000 years. That will give us enough time to ferret out Mirror Mask and his vermin. Begin the preparations. We have to restore and calibrate the apparatus on top of the pyramid, but I want you to begin selecting and gathering slaves, all of the remaining ones the Norikai just brought, and more." She tapped a finger on the stone sill of the window, calculating. "I would say 300. Yes, let us make it 300. Round up the candidates we need, seize additional ones from the gifted nobles, and if they complain, tell them to consider it a tax for their own safety." She slowly paced the room as thoughts churned in her mind. Yes, all that blood would be extravagant, but powerful. "Have the slave masters work with them. Use the peace flowers to keep them docile." She climbed back to the dais and settled into her throne, where she belonged. "That will take some time, Sovrina," Odessa said. "At least 2 or 3 days." 2 days, Thora said. "And enlist the aid of the city guards as well. The people will cheer and rejoice. They know what Ildikar used to be, and what it can be again. But only if the shroud is permanent." She was still troubled about Nikki's challenge, which had very nearly succeeded. Thora stared at the petrified figure of the sorceress Lani standing near the wall. That woman had been defiant too, principled and naive, wishing to expand the Duma to include members of the lower castes. Absurd. Lani had been overconfident in her own abilities and underestimating Thora's. She had been a dreamer, a gifted woman who played with water and performed tricks for children, as if the gift were such a trivial thing. Lani, too, had fed birds and drawn them around her. Thora remembered how she would delight in standing on the highest levels of the tower, holding out her arms and letting the songbirds flit around her. After the Sovrina defeated that challenge, she had decided to cage the larks, which seemed appropriate. Beaten and bleeding, Lani had crawled away, withdrawing her challenge, begging and surrendering. Lani thought that would be the end of the matter, but the Sovrina was just getting started. Taking his wife's side, Maxim had worked his petrification spell to turn the defeated challenger into the statue, just as Lani turned with a last gesture of defiance. Lani served as a grim reminder for any other Duma members who might consider a similar challenge, as Nikki had done. And Nikki had failed as well. Thora gritted her teeth, still wishing they could find the woman's lifeless body. Maybe she could convince her husband to turn the broken corpse to stone. She wanted to stand Nikki's mangled statue in the ruling chamber as yet another reminder. 300 slaves will be rounded up for the ceremony, as you command, Sovrina, Odessa said with a curt bow. Although with that much bloodshed, I wish we could use some of the slaves in the combat arena. It seems a waste. All those potential fighters. It is not a waste if the bloodworking solidifies the shroud, Thora said. We will have plenty of time to encourage the common slaves to breed and replenish their stock. Her face hardened. Gather the sacrifices. The Morzeth nodded. Yes, Sovrina. In 2 days. 2 days, Thora agreed. She could already feel the anticipation building. Chapter 63. Down in the training pits, with his body scabbed and sore, Bannon braced himself for another day of training. His skull still thrummed with echoes of pain. He had been so severely injured by Ian's knout that one of the gifted workers had been forced to heal his cracked skull. Lila forcefully prevented the healer from doing anything more than was absolutely necessary, however. The boy needs to feel his pain, she had said. Every bruise, every ache, Every cut is a lesson he must remember."
"Sweet sea-mother, I remember well enough,"
Bannon groaned. Lila had playfully stroked his cheek. Her smile was filled with more hunger than humor. "I prefer to keep you intact for more play. You have so much to learn." He resisted, but it did him no good. Soon enough he learned to use his energies in more productive ways, such as keeping himself alive. He had heard nothing of Nathan or Nicky, but he was sure they must be looking for him. What if Amos and his companions had covered up his disappearance? His heart ached. Sooner or later, the Morazeth trainers would force him out into the main arena in front of the crowds. He was sure they would make him face some horrific opponent, like the two-headed warrior. What if Nicky and Nathan saw him from the stands, in the same way Bannon had recognized Ian? He could only imagine what the sorceress would do then, and a smile crossed his face, though he tried to hide it. But Bannon wasn't sure he would even survive his training. Each day the work was more rigorous, more deadly. Gazing at him from across the corridor, Ian rested. Initially his friend had angrily ignored Bannon, but after their duel, the hardened champion more often came to the bars of his own cell to stare at him, as if memories had broken through the scar tissue in his mind. Once, Bannon awoke in the middle of the night to find that Ian had let himself out of his unlocked cell and stood outside of Bannon's bars, just looking at him. As soon as Bannon stirred from his pallet to go speak to his childhood friend, Ian had melted back into his own cell, closed the barred gate, and stayed out of view, not responding when Bannon called his name in a desperate whisper. Today Ian watched him with narrowed eyes, his face showing no expression as Lila brought Bannon out to Odessa near one of the sunken training pits. The Morazeth leader met them, her face grim, her dark eyes darting. He could tell she was upset about something. That was never a good sign. Odessa's skin was mottled with yellow and purple bruises, as if she had been badly beaten. Bannon took a hard pleasure from seeing that. "It looks like you lost your last combat," he said, knowing it would provoke her. They stood above one of the sunken pits, similar to the one where he had first sparred with Lila. Odessa's face turned glacial. Her lips drew back. "I survived, and my opponent did not. Therefore, I didn't lose." Bannon couldn't imagine what sort of enemy might have inflicted so much physical harm on the powerful Morazeth. Lila handed him sturdy, and he squeezed the leather-wrapped hilt. He still wore only a loincloth and sandals, and he wished he had decent armor. He stood with his muscles tense, his knees slightly bent in a crouch, at the edge of the pit. "We are preparing for the next arena exposition," Odessa continued. "Let us see which of our two new combatants survives today's training. Will you survive, Bannon?" She gave a quick nod to Lila. In a flash, the young woman shoved him backward, and he tumbled more than 12 feet to the floor of the pit. As he struck the soft ground, he managed not to break any bones or impale himself with his own sword. Lila had trained him how to fall, how to land, how to recover. He sprang back to his feet, ready. He saw another barred opening at ground level, behind which lurked something. Odessa stood on the rim above, with arms crossed over the black leather wrap. "Thanks to the rebels and their sabotage a week ago, we lost half of our fighting animals, and we no longer have Chief Handler Ivan to control them. But the Sovrina insists that we hold an exhibition to calm the people of Ildikar. Very soon, we will lose hundreds of slaves." She shook her head, muttering to herself. Such a waste, when they could become fighters and die in the arena. Bannon planted his sandals on the soft ground and held up his sword. "I'd rather you fought me," he shouted up to her. "That way I'd have more of an incentive to win. Or are you afraid to get more bruises?" Lila looked offended. "Am I not enough for you, boy?" Odessa did not respond to the provocation. She turned her head and called, "Summon the other fighters so they can observe which one dies. It is always good for them to smell fear and see fresh blood in the morning." Lila whistled, and workers ran through the tunnels. Soon a group of spectators arrived, seasoned warriors, including Ian, who peered down into the pit to watch. Bannon glanced up at his friend, swallowing hard, but then he focused his attention as he heard movement in the tunnel. The barred gate opened, and a creature padded forward from the shadows, growling. Bannon's skin crawled when he saw the golden eyes, the rippling predatory form. A well-muscled, tawny shape emerged into the pit, an enormous sand panther, whose hide was branded with spell symbols. The big cat curled back lips to expose saber-like fangs. Her gaze locked on Bannon, who stood in the middle of the pit, sword upraised. She growled a low threat. Her long tail thrashed like a fleshy club. Bannon caught his breath in surprise. "Mura!" The panther padded out, slinking low, her ears pressed back against her wide skull. Her whiskers fanned outward like sharp wires. She snarled, ready to attack any tormentor. Joining the spectators at the rim, the 3 apprentice animal handlers gathered, peering down at the lone panther. Mura looked up at them and roared. Even Lila flinched, though she was far out of reach. The handlers stood together, chattering, fascinated, as if it were an analytical exercise. Then the sand panther locked her gaze on Bannon again, her opponent. He took 2 careful steps backward, holding the sword, but raising his other hand in a placating gesture. "It's all right, Mura. You know me. You remember me." Mura padded closer on her huge paws, leaving broad tracks in the sand. Bannon slowed his breathing, trying to exude a sense of blank calm. The golden feline eyes were sharp and hot, as if candle flames burned behind them. She sniffed the air, looked at him, then took several more steps forward as Bannon cautiously backed away. "You remember me," he whispered. "Think of Nathan. Think of Nikki, your sister panther. I know there's a spell bond. We fought you, and we saved you." Odessa shouted down, "Fight! What is wrong with you?" She turned to the handlers. "Have you not trained this Wendorbo? Why isn't she ready?" The 3 apprentices lifted their hands and released their gift, directing magic down at the big cat. Mura tensed, flattening her ears even further, and her eyes squinted. She snarled and spun around, roaring up at the rim. The handlers looked at one another, troubled. Their lantern-jawed leader gritted his teeth, pushing more with his magic. Mura spun back to look at Bannon as if some puppet master were forcing her head around. She obviously felt pain. Bannon saw the muscles ripple beneath her beautiful tan hide, but he saw no recognition behind her eyes. He held sturdy, its point extended and ready, afraid he would have to fight and kill Mura, the same way he and his companions had been forced to kill her 2 sister panthers out in the desert. Bannon could see murder in the big cat's eyes, the bloodlust, the pain that blinded her to memories and personal connections. Mura did know him, but the provoked ferocity seemed to overwhelm her. She prowled closer, fangs bared, pushing him toward the back wall. The spectators yelled and hooted. Lila called out, "What are you waiting for, boy? Kill it before it kills you!" "Her name is Mura," he shouted. The sound of her name sparked something within the sand panther, and she bounded forward like a tawny thunderbolt. Bannon braced his legs and held his sword, sure that the big cat would impale herself on the blade. But Mura's paw knocked his arm away, and her weight drove him to the ground. The heavy cat was on top of him, snarling, pressing her fangs close to his face. He knew she could rip out his throat with her teeth, slice him to ribbons with her claws. But Mura just pressed him down, breathing her warm breath in his face. Bannon froze, staring into the cat's eyes. She roared one more time, then stepped off his chest, leaving him flat on his back in the sand. Bannon's heart pounded, and warm tears trickled out of the corners of his eyes. "Mura," he whispered. The sand panther moved away, though he lay there, vulnerable. The cat crouched in front of Bannon, faced the apprentice handlers and the spectators, and let out an ear-splitting roar. Clearly upset, all 3 handlers blasted Mura with their gift. She thrashed her paws in the air, clawing at imaginary tormentors. Though she circled around Bannon, she refused to harm him. With a mighty leap, she sprang up toward Odessa and the others, and almost reached the rim of the sunken pit. Her claws scrabbled on the stone wall, caught the edge, and she kicked with her back paws, but she slipped back down and landed heavily on the floor of the pit. The spectators retreated, frightened now. "Do something," Odessa said. "Control the thing!" The handlers were furious, redoubling their attack. Mura, seeking escape, bounded back into the dark tunnel, where she vanished from view. Panting hard, Bannon picked himself up and stood with his sword hanging loose at his side. He glared up at them. Among the silent fighters, Ian stood watching with a deeply troubled expression on his face. Feeling foolishly brave, Bannon shouted, "Odessa, why don't you jump into the pit? I would be happy to fight you, and I'm sure Mura would join me." The Morazeth leader darkened with fury. She glared at the apprentice handlers. "They are not ready. Fix that." And she stalked off. Chapter 64. Nathan blinked his eyes and woke from a bottomless pit of pain into even more pain. He lay back on the hard table as his thoughts returned to him. His consciousness swam up from the bottom of a deep ocean of inky oblivion. As the light gradually grew brighter in his eyes, and he flickered back to wakefulness, he feared what would be waiting for him when he returned to life. He swam in a dull half-sleep, struggling to sort his thoughts, trying to understand where he was, but the agony in his chest was overpowering. He surrendered, sliding back into a deep sleep. Sometime later he tried again. Unbearable pain ripped through his bloodstream, his muscles, his mind. But eventually it became almost tolerable, and he called upon his own strength, making himself brave the darkness. Wherever he was, he had been here too long. He reminded himself he was Nathan Rawle. He had been a powerful prophet and a magnificent wizard. He was a scholar, a lover, an adventurer. He was not one to surrender, no matter how much pain he had to endure. Without stirring, he marshaled his thoughts and his energy, realizing that he heard a faint drumbeat in his ears. As he concentrated on the rhythm, it was slow and even, growing louder. Thump, thump. Thump, thump. Like war drums calling an army to battle, it was ominous, insistent, powerful. Thump, thump. Thump, thump. No, he realized. Not drums. It was something more primal. A heartbeat. His heartbeat, pumping strong and even, thudding within his chest. The shock and horror of returning memories almost pushed him back into that black pit. He remembered the mangled body of Chief Handler Ivan, frozen on the cusp of death, and Fleshmancer Andre prying the big man's chest apart, as if he were peeling the rind off a fruit, reaching inside to scoop out Ivan's still living heart. Then he had turned to Nathan as he lay paralyzed on the table, unable to stop this horrific process. Andre had grinned down at him before pushing his fingers right into Nathan's breastbone, cracking it open and spreading his chest. He had wanted to scream, but he could not flinch. Now, using all of his effort, he managed to blink. Once. When his eyes were open and filled with light again, he saw that he lay in a dim room surrounded by indigo hangings, cloths draped on the walls separating parts of the room. The Fleshmancer's studio. Nathan felt weak and exhausted, his body like a wadded-up scrap of parchment discarded into a puddle. He breathed in a gasp of air. His throat was parched, and when he tried to speak, his voice sounded like a rasping tear that could form no words. Thump, thump. Thump, thump. His heart was beating, his new heart. Chief Handler Ivan's heart. "Ah, you are awake now, hmm?" Nathan couldn't turn his head, but he saw Andre leaning over him, his braided beard sticking out from his chin like a long brush. The Fleshmancer grinned, and his muddy eyes sparkled with delight. "I predicted you would wake this afternoon. In this, as well as all of my other efforts, I am exactly correct." He patted Nathan's chest, and the touch of the Fleshmancer's fingers sent jolts of renewed pain through his heart, through his bones. Nathan winced. "You feel that? That means you're alive. I told you so, hmm?" Nathan managed to croak. "How?" He couldn't form any more of his sentence, but the word itself invited so many possible answers. "How?" Andre mimicked. How proud am I that you survived the experiment? How long will it be until you are a full-fledged wizard again?"
Nathan drew a painful breath and managed to force out, "How long?"
"Oh, it has been some time. Several days. But you needed the recovery. Rest assured that your heart is beating with great strength. I'm sure you can feel it. And since you now have the heart of a wizard, exactly as I promised, you should be able to find your gift again. The lines of your Han have been restored. Here, I'll let you see."
Andre disappeared from view, and Nathan could hear him rustling among papers and scrolls. The Fleshmancer returned, holding a white sheet on which colored lines were etched in powder that had settled into new patterns. A new Han map, apparently made while Nathan lay recovering. Where previously the lines had shown a void around Nathan's chest, they now showed a gray web, lines restored, but without color, like the other paths of his Han.
"It may take some time, but you can see, here and here."
He traced the lines on a picture of Nathan's chest.
"This may be Ivan's gift, or some new pattern of Han entirely. Your loss left an empty spot within you, and now the magic is trying to refill it."
Andre poked at Nathan's chest with his forefinger, sending jolts of pain.
"You'll just have to figure it out,
Nathan felt his strength gradually returning. He was more awake now. The world around him had sharper edges, brighter colors. Tentatively, fearfully, he let his thoughts sink into himself, tracing his heartbeat, the steady drumbeat. Yes, he felt a trickle there, a tingle of the gift that he remembered so well. The magic had been a part of him for all of his life, century upon century. Its loss was still a raw wound within him, and he rejoiced to feel even a glimmer of the gift again. He hesitated. The last few times he actually used his gift had been a debacle, as his magic twisted and failed. He had tried to heal a poor dying man after the Norakai massacre at Renda Bay, and the gift had betrayed him, lunging out in a destructive backlash that caused exactly the opposite of what Nathan intended. Rather than healing the wounded victim, the magic had ripped him apart. When Nathan had attempted magic again, tentatively trying to summon the wind when he was alone out in the forest, the resulting near cyclone got out of hand, smashing branches, uprooting trees. It was all he could do to dampen it again before the destruction became widespread enough to level the forest. The only time the backlash had worked to his advantage was in a final burst of desperation while the adjudicator attempted to turn him to stone. With nothing to lose, he had released all restraint, all control of his gift, and the magic had ricocheted outward, turning the adjudicator's magic back upon him. Nathan had not expected that, but he had survived. Now, considering the new Han map, and the fact that his new heart came from Ivan, a gifted wizard of Ildikar, Nathan wondered exactly what his restored gift would do. As he listened to the drumbeat in his chest, feeling the blood flow, sensing the life within him, he also felt an intrinsic anger there, a dark energy. It must have simmered within Ivan for all his life. The chief handler had used that darkness to coerce obedience from the arena animals he trained. How much of Ivan's core personality remained within his heart, and how much was now within Nathan? He knew he needed to rest and regain his strength before he attempted to use magic. He was not ready, but Nathan didn't want to admit that he was afraid. He stirred, raising himself slightly, to the delight of Andre.
"You will be back among us in no time. I cannot wait to show you off to the other wizards."
He leaned closer, grinning.
"You'll join us on the Duma. We need new members now, and if you show sufficient gratitude to me, I will be your advocate. You have a great future here in Ildikar, Wizard Nathan."
"Can't stay," Nathan said. "Other missions." He blinked, drew a deep breath.
Andre said, "Of course you'll stay. The Shroud has been restored. No one can leave Ildikar. The Sovrina has an even grander plan for a tremendous bloodworking in 2 nights, which should make the Shroud permanent. You will be here for a long, long time."
Alarmed, Nathan stirred.
but didn't have the energy to sit up or swing his feet off the edge of the table. He gasped at the pain, caught his breath, panting heavily. His vision swirled around him, but then he grew steady once more. "Where is Nikki? I need to see Nikki." "I'm afraid that won't be possible, dear Nathan." Andre clucked his tongue and shook his head. "Quite a lot has happened while you were asleep." Nathan felt dread building up within him. "What's wrong? Where is she?" "Nobody really knows," Andre said. "At least, no one has found her body." Nathan tried to struggle to his feet as the Fleshmancer continued. "Your sorceress friend is quite impulsive. She's powerful, no arguing with that. But she was upset because of a stray sand panther that was captured and brought to the training pits. So she challenged Sovrina Thora for the leadership of Ildikar." Andre's eyes were bright, and his smile widened. "Ah, you should have seen it. Quite the battle up in the ruling tower. First, the Sovrina appointed Edessa as her champion, and the Morizeth battered Nikki to within an inch of her life. Then the Sovrina, in an example of poor sportsmanship, I must admit, used her own magic to blast Nikki out the high windows, and she plummeted down into the city below." He clucked his tongue again. "We keep expecting someone to discover her broken corpse any day now." Nathan collapsed back onto the table. "Nikki is dead?" "Undoubtedly. But oh, it was quite the fight." Blackness roared inside him again. His heart thumped more loudly as the realization set in. He could imagine Nikki gathering her indignation, vowing to face Thora on her own, challenging her for her rulership. If only Nikki had waited until Nathan recovered, when he could use his gift and fight at her side. But Nikki had done it alone, considering herself invincible. She was arrogant in that way. He closed his eyes and envisioned her beautiful face, her graceful figure, her blonde hair and blue eyes. He knew Nikki's strength and determination. He had never seen someone so fiercely devoted to any cause. Now Nathan's new heart felt like a heavy stone in his chest. Yet it kept beating. Thump-thump, thump-thump. Inexorably, powerfully, pulling together the strings of Han, restoring Nathan's gift. But he didn't know whether or not he could use the magic. He didn't know if he dared. He stretched out. "Let me rest," he said in a bitter voice. Andre chuckled. "Of course. Regain your strength. Let us hope I can present you to the Wizard's Duma before the bloodworking. It'll be soon, The Fleshmancer flitted away, and Nathan huddled in his blankets of grief, thinking about Nikki, wondering where Bannon was, feeling the strong heart of a wizard within him again. Nikki had challenged Thora by herself, and she had failed. She had lost that battle, and she had died. But she had sacrificed herself in an effort to free these people, as Richard Rawle intended. Nathan could do no less. He was determined to recover. He felt the growing conviction that he, too, might have to challenge the wizards of Ildikar, alone. Chapter 65. Mirror Mask occasionally visited the aqueduct tunnels to rally his hidden rebels, but Nikki was impatient to accomplish something besides hiding. She felt restless, a weapon ready to be launched. "Do you have an actual plan?" she demanded the next time the hooded man came to speak with her. He stood there, his unreadable polished mask simply reflecting Nikki's own questions and anger. "Is there a strategy for victory?" "Why, we intend to free the people," said Mirror Mask. "We are building our movement and eroding the underpinnings of Ildikaran society." "But do you have a plan?" "Of sorts." Nikki didn't believe him, and she feared that with the shroud back in place, he might feel he could wait years, or even decades, until the time was right. That was not at all how Richard Rawle would have done it. Not long ago, she had helped Richard in his defenses, fighting for the city of Idendril when Emperor Jagang's army swept through the Midlands. She had defended Altar Rang after the people rose up to overthrow the Imperial Order, and she had helped them stand against Brother Kronos and his invasion force. When the cause was so vital, she was a leader, not a spectator. Each battle had been a carefully coordinated effort against a gigantic enemy. The powerful wizards of Ildikar, not to mention many centuries of tradition, made the battle for this city seem just as daunting. And she wanted to plan for victory, not just continued resistance. Moisture dripped off the sandstone walls as water flowed through the channels. She had seen no more than 15 of his followers down in the tunnels at any one time. Old Melba, the woman who liked to bake things and always smuggled fresh bread for the hidden rebels, had not been here in several days, but other furtive figures came and went, slipping in whenever they could disappear from their duties, then returning to their lives when necessary. Some, like Rendell, were familiar to her, while some recruits were strangers who looked at Nikki with awe. They all knew how she had defied Savrina Thora, how she had battled Dedessa, and how she had been flung from the high tower. Fully healed now, Nikki gathered her gift, feeling her magic as she faced Mirror Mask, pressing him on the issue, and not mincing words. I think you are like a kitten, pouncing on any object that moves. If you intend to succeed, we must coordinate our efforts. Exactly how large is your movement? Is it just these people, who hide in the tunnels and scatter broken mirrors around the streets at night? Or do you have countless others among the populace, who will come when you rally them? How many rebels do you truly have? As many as I need, Mirror Mask said. Word has spread throughout the city. They have seen the mirror shards marking our territory, and the nobles know how widespread the unrest is. They are afraid of us. Then why have they done nothing to address the grievances? Nikki asked. Mirror Mask shrugged. We will keep increasing the pressure. It may take time. Her frustration grew, and she could see that she was going to have to take a more active role. I want to set the wheels in motion, even if I have to do it myself. We must act with a purpose, Mirror Mask. I'll go out there myself and lead them. Everyone will recognize you, he warned. Dear spirits, maybe they should. It will make the Sovrina and the wizard commander fear me. Are you prepared to fight all the Duma members? The gifted nobles, as well as the city guard and the ranks of the Morizeth? Nikki lifted her chin in defiance and determination. Yes, if need be. Behind his reflective mask, he let out a low laugh. Then I will hand your own advice back to you. You need a plan, sorceress. You need a strategy. Nikki was unsure of how many days had passed since she'd been rescued by the rebels. She had needed time to heal and regain her strength, but she felt strong and ready now. Had Nathan recovered in the Fleshmancer's studio? Did her friend possess the gift again, now that he had the new heart of a wizard? If so, Nathan would be a powerful ally. She didn't know what had happened to Bannon. He had no magic, but was certainly a decent fighter with his sword. Nikki was determined that together they could overthrow the wizards of Ildikar, but she didn't truly believe she would have to fight them all. She suspected that some, Elsa, possibly Damon, possibly Quentin, would welcome the change. Even Maxim said he wanted to see his wife defeated. She was also determined to free Mura. For 2 nights, her dreams had been a swirl with the Sand Panther's pent-up fury. Caught alone, in a cage pacing back and forth, poked and prodded, starved. And even when Mura fed, the captivity itself made her vomit up the food. Perhaps it was poisoned, the apprentice handlers punishing her for her intractability. Nikki didn't know. Her connection wasn't clear enough. She wanted to go to the pens of the combat animals and tear the bars apart, using her gift to uproot the hinges and peel the iron away so the Sand Panther could bound free and attack the cruel handlers. We have to move soon, before the wizards take irrevocable action, Nikki said, and before she herself went mad with impatience. The Duma members always take irrevocable actions, Mirror Mask said. Then he paused. But if you have an idea of how we should proceed, I would be pleased to hear it. What do you propose? When I challenged Savrina Thora, I learned that she can spy anywhere in the city. All those reflecting basins are connected by a scrying spell. That is how she eavesdropped on my private conversations with Nathan Rahl, and when you and I met for the first time. She can spy on the rebel movement through any one of them if she wishes.
Some of the people in the tunnels muttered uneasily. "That's why my followers hide their faces any time they do work for our cause," Miramask said. "I planned ahead for that." Rendell mumbled. "But those basins are everywhere in the city, in the main squares, in the boulevards, on civic buildings. We've placed our mirror shards near many of them. She must have been watching." Nikki made up her mind, knowing something specific she could do. "We go out tonight. Instead of just leaving little reflective marks of your presence, let's destroy those basins. That way we'll blind Thora." The rebels nodded, sounding hopeful. They viewed Nikki with a new respect, and she felt pleased to have something specific to do. "An excellent suggestion," Miramask said. "We will spread the word among the rebels. My followers could destroy those scrying basins in street after street throughout the city." "Those basins were meant to be a service to the poor people," Rendell pointed out, his normally quiet voice now holding a ragged edge of anger. "Fresh water direct from the aqueducts for everyone. The Sovrina was using them to spy on us all." Miramask brushed at the sleeve of his gray robe, reached up to adjust the plate that covered his face. For a moment, Nikki thought he might remove the mask and reveal himself, and then she could see the ghastly malformation some fleshmancer had inflicted upon him. But he withdrew his hand and turned away. "I like the way you think, sorceress. Tonight we go forth and blind the Sovrina, then return here, and we can plan our next move." Nikki did not appreciate the compliment, nor did she point out that it was a job he should have been doing all along. "After that, our next move must be to free my Sand Panther. That is my priority." Rendell was clearly alarmed. "And let the beast rampage through the streets? The city guards will kill her if she is loose." "Mura must be free," Nikki insisted. "I can control her. I can hide her." Miramask held up a hand. "One step at a time, my followers. For now, let us smash the reflecting basins. That will give us a measurable victory tonight." After full dark, Nikki emerged from the tunnels with 10 of the hooded rebels. Rendell accompanied her, while Miramask departed down one of the streets alone. Other followers spread out to seek the innocuous-looking basins. Ildikar was dark and silent. Stars sparkled overhead, shimmering from the distortion of the shroud that now encapsulated the city. A faint sliver of moon, shaped like the blade of a sacrificial knife, hung low to the horizon, barely visible between the buildings. This was the first time Nikki had been outside in days, and she paused to take a long breath, drawing energy from the cool darkness. But her thoughts weren't with the stars or the fresh air. Nikki devoted her full attention to their work here in the city. She and Rendell kept to the shadows, darting between buildings, avoiding the dim glows of light that seeped through shuttered windows. She heard low conversations, smelled savory curls of smoke from cooking hearths. Some of the windows were open in the night air, and people sat silhouetted on windowsills, taking in the fresh air. Nikki and Rendell moved silently. She was sure some people spotted them, but they raised no alarm, only gave their quiet support. She thought of the times when she had faced enemies using her magic or her knives, defeating them in personal combat. She had led armies, both for Jagang and against him. "I don't like this skulking around," she muttered to Rendell as they paused at the mouth of an alley that led out into a gathering square. "I prefer to face my opponent directly." "We will have a stand-up fight soon enough," Rendell said. "The Sovrina and the wizard commander are planning another massive blood-working. Hundreds of slaves are being rounded up for a great sacrifice at the pyramid." His voice was weary, weighted down with misery. "This one is designed to make the shroud permanent." Nikki blinked in alarm. "Then we will never get out, and neither will the sacrificial slaves. We have to act before that happens." "We have already been trapped here forever, but we will keep fighting, shroud or no shroud." Nikki hissed. "Dear spirits, we don't have much time. When is this supposed to take place?" "Tomorrow night. The city guards are preparing. The Moriseth have been bringing the slaves into great pens." She considered how to encourage, or even coerce, Miramask to call his followers and act now.
She herself might have to take charge. But first things first. For now, let us remove one of the Sovrina's weapons. She won't spy on us anymore. She strode across the square into the open starlight, making no effort to hide herself. On the opposite wall hung one of the reflecting basins, chest high, and holding a still pool of water. Rendell remained in the shadows, calling out in a hoarse whisper, "If that is a scrying pool, you'll be seen." "I intend to be seen." Nicky marched boldly to the wall. Her black dress was swallowed in the night, but her blonde hair and pale skin made her identity obvious to any observer. She stepped up to the hemispherical reflecting pool and looked down into the calm, still surface, like a mirror. She stared at her reflection. "Are you watching me, Sovrina?" Her clear blue eyes gazed back at her, but Nicky imagined that they were Thora's eyes. "I am here. I am alive. And I mean to destroy you." She lowered her face until it was only inches above the water. "But you'll never know when I come for you." She released her gift with cracking force, shattering the curved stone basin so that the shards crashed to the flagstones, spilling the water. A continuing flow leaked from a pipe inside the wall, a trickle from the aqueducts. She turned to Rendell. "The rest of the rebels are doing the same. Come help me find more of the basins. We will gouge out the Sovrina's magical eyes." Chapter 66. The Daharan army rode out of the mountains into the broad green valley that had once been the Scar. Sitting astride her horse, Prelate Verna looked ahead, scanning the landscape. After days of riding, she had named her horse Dusty, an endearing as well as descriptive term. Richard had taught her to name and respect her horse. "Do you think we are almost to Cliffwall?" asked Sister Amber. Her eyes were sparkling. "I never knew the world was so vast." "You still have seen only the tiniest portion of it, child." Verna was surprised by the ever-widening vistas. What if even the sweeping Daharan Empire was just a small country in a continent of inconceivable size? The young novice looked amazed, then briefly skeptical, but she gave a solemn nod. "I would never doubt you, Prelate." Oliver and Peretta, riding together on the same horse, gazed ahead of them. "We have to go around the valley to the north, then up into the high desert to find Cliffwall." Oliver squinted, but could not seem to make out the details. Peretta added, "We camped exactly 8 times from Cliffwall to this point, but riding on horseback is much faster." General Zimmer held the reins of his black destrier and glanced back at the 2 young scholars. "That means we should be only days away." They followed a blurred trail, portions of which had once been a road, but much had weathered and washed away. The horses followed the gentle geography where streams had cut down to the valley. "It looks like a beautiful place," Verna said. "Wild and pristine." "The Life Drinker's mark is almost entirely erased," Peretta said. "Look at the meadows, the new forests, the rivers and lakes. The valley is alive again." "I would not thank Victoria for what she did," Oliver said. As they rode into the twilight, they saw a sparkle of lights ahead, dozens of small fires. Worried that it might be an army encamped in the valley, General Zimmer dispatched scouts to investigate, and they rode back in the dark to say that the fires were the camps of settlers, people who had moved in and begun to build new homes and farms. Rather than approaching the settlement, the general ordered that they bed down for the night where they were. He scratched the rough stubble on his cheek. "We'd terrify those poor people if 100 armored riders arrived after dark. Let us wait until morning so we can come in as visitors rather than invaders." After giving Dusty a withered apple for a treat, Verna lay on her blanket, listening to the night birds and insects. The Sisters of the Light camped close together, spreading out their bedrolls. They talked excitedly, knowing their destination was at hand. The soldiers played games and sang songs, relaxed with the comfortable routine of travel. Many remarked that they liked the landscape of the old world, and although they missed lovers, wives, and children from back home, they certainly preferred this duty to marching off to war and battling hordes of cannibalistic undead. Verna drifted off to sleep, listening as a young soldier played a stringed instrument and sang a quiet tune about a girl he had left behind in Anderith.
The next morning, the group rode to the new village. 10 families had staked their claim beside a wide stream. When the settlers saw the contingent of riders approach, they stood together warily. Verna realized these people must have suffered much over the years, and had learned to fear strangers. But General Zimmer introduced himself and insisted that they came in peace. "This valley is fertile again," said a bearded man in mud-streaked clothes. He had fastened a makeshift plow to the settlement's lone ox, and now stood beside the big animal. The villagers had cleared and tilled several acres of the land. Woodcutters had chopped down trees and worked them into logs for construction. "For a long time, nobody could live here, but now this ground is perfect for crops, and untouched." A thin woman with large eyes and prematurely gray hair came forward to greet General Zimmer and Prelate Verna. She gestured to the largest building they had constructed. "That one will be a schoolhouse. Once this settlement is established, more people will come down from the mountains to join us." "Many were driven out as the life-drinker's scar grew and grew," said the first farmer. "But this valley is our ancestral home. It was ours long ago." "And the valley is yours again," said General Zimmer. "We come with the news that the imperial order has faded. Emperor Jagang is dead, and Lord Rawl now wants you to be free to determine your own lives, without tyranny or oppression." More people came close, including 3 children, all covered with mud because they had been helping plant seeds in the new furrows. They all smiled at the soldiers. "We are just riding through, finding our way to Cliffwall," Verna said. "You have nothing to fear from us." "Cliffwall?" asked the first farmer. "I've heard of it. It's far away and hidden in the canyons." He gestured toward the high plateau in the north. "We know exactly where we're going," Peretta said. Without tarrying, the group rode onward, anxious to cover many miles. Over the next 2 days, they encountered several other new settlements before the expedition turned north, heading up into the high desert. Oliver and Peretta took the lead as the rocky terrain grew more complex, but even though the scholars remembered their previous path, they had traveled on foot, and their route was not appropriate for horses or so many men. Scouts had to range farther to divert around slot canyons or steep drop-offs. The canyonlands were beautiful, but they were a maze. They pressed forward, and Verna heard some of the soldiers grumbling that they were lost. Many of the arroyos were dry, and the horses needed more water. The 2 young scholars, though, were not deterred. After following gravel-bottomed washes into towering red canyons, Oliver and Peretta's horse led them into a narrowing canyon that seemed blocked off with a dead end. "Here we are," Oliver said, shading his eyes. Sitting just in front of him, Peretta beamed. "There's nothing but rock," said General Zimmer. Peretta flashed a smile at him. "You see why it's such a good hiding place?" The scholar guides dismounted and walked their horse forward. "You might not want to ride, though. It's pretty narrow," Oliver said. They approached the stone wall and walked directly into a shadow, turned left, and disappeared. 2 scouts followed the Cliffwall scholars and shouted an all clear. Verna realized it was a fold in the rock, a narrow passageway that remained hidden until she came directly up to it. She dismounted, leading Dusty by the halter, with General Zimmer and his destrier just ahead of her. The cool rock pressed against her as the walls closed in. The shadows were thick, because no sunlight penetrated into this narrow passageway. But after no more than 10 steps, she and her horse emerged into a marvelous canyon. A separate world, hidden from the outside. Streams cut finger-like canyons in the slick rock, leaving a lush green valley. Numerous fruit trees lined the central stream, with herds of sheep grazing on the thick grass. Terraced gardens used every scrap of fertile land for vegetable plots, layered up along the cliffs. The rock walls rose high on either side of the canyon, studded with natural alcoves in which adobe buildings were nestled. Shouts rang throughout the canyon as the people noticed the stream of horses and soldiers entering through the hidden crack. "There!" Oliver pointed to the other side of the canyon. Verna looked up to the wall on her right.
to see a large grotto overhang that held enormous buildings, stone towers, and immense facades. A narrow path zigzagged up the side of the cliff to reach the imposing structures. Verna gasped. "Cliff wall?" Oliver and Peretta nodded. "We're back home." Chapter 67. Water spilled across the polished blue marble tiles in the ruling chamber, pouring away from the jagged fragments of the smashed pitcher. In anger, Thora strode down the steps from the dais and bent over to peer into the spreading pool. The reflective surface showed nothing but the early morning light that came in through the windows. "All of my scrying pools are ruined throughout the city," Maxim chortled, lounging back in his seat, crossing his black-clad legs. "What did you expect, my darling wife? You felt compelled to show off your secret in front of everyone. You revealed to the Duma members that you've been spying on them, just as you spied on Nikki and the wizard Nathan." "He is no wizard," she snarled. "He has no gift." "Maybe, maybe not. Andre reported that he's awake and recovering, and he does indeed show some aptitude for magic." "Andre never likes to admit failure." Thora stared down at the pool, which showed her nothing. Maxim rested his head against the raised back of his ornate chair. "Once the Duma members knew about your scrying pools, word was bound to get out. Slaves could have overheard, even guards and citizens, and from there the information was passed to Miramask." He flicked his forefinger back and forth like an accusing metronome. "You really should have expected that." "I expected our Duma members to be loyal." The wizard commander toyed with his dark goatee. "Loyalty is earned, my dear, not commanded." Back in their own homes, the Duma members had drained their pools and fountains, just to cut her off. Thora narrowed her sea-green eyes. Her thoughts spun, and her anger grew hotter inside her mind. "And have I not earned their loyalty, after 15 centuries of perfect rule? Have I not given them peace and protection?" "Why, of course, if only everyone else saw it that way. Like our slaves." The Sovrina was annoyed at her husband, and annoyed at the turn of events. During the hours of darkness, Miramask and his rebels had spread through the streets in a coordinated effort to smash the public scrying basins, blinding her magical eyes across the city. But she was most furious with one of the last images projected from a scrying pool the moment before it was destroyed. She had seen Nikki's face. Her full lips curved down in vengeful anger as she stared into the reflective water, mocking. Nikki took malicious delight in revealing that she had survived both the attack and the long fall from the tower. "One does not need to blame the loose tongues of our Duma members," Maxim continued. "Since you let Nikki survive, she could have told them all." Thora knew he was right. "It will all be over tonight. The sacrificial slaves are rounded up in their pens. At midnight, when the star threads and alignments are at their peak, we will ascend the pyramid and undertake the greatest bloodworking since we defeated General Utros. The shroud will then be permanent, and we can take our time to smother this unrest." Because of the important upcoming ritual, the other wizards would spend the day preparing, making sure they were ready for such an expenditure of magic. Gifted workers had gone to the top of the stepped pyramid to make certain all the parts of the apparatus were in perfect alignment for the grand sacrifice. "I think your own decisions have trapped you," Maxim said. "Even knowing you won't listen, I still have to disagree. A permanent shroud will cut off all outside trade, and that won't solve our problems, but simply create a bigger cage. You're like one of those larks, caught in a net and unable to break free." The comparison annoyed Thora, but her husband had annoyed her for centuries. He was good at it. With an extravagant yawn, Maxim rose from his chair and sloshed straight through the puddle, not caring. He headed out of the ruling chamber. "Where are you going?" she demanded. "I am the wizard commander. I have work to do. As do you," he said. "With all of the imminent blood magic, maybe you should pay attention to your responsibilities.
instead of brooding over a sorceress that you couldn't defeat. Anger flashed in Thora's eyes. She drew in a quick, cold breath, but her husband strolled out of the chamber, leaving wet footprints. He called over his shoulder, "Since you have nothing else to do, why don't you call some slaves and clean up that mess?" Nikki's dreams were unsettled and filled with feline energy. Through the spell bond, her vision drifted through to Mura's predatory mind, her restless spirit. So many times Nikki had dream hunted with her sister panther, roaming free across the plains, feeling hot adrenaline as she ran a bleating antelope to ground and tore out its throat. Now Mura could only pace inside a confined lair, caged and tormented as her troca had been for so many years. Sullen, she was forced to eat food she had not killed, offal from the Yaxen slaughterhouse, or hunks of human flesh fed to her by the new handlers. Mura had tasted human meat before, and in her memory, dreaming, Nikki tasted it as well. Chief Handler Ivan had used chopped-up victims to whet the appetites of his animals, making sure they would kill their opponents in the arena. For Mura, any dead meat was just a victim. It was nourishment. Mura remembered the pain the burly chief handler had inflicted on her, how these new apprentice handlers attempted to do the same, but they were weaker than Ivan. Nikki could detect scorn in her feline thoughts. When the big cat defied them, the handlers were incensed and worried. Nikki drifted in sleep on her pallet in the aqueduct tunnels, looking through her cat's eyes. The slatted bars in her lair formed shadows, and she delved deeper, remembering the panther's recent experiences. She was shocked by a surge of recognition. Another familiar human. The young man with the long ginger hair and a sword. Mura knew his smell, his demeanor, his voice. And Nikki knew it too. Bannon. The young man had disappeared days ago, and now she saw that Bannon had been captured and held in the fighter training pits. No wonder Nikki hadn't been able to find him. She was sure his faithless friend Amos lay behind it. Mura had been pitted against Bannon in one of the fighting pits, where the two were expected to battle each other, to maim and kill. The two had circled while spectators watched, and even though the handlers used their gift to coerce the panther, Mura had refused. The big cat knew Bannon. He was part of her hunting unit with Nikki, with Nathan. Bannon had also refused to fight, and their defiance outraged the observers. With a surge of anger, Nikki forced herself to remain connected through the spell bond, gleaning more information from the panther's memories. Mura knew every turn of the tunnels, every cage, and every rock-walled pen. She knew the warrior cells as well. She knew the fighting areas. Nikki drew upon that now, seeing that many of the combat animals remained restless in their cages. Several swamp dragons, 2 armored bulls, 10 ravenous spiny wolves, and 3 wild speckled boars with large tusks. The animals gave off a scent of fury, hunger, and murder. They would wreak havoc if they were turned loose. Nikki also saw where Bannon was imprisoned, and when she had a clear picture in her mind of the layout of all those cells, she forced herself back to wakefulness, reluctantly severing the close bond with her sister panther. She drew in a deep breath and sat up in the dim, moist aqueduct tunnels. Though the information she had obtained was deeply disturbing, she let herself smile. A plan began to form in her mind. Mirror Mask arrived late in the morning, and dozens of uneasy followers came to meet with him and hear his words. "Tonight will be our great opportunity. The Duma members intend to commit a gigantic slaughter to work their blood magic. 300 slaves. 300 victims. Victims like you." His followers grumbled. Many of them looked disgusted. A woman with a wan face and dry skin reached up to brush a tear from the corner of her eye. Next to her, Rendell reached out to take her hand, his gaze flinty with determination. The bread baker, Melba, still wasn't among them. "That means we must do something," Nikki interrupted. "This is our chance. The plans we considered in the past, the ideas we discussed, it is time. With this concerted effort, we can uproot the noxious weeds that grow in Ildikar." Mirror Mask turned his reflective visage toward her. He seemed interested, not offended that she would take charge. And what do you suggest, sorceress?
I challenged the Savrina before, and I failed. I should not have done it alone. Now, we act together. We must free the captive slaves marked for slaughter. We must reach the top level of the city, swarm the steps of the pyramid, and destroy the apparatus to prevent the blood working. If we wreck the projection tower, we will bring down the shroud forever.
Ah, Miramask said. Then many of us can escape the city and flee into the countryside.
Fleeing will not be sufficient, Nikki said. We have to free the city. She would help oust the oppressive masters who believed that bloodshed and slavery made a utopia. And then, after she found Nathan and Bannon, after she released Mura, they would all depart. Enough of Ildikar. She had too much work to do, too many other places to bring into the fold of the Daharan Empire. Richard had given her this quest. And the sorceress shall save the world. Nikki would not leave until her work was done. First, as night falls, we will go into the arena cages and free my panther. We'll turn the other animals loose, not just to cause mayhem this time, as you did the other night, but as part of an effort to disrupt the city before the bloodworking can take place at midnight. We will release my friend Bannon from the training pits. He and his sword will help us greatly. She rolled her shoulders, felt her muscles loosen up. The rest of the warriors are slaves, and we need fighters. They kill one another to entertain the nobles. Do you doubt they would fight just as hard for their freedom? The rebels muttered among themselves, their words low. Miramask lifted his reflective face, which glinted with the light from the wall torches. Many of the warriors fight for the love of fighting, but perhaps we can give them a better opponent. He raised the arms of his billowing gray robe, signaling to the gathered rebels. Very well, sorceress. I agree with your plan. We'll spread the word among our many followers, and they will be ready to take action. He turned slowly, addressing the crowd. This is what we wanted. If we succeed, Ildikar will be yours. Chapter 68. Fleshmancer Andre pushed Nathan to try harder, provoked him, and the former prophet grumbled in frustration. You are more sadistic than the Sisters of the Light. They locked me up so my dangerous prophecies could not cause damage. Nathan sniffed and ran his fingers through his long white hair, which very much needed a wash. But that, of course, is what prophecy does. For all their education, the sisters deluded themselves. We are not trying to restore your gift of prophecy, Andre said. Because prophecy has gone away, and so the effort would be pointless. We discovered that even here. The stars are different overhead, and it has nothing to do with our protective shroud. I've already explained the reasons why, Nathan said. Richard caused the star shift, sealed the veil, and changed the rules. You have indeed told us interesting stories, but such things don't matter here in Ildikar. The Fleshmancer paced around the laboratory studio, with its odd smells of chemical and blood. Thanks to the distortion of the shroud, we have always operated under our own rules. The indigo hangings blocked off the light from the open windows, but Nathan had pulled one down to let the bright sunshine pour in, making the dank chamber warmer and brighter than it had been in years. Nathan was regaining his strength. The previous day, upon awakening for the second time, he had consumed an entire bowl of broth, and this morning he had eaten eggs, vegetables, and pastries. Once his hunger was triggered, he became ravenous, and Andre could barely keep up with feeding him, rushing the household slaves back to the kitchens for tray after tray. Nathan was restless and unsettled. He'd spent far too long in this stuffy room, and he wanted to get outside, not because he longed to see Ildikar, but to find young Bannon. He also vowed to learn more about Nikki's death, although Andre had described her final combat against the Morizeth and the Savrina. Even Nikki could not have survived a fall like that. He swallowed a lump in his throat.
Andre seemed to notice his gloom. There, there, just try harder, Nathan. You'll find your gift soon enough. We certainly know that Ivan had the power within him. I will try. Nathan rubbed the palm of his hand across the stubble growing on his neck. Not only did he need to wash his hair, he also wanted a shave. At least you aren't making me wear an iron collar. Andre blinked at him. Why would I ever do that? Nathan moved aside the plates, bowls, and cups from his third meal of the day, though it was just past noon. Someday I will have you ask the sisters. The room smelled of harsh cleaning chemicals that barely covered the lingering undertone of urine spilled by terrified subjects in the laboratory room. Chemical urns rested on shelves, sealed cylinders marked with preservation symbols. Nathan couldn't guess what strange things they might contain. The large fanged fish with jagged fins and multiple eyes swam in an endless loop in the murky water of its tank. Nathan extended his hands, stared at the lines in his palm, the lifelines. He remembered how the witch woman Red had slashed his hand, drawing blood so she could create ink for his life book. Red claimed that the whorls and lines in a person's palm were a unique spell form. He focused his azure gaze, intently tracing the patterns, imagining that they were a reflection of the lines of Han throughout his body. He felt, or imagined, a tingle. He recognized the hint of magic, the gift reawakening within him. Thump, 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 thump. He touched his chest, felt the beating there, heard the drumbeat of his new life. Remember that you have the heart of a wizard now, Andre said. Use it. And how is the patient doing? A woman's voice called. Nathan was glad for the interruption, but when he turned, he felt the tingle of magic fade. Elsa strode in, wearing dark purple robes embroidered with unreadable symbols in golden thread. Nathan smiled at the attractive older woman. Recovering. He inhaled deeply. The air still flows into my lungs. I'm alive. That's something. Andre interrupted. He has a strong new heart. Chief Handler Ivan beats within him, and dear Nathan will have his gift restored. He is still searching for it, though. I've just gotten my appetite back. Nathan glanced at the clutter of empty dishes, then lowered his voice and turned away. I also learned that my dear companion, Nikki, was murdered by the Sovrina, which is enough to make me ill. Elsa's eyes were downcast. It was a terrible thing, and several Duma members, including me, believed that Thora cheated. She named Odessa as her champion, but when the Morizeth didn't kill Nikki quickly enough, the Sovrina used her magic. She shook her head. That is not how a challenge should be given or completed. Andre made a rude noise as he tapped the glass wall of the tank, startling the fearsome-looking fish in the murky water. It was like the combat arena, only done with magic. One doesn't split hairs about the fine points of protocol in a blood combat. What's done is done. Even so, Elsa said. I don't like the idea that the Sovrina used her scrying magic to spy on people. She could have been watching any of us, through any basin. But what do you have to fear, Sovrina Thora is merely ensuring the security of our city. Elsa scoffed. In my household, I will ensure my own security, thank you. I have drained all of my reflective basins and fountains, and I suggest you do the same. Unless you want her to watch your efforts to awaken Nathan's gift. The Fleshmancer grinned. Then she could see how hard we are working. Currently, my primary interest is to make certain that Nathan once again becomes the wizard Nathan. And that's my priority as well. Nathan sat resting on the edge of the table that had held him in recovery for so long. He wore a loose, unmarked white robe. He decided he needed to find his trousers, laced boots, ruffled shirt, and cape. And his sword, the lovely ornate sword that had served him so well. He hoped his blade was still where he had left it in the Grand Villa, but he wasn't going to be doing any fighting soon. He still felt too weak.
"I come to offer my assistance,"
Elsa said, stepping close to the table.
"I can help train you, but more importantly, give you a bit of energy with my transference magic."
She looked at him with her light brown eyes, and her crow's feet crinkled as she smiled. It was a pretty smile, he realized. "And how would that work?" Nathan asked, far more interested in her than in the Fleshmancer's gruff suggestions for exercises.
"The gift is also a great responsibility," Elsa said. "You might have it, but you must know how to use it. Inside you, the Han is like a fast-flowing stream. It has been dammed up, and now needs to be released."
"If only I knew how to do so, my dear." He wished he'd been able to wash and comb his hair, to shave and put on clean, preferably more elegant, clothes. He felt awkward speaking with Elsa in his condition.
"Let me attempt a little something that might help," she said. "I think you're trying too hard. Fear of failure makes you uncertain. Uncertainty makes you weak. Watch."
She extended a finger and touched her chest, just above her cleavage, part of which was exposed by the open purple robe. She traced her finger in a circular motion, then drew loops marking an invisible symbol, a pattern that only she could see, although Nathan tried to follow the tracings. Andre stood back, interested.
"Now you, Nathan."
Elsa came closer and tugged open his white robe, exposing his chest. She was startled to see the long, lumpy line that looked like a thick stream of candle wax down the center of his chest. Nathan looked down, embarrassed. "The mark will surely fade in time." "On the contrary, it will always be there as a reminder of my work," the Fleshmancer added brightly. "Like the signature of an artist." Elsa looked troubled, but reached forward and placed her hand against Nathan's chest, touching the scar.
"I can feel your heart beating. Yes, it is strong. But is the Han as powerful? Let me give you a little of mine. Perhaps it will unlock what you need."
Her fingertip touched the skin above his breastbone, and with swift, ticklish gestures, she traced a rune on his chest, the counterpart to the one above her own heart. When she finished, she tapped her fingertip there and stepped back. Nathan experienced a sudden tingling warmth inside, as if he had just downed a goblet of fine Eidendrill brandy. "I can feel something. I think Elsa is flirting with you," Andre chuckled. "Perhaps you'll be invited to our next pleasure party after all, as her guest if nothing else." Elsa flushed. Nathan just frowned. "You are ruining my concentration, Fleshmancer. We wouldn't want that, would we, Andre scuttled across the room, rummaged among the paraphernalia on the shelves, and found a wide candle. He carried the candle over, set it on the table next to Nathan, and indicated the drooping black wick. "See if you can make a spark. Use your gift to work a fire spell and conjure a candle flame." Nathan was more confident now that he felt warmth tingling through him. Maybe Elsa's transfer magic had connected the last threads of Han to his heart, his new heart. He looked at the bent wick, the hardened and misshapen wax. Nathan felt the magic, pulled it closer. He remembered the countless times he had summoned huge balls of wizard's fire, how he had easily ignited campfires or torches with barely a thought. He had walked through dark tunnels in the Palace of the Prophets, holding up a hand light that he conjured without effort. He also remembered the time aboard the deck of the Wave Walker when he had tried to show a trick to eager young Bannon. He had summoned a simple flame in the palm of his hands, only to have it flicker and die out. He shoved those thoughts aside, not wanting his own hesitation to weaken him, as Elsa had warned. He focused on the burned wick, sensed the warmth inside him, and tried to move the warmth to the candle. The gift trickled and grew. "Make the flame, wizard," Andre snapped. "Or must I deny you that title?" Startled, Nathan tried harder. It had been so easy to create a simple flame. He sensed the heat, drew it out of the air, and placed it into the candle. "Ignite!" He strained through clenched teeth. He pushed, feeling a hiccup of magic within him. The candle flickered,
a small yellow spark, which then faded. "Ignite!" he shouted louder, pushing with his grasp of the magic, drawing upon the restored gift. The candle wick still did not light. But the fish tank exploded. Nathan's uncooperative magic had sent a lightning bolt of heat into the murky water, flashing it into boiling steam, shattering the glass. With a gush of water, the flopping, smoking carcass of the hideous fish spilled onto the floor. Its needle-like fangs snapped as its jaws clacked open and closed until its eyes turned milky, and it slumped in death. Its large scales slid off its body like unwanted coins, and the crisped skin cracked to reveal steaming, flaky meat that fell off the curved bones. Nathan lurched back, astonished at what he had done. "Dear spirits!" "You have the gift back," Andre cried, "but it's still uncontrolled." Nathan felt sick dread build up within him. He remembered the man he had tried to heal in Renda Bay. His efforts had only resulted in a mangled corpse. "The magic is wild and dangerous." "But it's there," Elsa said. Andre stepped over to his shattered fish tank, frowned down at the remnants of the scaly thing he had created. "And it looks like you've prepared a late lunch for us, wizard." He smiled. "Yes, I shall call you wizard, at least provisionally." Nathan shuddered, clasping his hands together. He imagined the consequences of greater workings, if his magic ricocheted and went wrong. "I was just trying to create a tiny candle flame, and look what happened." "Indeed." Andre sounded delighted. "It looks as if Chief Handler Ivan gave you a great deal of power." He shouted for slaves to come clean up the mess. Elsa patted Nathan's hand. "It's a step in the right direction." "Or the wrong direction," Nathan said. "If only you had gotten better sooner," said the Fleshmancer, looking up at them. "Tonight is the great bloodworking with 300 slaves. Once we reinforce the shroud, we'll never have to worry about the outside world again." Elsa looked away, disturbed. Andre narrowed his muddy eyes and leaned closer, speaking with an undertone of threat. "You'd better hope you get your gift back, Nathan, since that is the only way you will remain among the noble class in Ildikar." Then he backed away, grinning again. "But you've demonstrated the potential, and I know the quality of my work, If that doesn't happen, we can try other approaches. Have no fear. No matter how long it takes, we will have plenty of time to experiment on you." Chapter 69. The sun set on Ildikar with a flourish of crimson clouds, as if in anticipation of the imminent bloodworking. The people in the city were anxious, some nervous, some eager, some resigned. Nikki had no intention of allowing the slaughter to happen. She would not let all those people be killed, or let herself be trapped under a shroud of eternity. It was time to act. A darkness gathered in the streets. Lights glimmered in homes and inns, candle flames, oil lamps, or magical glows from gifted proprietors. Like nocturnal predators slipping out of shadowy hiding places, Mirror Mask's rebels began to move out into the city. Nikki emerged with them. Her golden hair brushed out so that it was long and flowing. Her black dress clung to her, the skirt swirling around her legs like a pool of ink as she emerged from the sandstone tunnel entrance. "I don't need to hide anymore," she said. "I want Sovrina Thora and all of Ildikar to know who brings their downfall." "We do," said Mirror Mask, striding along beside her. The reflective plate covering his face was polished to a high luster. His gray robes flowed around him like fog as he walked with Nikki to their rendezvous. He had rallied hundreds of his followers, telling them to meet in a dark and dusty grain warehouse, ironically, the same warehouse where Mura had been captured. Nikki knew it was no coincidence. Mirror Mask had done that for her. The rebels wore brown robes with hoods to hide their faces. Around their necks, each of them wore a thin wooden disc engraved with an incineration rune. If they should die, their bodies would be instantly immolated, so as not to reveal their identities and unravel the entire network. Rendell wrapped his sweaty hand around the disc.
clinging to it. "You won't need that," Nikki reassured him. "The freedom fighters for Ildikar will no longer disguise who they are." She looked at the people in the dusty shadows of the grain warehouse. Lanterns hung from the rafters overhead, shedding yellow-orange light and casting severe shadows. "After tonight, you will be proud to admit that you followed Miramask. If you die in the fight, your families and your friends will boast of what you have done, and they will make sure everyone knows it." A muttered cheer rippled among the rebels. Rendell reached up and pushed back his brown hood, shaking loose his hair. "For tonight's work, I don't intend to hide who I am." A dry-faced woman beside him did the same. With a ripple of cloth that sounded like a stirring of wings, many more rebels pulled back their disguising hoods. "We don't need to hide who we are." Nikki felt the gift within her, a tingle of magic that made her hair rise with static. She turned to Miramask and saw her reflection where his face should have been. She looked hard at him, silently urging him to reveal himself as all the others had. Among his dedicated followers, he should not be afraid to show the appalling deformity a fleshmancer had wrought on his face. Miramask reached up and adjusted the mirror mask, but left it squarely on his face. "This is who I am," he said. His voice, though muffled, rang out so that all could hear. "This is whom my people follow." Rendell shouted, "Mirror Mask!" The others quickly picked up the chant. "Mirror Mask! Mirror Mask!" Throughout the streets, people were preparing for the blood-working ritual. Ever since Serena Thora and the Wizards' Duma had issued their announcement, the whole city seemed to be holding its breath in anticipation. Miramask's spies had reported that the 300 slaves, made docile from the intoxicating perfume of the red peace flowers, had been herded into a large holding area near the central pyramid. Miramask seemed uncertain, even though they had spent hours that afternoon planning in detail, deciding which moves to make, how they would begin their strike, and how best to achieve their victory. Nikki had discussed, then argued, strategy with him, and finally she realized that Miramask enjoyed his followers and enjoyed leading the rebellion, but the end goal itself was not a bright flame within him. He liked to launch small uprisings, stir up the city. His followers would bravely place their mirror shards in the walls, paint defiant words on buildings, but Nikki wondered if Miramask truly wanted to succeed. Complaining about a corrupt government was one thing, but actually ruling a city was quite a different task. Though his rebellion had slowly grown for years, he had achieved little until Nikki and her companions arrived. That was unacceptable to Nikki. She would fight to win. She spoke up when Miramask seemed at a loss for words. "It ends tonight. Word has spread throughout the city. The slaves are whispering, even those who have not joined us. They will know what to do when they see the uprisings in the streets. Our army will increase 1,000-fold as soon as this begins." She flashed a hard smile. "The blood magic is scheduled at midnight, but full dark has already fallen, and this is our time. Blood will be spilled tonight, and it will not be the sacrificial slaves." "But how will we fight against wizards?" one of the rebels asked, his voice cracking with nervousness. He was a long-faced young man with prematurely thinning hair and pockmarks on his cheeks. "We are not gifted." "Leave that to me," Nikki said. "I owe the Sovrina a fair amount of pain." Rendell's steely eyes flashed as he turned to his comrades. "And if they kill you, you will die free. From the moment you fight back, you have liberated yourself." The drab woman next to him reached out to take his hand. Rendell lowered his voice. "Whether you survive or not is secondary." Someone else began the chant again. "Mirror Mask! Mirror Mask!" Rendell added, "Nikki! Nikki!" She felt the energy of their defiance in the air. It continued to increase in intensity. "This is not a rally," Nikki said. "This is a call to war, and I will strike the first blow. I'll lead a group to the animal pits and the fighter cells. We'll release all the captives there, both man and beast, and they will help us." She smiled grimly. With Murrah and Bannon at her side, Nikki would feel powerful again.
She would do this, not just for herself and the people of Ildikar, but for Richard Rahl and his dream of a unified world. "I will go with you," Miramask said. "If this is our first battle, then we should be together." Nikki didn't argue with him. She touched the hilts of 2 sheathed daggers at her hips. She had replaced the weapons after her battle with Edessa. "We have everything we need." Drawing upon the vivid memories she had seen through her dream connection, Nikki knew exactly where to find Mura. But her map was filtered through the Sand Panther's senses, which relied as much on identifying smells and sounds as on sight. Nevertheless, she would lead her companions. "Don't be afraid to kill," Nikki said, making sure they all heard her. "Your enemy certainly isn't." They moved furtively through the streets. Whispered word passed down the alleys and lower thoroughfares, and their numbers swelled. Speed was their friend now. Soon enough all chaos would break loose with fangs, claws, and blades. "I've looked forward to this for a long time," Miramask said. "My people are ready. Ildikar will not know what is about to hit them." The stink assaulted Nikki's senses even before they reached the menagerie. She felt a prickle in her skin, a tingle in the back of her mind, the faint, intangible presence of her sister panther. Mura could sense her, too, knew she was coming. Nikki put on a surge of speed, foregoing all caution. Outside the dark entrance to the animal tunnels stood several large cages that held mangy, dispirited-looking foxes and coyotes. Jackals snarled and snapped in a third pen. These were not enhanced or trained creatures, but merely practice prey for the more fearsome animals. 4 members of the city guard saw the mob coming and took defensive stances. "Halt! You have no business here." Nikki swept her hand to one side, releasing a hard slap of air that hurled the guards against the wall, stunning them. "It begins," Miramask said, sounding immensely satisfied. Nikki pointed to the outer cages. "Loose them. Let the animals run free." Behind her, the rebels worked the latches, and the coyotes knocked their rescuers aside as they sprang free, darting down alleys. The jackals barked and growled, frantic to get away. 2 more guards came running, their scaled armor clattering as they drew their short swords. The rebels ducked to one side as the jackals sprang free, and the beasts fell upon the oncoming guards. One man sprawled face first on the cobblestones, while the jackals tore into him, shredding the armor on his back. The other guard fled, yelling for assistance. Nikki paid no attention to what was happening in the streets. She pushed into the widened tunnel that smelled of musk and wet fur, blood and excrement. "Open the cages," she called. "Release them all, and not just a few this time. We must send a stampede through the streets to disrupt the blood-working." Letting her comrades do the work, she passed cages and stone alcoves, artificial lairs for predatory beasts. She knew where she had to go. Mura called to her through the silent thrumming of her spell bond. The tunnels were a maze, but Nikki remembered what the panther had seen and smelled. Workers in the pits responded to the shouts and roars, and when they saw the brown-robed rebels, they ran away instead of remaining to defend the animals. Some of the slave workers even helped, throwing the bolts and pulling open barred gates. From a side passage, where Nikki knew the apprentice handlers lived and slept, came the 3 who had replaced Ivan, the ones who had helped capture Mura. Dorbo, the angry lantern-jawed man, stalked out, his hands clenched into fists. "By the Keeper! What do you think you're doing?" When Dorbo recognized Miramask, his mouth dropped open. The rebel leader said, "Why, we are throwing Ildikar into turmoil. It's a shame you won't see it." The rebels flung open cages and ran away as the animals burst out, emaciated and desperate spiny wolves, snapping swamp dragons, and blood-maddened boars. From a large pen, 2 hooded figures loosed a gigantic scaly bull with 2 sets of prominent horns. The creature charged through the tunnels, bellowing. Its enhanced hooves clattered sparks from the floor. Dorbo and his 2 companions stood in the way with raised hands, using their gift to deflect the stampeding monster. But the huge bull charged forward, drawn toward the handlers rather than shying away. The beast ran harder and faster. Miramask ducked against the side wall as the bull thundered past. One of the apprentice handlers shrank away and fled, while tall Dorbo and his companion desperately worked their magic, trying to bring the monster under control. But it was too late. At the last moment, Dorbo turned to escape, but the bull gored him, impaling him on all four thick horns. The senior apprentice vomited blood as his eyes bulged. He flailed, clutched at the ivory spear points that had sprouted from his chest. The second handler went down, smashed under the onslaught, and the bell kept charging with Dorbo's body dangling from its horns. The third apprentice was trampled under the steel-hard hooves, crushed into a broken horror of blood and shattered bones. Now that the handler's manipulative gift had vanished, the freed animals rampaged with greater fury. Rebels spread through the tunnels, releasing countless creatures, while Nikki went ahead, looking for one particular barred lair. Miramask followed her, nodding at the mangled bodies of the 3 dead apprentices. "That went well, I think." Nikki felt a surge of relief when she saw the alcove that held her sand panther. She turned to Miramask. "Go find the fighter trainees and release them from their cells. You'll find weapons there as well. Tell them to fight for their lives. This is more important than any arena combat." "As you command, sorceress." A hint of sarcasm tinged his muffled words behind the mask. "Find Bannon, and tell him I am here." With a swirl of gray robes, Miramask flitted down the main tunnel to where the passages connected with the training chambers. The shouts of responding guards and warriors were drowned out by the cacophony of roars from liberated beasts. Nikki stepped up to Murrah's cage. The big cat looked thin, beaten down by captivity and brutal training, but she recognized Nikki, her sister panther. Murrah roared in triumph. Her feline eyes blazed golden. Nikki wasted no time. She worked the latch, yanked the cold iron bars to open the door, and Murrah launched herself out, growling and purring deep within her chest. She licked Nikki's hand with her hot, bristly tongue. Though other freed animals bounded past, the big cat did not want to leave Nikki's side again. "Come, Murrah." She sprinted down the passageway to where it opened into the periphery of the warrior barracks. She stopped, because Miramask stood ahead of her with his back turned. He stretched out both arms, holding a curved sacrificial knife in his left hand, the one with which he had killed the Norikai captive, Dar. He glanced at her over his shoulder. "We have a problem, sorceress." He faced a grim and snarling Odessa. The Morizeth leader stood before him with her short sword raised. Smoldering piles of brown rags and greasy smoke, the remnants of incinerated rebels, lay on the floor on either side of Odessa. She must have killed them the moment they surged into the fighters' barracks. Now she blocked Miramask with a hateful look in her eyes. "You are a traitor, a gadfly, a hateful annoyance." Odessa lunged forward with the point of her sword, and Miramask danced out of the way. He held up his sacrificial knife, clanging its blade against hers, but he had little finesse as a fighter. "I will kill you in short order." Odessa slashed a long cut in his gray robe, and he struck out with the knife, but the Morizeth batted it away. "You seem to be all talk. You let others do the fighting for you, because you have no skill." Miramask glanced toward Nikki. "A little assistance, please, sorceress." "I would be happy to." She and Murrah bounded forward. Odessa caught the rebel leader unawares when she swung with her brass-studded gauntlet, punching Miramask in the stomach, and as he buckled, she drove the butt of her short sword into his face. The round pommel struck the polished mask with a hard, shattering noise that broke his mirror into several pieces. Crying out, he reeled backward, dropping his ceremonial knife with a clang to the stone floor. He used both hands to hold the broken pieces of his reflection in place. Blood poured from between the cracks. Nikki and Murrah both threw themselves upon Odessa. The big cat drove the Morizeth to the ground, while Miramask, sobbing for breath, scrambled away. He held his hands against his face as he disappeared into one of the many side tunnels that branched out from the training grotto. Odessa fought off the sand panther, pummeling her with the hard gauntlet, and tried to stab her with the sword. The instant before the blade could pierce Murrah's vulnerable hide, Nikki lashed out with her magic. She knew she could not strike Odessa through her protective spell runes, but she realized what she should have done during the combat in the ruling tower. Nikki sent a surge of incandescent heat into the hilt of Odessa's sword,
and the Morizeth yelped and dropped the blade. Even so, she managed to punch the Sand Panther in the throat, knocking Murrah away from her. Just as Nikki and the Sand Panther were poised to attack, 3 more Morizeth women charged in, blades drawn, ready to fight. Nikki saw no sign of Mirror Mask, who had fled. No matter. She was ready to fight all of them. With a squeal and a snort from behind them in the tunnels, 2 speckled boars charged into the chamber, thrashing with their tusks. One of the new Morizeth shrieked and spun away, but the first boar gored her, ripping her thigh all the way to her crotch. The woman collapsed, fountaining blood, and the great pig stomped on her neck with a sharp cloven hoof. Nikki and Murrah ducked into a side tunnel as the second boar thundered into the chamber, followed by 3 howling spiny wolves. Nikki hated to retreat, and longed to have her real rematch against Odessa. But the other Morizeth had scattered as well, and more animals raced into the warrior barracks. As Odessa retreated and the animals continued to rampage, Murrah growled, as if longing to join them. But Nikki placed her fingers on the panther's well-muscled back. "We'll have our chance. We will fight her again." She looked forward, remembering the tunnels, knowing where they led. "First, let's go release Bannon." Chapter 70. Blood and magic hung like a vibrant mist in the air as the night deepened. Amos could smell it. He could sense it. He found it exhilarating, even arousing, and the young man knew exactly what to do with his arousal. He had a few hours before the ceremonial killings at the pyramid. His mother and father would be making their preparations along with the Duma, but the young man had no part in that, nor did his friends. Someday, Amos supposed, he would become a member of the council, if any of the other wizards ever died. He doubted they would retire. But he was not overly eager. He had everything he wanted and no responsibilities. For tonight, he would merely be an avid spectator, watching the cascades of blood spout from hundreds of slashed throats. He hoped he could be close enough to smell the moist iron in the air. He licked his lips in anticipation. While he wouldn't mind having the shroud drop at occasional times, so he and his friends could go out and vandalize the stone soldiers, he knew they would find other amusements, even if the protective bubble remained permanently in place. No doubt there would be more entertaining battles in the combat arena. His lips quirked in a smile. Soon, according to the Morizeth trainers, the bumpkin Bannon would be ready to die in the arena. Amos looked forward to watching what the cabbage farmer might do. "That'll be a thing to see," he said aloud. Beneath him, Melody whimpered. He slapped her again for good measure, and she bit back another outcry of pain. The bitch simply wouldn't learn. "If you stop making noises, I'll stop hitting you. You're so stupid." Melody whimpered again, and Amos knew it was a wasted effort to strike her again. Then he realized that he enjoyed it, and with a sharp smack, he brought his open hand across her mouth, splitting her lip a second time. Blood dribbled down her chin. The thick sexual arousal from the impending sacrifice had made him hungry to expend some of that energy. Without bothering to call Jed and Brock, because he didn't need them dangling from him like leeches, he had gone to the dacha of the Silk Yaxen and paid his coin to the surly doorman. Amos had grabbed Melody from where she sat prettily next to a fumbling merchant, a chubby man Amos recognized as a seller of glazed pots. Melody had blinked up at him, then recognized him. She drew back with fear, and Amos's arousal increased. He grabbed her by the wrists, saw the fading bruises on her arm, and realized that he hadn't come here since the Norakai had visited this place. "She is mine tonight," Amos said to the pottery merchant, and dragged her off the divan. Melody barely struggled, her arms and legs flopping as she stumbled to keep up with him. The merchant sputtered and looked disappointed, but Amos was the son of the wizard commander and the Sovrina, so the man found another equally beautiful and equally cooperative whore. "We need a private room," Amos said. "A place that will muffle the sounds." Melody had begun to whimper even before he shoved her through the doorway. She sprawled on the bed, turning to look up at him. He closed the door and very carefully said, "Tonight I'm going to make you scream." Melody's loose gossamer gown was made of pink silk, held together with loops of lace designed to be easily undone. Amos had made a point of ripping the garment off of her, tearing the fabric with a loud and satisfying sound. She crawled backward, propping herself on her elbows. Amos had been hungry for the animal release of sex. Melody barely formed the words. "I please you?" "You will, one way or another," he growled as he undid his pantaloons and pulled them off. Striding forward, he breathed hard and fast. He was extremely aroused, like a warrior with an outthrust sword ready to go into battle. And battle he did. He pressed Melody down and pried her legs apart, grabbing the thatch of short blonde fur between them. He found no moistness there, but decided he didn't care. She was the one who would hurt if she wasn't ready for him. Amos thrust into her with angry passion, drawing pleasure not from the act itself, but from what it did to her. Silk Yaxen were bred for this, creatures who lived for no other purpose than to let men use them, to let Amos use her. The private room was brightly lit with many candles, rather than the low romantic illumination in other chambers. Amos didn't mind. He wanted to see what he was doing. Melody lay back on the bed, closed her eyes, and let him do whatever he wished. He thrust repeatedly, watching her body move, up and back. Though it was what she always did, her passivity annoyed him tonight. Amos grabbed her throat and squeezed hard as he continued to push into her. Her eyes widened and swelled. She clawed at his hands, straining to breathe. As she fought harder and harder, he reached his own peak of intensity and shuddered with pleasure, releasing his hold on her throat and collapsing on top of her. Melody squirmed while Amos relaxed, enjoying the waning euphoria. But as she struggled to crawl out from under him, his anger came back, and he punched her in the face, drawing more blood. Melody squirmed off the edge of the bed and dropped to the floor. He let her go, sitting up on the fine mattress so he could watch her pathetic movements. Melody was crying, which seemed strange because Silk Yaxen didn't have the brains or the emotions to cry. The red mark around her eye had begun to swell, which made Amos think of the blood working that would occur soon. Now that he had expended himself inside the whore, he could shift his anticipation to other pleasures. Melody worked her way across the room to a stool before a small bureau and a mirror. Pots of makeup, colorings for the eyes, rouge for the lips, sat out on display. It was a place for Silk Yaxen to prepare themselves before each new customer. Candles burned on either side of a mirror, and Melody sat staring at her reflection. Tentatively, she reached forward, touched a fingertip to her split lip, to the blood there. She smeared it across her lips, reddening them as if with rouge. When she stared at her reflection, tears filled her eyes. She reached up to touch her swollen face, the prominent red mark that would become a black eye. Her other hand reached her throat, where Amos had nearly strangled her. He lurched off the bed, annoyed that she would give more attention to her own reflection than to him. "I'm paying you for my time here. I'm the one who needs to look at your bruised and ugly face." Amos snatched one of the pots of makeup and hurled it at the mirror, smashing it. Cracks spider-webbed out from the impact point, and silvered shards dropped out of the frame, clattering to the bureau. Melody gasped and sniffled. She picked up one of the broken shards and held it wonderingly in her hand. Amos laughed. She turned, lifted the long shard, and then, smoothly, as if she were practicing, not sure what would happen, Melody sliced the jagged glass across his throat, opening up the skin like an astonished new mouth beneath his chin. Amos blinked at her, too confused to feel the instant razor of pain. Bright red blood showered out all over Melody. He watched the spray drench her, and she gazed at him, looked down at the broken mirror, and smiled. Amos grabbed his throat. He choked and gurgled, unable to hold his wound closed. The crimson waterfall spewed through his clenched fingers, just like the blood he had so anticipated being spilled from the sacrificial slaves during the midnight ritual. Amos collapsed to the floor, still twitching as a lake of blood pooled around him. Some ran down his naked chest, while more drained toward Melody's bare feet. She let the warm blood touch her. She turned her interest back to the broken mirror. She picked up another shard, and another, holding the broken pieces in her hands. And then she gently,
experimentally, raised them to her face. She pressed the flat, silvered surfaces against her cheeks, trying to form a mask of her own. Chapter 71. With the roars of wild beasts and the clash of swords behind him, Miramask fled. He would let Nikki do the rest here. The sorceress had the incentive, and she certainly had the powers. He could think of more spectacular things to do. With all the combat animals turned loose, ready to kill anyone they encountered, the ruling council would have to respond, including even Icy Thora. It would surely disrupt their plans for the bloodworking at the pyramid. He did not want the shroud permanently reinforced to trap all of Ildikar under a suffocating dome forever. Its people would be no more than fish in a bowl, swimming around in endless circles, going nowhere. He was sick of Ildikar's stagnation. Although Nikki and the rebels would cause quite a stir with the deadly animals and the warrior slaves, Miramask had plans of his own. The sorceress wasn't thinking big enough. He could cause so much more mayhem. He clutched his broken mask, using just enough of his gift to fuse the pieces clumsily together so that the mirror was intact again, though distorted. Blood still flowed from the gashes on his face. He healed it just enough to create scabs, not wasting the time or energy to do more right now. He ducked through a side tunnel, looking for a way back out to the streets. The stench of blood and rotting meat filled his nostrils. This was the passageway through which slaves delivered the animal feeding carts, but the slaves had all fled now. Many were probably among his own followers. Miramask didn't know them by name, saw them mainly as a resource to drive his own plans. Bells began to ring from the city towers, not to mark the sacrifice, but to summon the city guard. Armored soldiers ran through the streets, marching out from garrisons, strapping on swords, quivers, and crossbows. Angry lower-class people were shouting, rushing out of alleys and side streets to attack the guards with makeshift clubs or confiscated swords. Most of the soldiers were not gifted, but they had training and superior weapons, which the slaves did not. However, Miramask, and yes, Nikki too, had given the rebels and the downtrodden another weapon. Their anger and indignation, their thirst for revenge, made them selfless fighters, and therefore more deadly than any trained guard. They fell upon the soldiers. Knowing this was happening throughout the city, Miramask smiled behind his clumsily repaired mask. He didn't let anyone see him. He kept to the shadows, flitting down alleys, working his way around the looming combat arena with its observation towers and raised seats above the killing sands. This revolution was far more entertaining than any arena spectacle. Miramask climbed the streets, knowing the backways, slipping through orchards and climbing walls until he reached the sprawling mansion of the Fleshmancer Andre. He could enter one of the wings from the back. With his gift, he easily diverted Andre's guardian spells, but he had more trouble with the vicious thorns and the squirming hedge of eye flowers that surrounded the courtyard. His gray robe was torn in several places, and he was disgusted with the inconvenience, but he got inside. He knew that Nathan, the traveler and supposed wizard, remained an experimental subject inside the Fleshmancer's studio. Nathan had survived the horrific exchange of hearts, although it remained to be seen whether he could demonstrate any restored capacity for the gift. Perhaps all that pain and effort had been for naught. Miramask did not know if Nathan Roll would be an enemy or an ally, but unless the useless wizard could release his magic, he was irrelevant. Miramask had an entirely different purpose in visiting Andre's mansion. Many lights were lit inside the sprawling building, and the Fleshmancer was no doubt preparing for the blood magic at the pyramid in the next few hours. He would never be prepared for what Miramask was about to do, however. A separate wing was dark, the windows covered with tightly woven hangings. If Andre called his experimental laboratories his studio, then this wing was his gallery, where he displayed his most magnificent work. Miramask had been looking forward to this for a long time. He was alone inside the dark and silent wing, but in the presence of tremendous power. He could feel the anger, the impatience, the bottled fury trembling in the air. He ignited a handlight and set it floating against the wall so that he could behold the 3 towering armored figures, fighting behemoths encased in their prison of armor. The Ixax warriors. He could sense them, and knew they were aware of his presence. He saw their glittering yellow eyes behind the slit openings in their helmets. The Titans loomed there, straining inside their confinement. They had been locked immobile for more than 15 centuries. "Patience, patience," he whispered. "It's almost time." He looked through the slits in his own mask, which reminded him of their encapsulating helmets. Maybe the behemoths could see their reflections in the cracked covering on his face. He stepped up to the first Ixax warrior. "I apologize to the other two. One of you will certainly be sufficient for my needs." The thick-studded armor was marked with the insignia of Ildikar, a sun with lightning bolts. Back then, Andre had been quite patriotic. He had created this trio of Titans, hoping to unleash them so they could mow down swaths of General Utros's army, like a scythe harvesting wheat. The wizards of Ildikar had stopped the Fleshmancer from creating more than 3, fearing how powerful those human weapons might be, suspecting they could be uncontrollable. The petrification spell, and then the Shroud of Eternity, had rendered the Ixax warriors moot. Miramask reached forward, found a deeply etched rune in the steel-hard leather armor on the first Titan's waist. Releasing his gift, he activated the spell that encased the mammoth soldier like a cocoon. He broke apart the magical manacles that held the Ixax motionless. As the room began to glow, Miramask backed away. "Wake," he said, "and do what you are meant to do." He laughed, knowing that this would be far more disruptive than anything else his rebels could achieve. Miramask flitted out into the darkness as the Ixax warrior began to bend his massive arms and legs. Awakened at last. The smashing uproar in the side wing of his mansion jarred Andre from his musing. Elsa had stayed all day to help guide Nathan through his recovery. She suggested exercises, tiny gestures of magic that would help him build his confidence. Sometimes Nathan succeeded, but at other times the magic reacted in bizarre ways. Occasionally, nothing happened at all. Andre was losing patience with his subject. "If you continue to fail, then we'll just have to find you another heart, Nathan's face turned ashen at the suggestion. "No, I'll keep trying. I will unlock my gift." He turned to Elsa with a look of desperation. "We'll find a way. We must stop soon, because we have to go up to the pyramid. The blood working happens at midnight," Andre told Elsa, then raised his eyebrows. "You can come and observe, Nathan, if you like. It might give you some inspiration, though, alas, you won't be allowed to participate. Not yet." Nathan did not appear pleased by the invitation. Just then, crashing sounds rang throughout the mansion, a deep, hollow roar that sounded like a bear groaning in an echoing cave. "Now what is it?" Andre said, exasperated. He had heard the alarm bells and shouts down by the combat arena, and was sure that some other mayhem was taking place down there. More animals released, perhaps. The city was becoming quite unruly. But he was busy in his own mansion, and the blood-working would soon require all their attention. This time, however, the havoc emanated from his own home. Elsa and Nathan looked as if they wanted to follow him, but he snapped, "Stay here." He stalked off, feeling a shiver go down his spine as he ran toward the side wing, where the noise had become deafening. "Here now, by the keeper!" he shouted, striding into the high-ceilinged gallery where he displayed the towering Ixax warriors. 2 of the armored Titans remained motionless, as they had always been. But the third mammoth soldier lurched forward on tree-like armor-encased legs, stomping boots so hard they cracked the flagstones of the floor. Andre could only blink and stare. The Ixax reacted to his arrival, swiveling its gigantic helmet so it saw the Fleshmancer, its creator, its tormentor. The eyes blazed like tiny balls of wizard's fire. Andre stumbled back, holding up his hands and summoning his gift. The Ixax strode forward with thunderous footfalls, clenching huge gauntleted hands. Andre released magic in a wall of force that slammed into the armored Titan, but it had little effect. The Ixax simply plowed through the magic, intent on the wizard who had taken 3 unwilling Ildikaran soldiers, conscripts, who had agreed to help their city without knowing what they were offering to do. The Fleshmancer had used those young men as the raw material to create these things. Weapons powerful enough to save Ildikar. Weapons that had never been used. Instead, the monstrosities had been locked awake, motionless, going insane for 1,500 years. Now the Ixax was unleashed, and his limbs swung free, releasing pent-up fury. He hammered the stone wall with his fist like a boulder launched from a catapult, and the blow crushed through the blocks, pulverizing them. The Ixax let out another bellow, amplified through his helmet. Andre hurled wizard's fire at the monstrosity. The fierce magical flames scorched the armor, but quickly rolled off. The Titan closed the distance to Andre in 2 strides, and loomed over the Fleshmancer. Trapped, Andre flung up his hand, releasing blasts of magic, sizzling bolts of lightning, howling wind, and fire. But the Ixax warrior did not even draw his huge sword. Instead, he raised a gauntleted fist, clenched it tight, and pounded down with all the force of a giant falling tree. With a single blow, the Ixax crushed Andre, breaking him, splattering him into a mass of jagged bones, a shattered skull, scattered teeth, and spraying blood. He raised the gauntlet again and brought it down, pounding the ruined corpse another time, hammering the remains into a pulp. 7 identical blows later, nothing remained of the Fleshmancer but a widely dispersed film of gore. Blood, smeared tissue, and bone powder spattered the gallery's floors, walls, and ceiling. The Ixax lifted his huge feet and straightened. Even though he had destroyed his creator and tormentor, he was not satisfied after waiting for 15 centuries. He had been created for destruction, so he marched ahead to destroy everything in sight. Everything. Chapter 72. When the clamor and shouts erupted through the fighting pits, Bannon guessed what was happening, and hope surged within him. The uproar seemed even greater than the previous time. It sounded like more than just a skirmish. This was outright war. Bannon went to the bars of his cell and peered out, seeing the brown-robed figures hurrying into the fighters' area. This time, they wore their hoods down, defiantly showing their features. Yelling, the rebels drove the unleashed animals ahead of them. 2 black spiny wolves loped forward, snapping their jaws, but more intent on escape than savagery. 3 leopards sprang down the tunnels, dodging fallen bodies, paying no attention to the large swamp dragons that scuttled forward on powerful scaled legs. Bannon shook the barred door of his cell, desperate to break free. He wanted to run loose like the animals, to burst from this prison. He was shirtless, sore and bruised, wearing only a fighter's loincloth. But after his vigorous training, he was more lean and muscular than he had ever been before. He was trapped, held captive as a toy to be thrown out into the combat arena for the amusement of the people of Ildikar. He hammered on the bars. "Let me loose!" The other fighters took up the chant, pounding on their bars as well. "Set us free!" And the hooded rebels did exactly that. Miramask's followers had seized keys, and they spread out in the tunnels, rushing from one cell to the next. The caged fighters stared grimly in anticipation, waiting for the doors to open. Their shouts grew louder. "Free me! Free me!" The rebels worked the locks and threw open the barred doors. Muscular young trainees as well as seasoned warriors stalked out, blinking and confused as if they didn't know what to do. From his cell, Bannon yelled, "You can still fight! Get your weapons! We can all battle our way free!" He rattled the bars again, then muttered, "If I ever get out of here." A female rebel raced up to Bannon's cell, meeting his eyes through the bars. She had a flinty gaze, and she looked like an old woman, but Bannon realized she could not have been more than 40 years old. A life of slavery had drained her vitality away like an old rag wrung dry. She fumbled with the key, inserting it in the lock and turning it. She grimaced, trying harder, but the key didn't work. "It's a different one," Bannon said. He had seen Lila use it numerous times. "The brass one." The woman shifted to another key. Out in the gallery, the freed fighters rushed to the weapons stockpile. Ignoring the racks of dulled blades and wooden practice rods, they snatched up the short swords they used in the combat arena. The rebels gave them the name to cheer. "For Miramask!" The fighters took up the name, and one of the brown-robed figures added, "And for Nikki!" "For Nikki!" they all echoed. Bannon's heart leaped. Nicky! Nicky was here! The woman on the other side of the gate fumbled with the brass key and inserted it into the lock. She looked at Bannon and smiled. Before she could turn it in the keyhole, though, a hissing swamp dragon raced forward and snapped its jaws around her legs. It yanked backward, and though she grabbed at the bars, the reptile broke her grip and tore her body away from the cell door. Bannon reached through the bars, trying to grab her, but the lizard thing flung her to the stone floor. She pounded with her fists, and blood gushed from her mangled legs. The reptile snapped its jaws and bit her hand off all the way to the elbow, crunching down on her bones. The key fell out of the lock, struck the stone floor, clinked, and bounced away. Bannon pounded on the door, desperate to break free so he could help her. When the swamp dragon bit through her throat and killed her, the immolation rune on her amulet ignited, and the rebel's body burst into a crackle of searing flame. The fire flared up and also engulfed the big reptile. The monster hissed and rolled away, but its scales were blackened, its stomach bloated as the intense fire boiled its internal organs. Bannon dropped to his knees, but the cell door wasn't open yet. He reached through the gap, jamming his shoulder against the bars as he strained to reach the key. It lay just out of reach near the smoldering remnants of the woman who had tried to help him. He stretched his fingers and rammed his shoulder against the bars to get an extra hair's breadth of reach. Finally, the tip of his index finger brushed the metal end of the key. He stroked it, made it move barely toward him, then again, and the key edged just close enough for him to snag it with his fingertip. He clutched it in his cupped palm like the greatest treasure he'd ever held. Working through the bars, he inserted the key, fumbled to turn it, and heard the click. A wash of weakness and relief turned his blood to water. Bannon shook his head, trembling, and pushed open the barred door. Out in the gallery, the rebels and the unleashed fighters ran loose, confused but exhilarated. They battled a fearsome speckled boar, herding it down one of the larger tunnels and out into the city, where it could cause more havoc. A big, bald veteran fighter emerged from his cage and looked around angrily. One of the rebels handed him a sword. "Fight! Fight for your freedom!" The veteran fighter grasped the sword, sneered, and thrust it into the heart of the rebel. The astonished robed man collapsed to his knees and fell on his face before bursting into a self-contained funeral pyre. "We fight for Ildikar," growled the veteran. "Not for Mirror Mask." He strode forward, holding up his bloody blade in defiance. The brown-robed rebels were stunned that one of the slaves would turn against them. 4 of the newly freed fighters ran toward the veteran, raising their swords. "No, we fight for ourselves, and we fight for the future," one shouted. The bald veteran was taken aback and defended himself as the 4 young fighters fell upon him. One stabbed into the meat of his shoulder. "We don't fight for Odessa." "We do not fight for the Savrina," shouted the second man as he plunged his blade into the veteran's belly. "We fight for Mirror Mask and for Nicky," they cried as they stabbed again and again. The seasoned veteran did not have a chance. With the door of his cell finally open, Bannon bolted out to join the others. "For Nicky!" he yelled, hoping she was here, hoping she could hear him. He jumped over the greasy smoke and the smoldering pile in front of his cell. He needed a weapon. Not just any weapon, but his weapon. The other fighters had taken the familiar short swords with which they had trained, but Bannon knew where Lila kept his own blade, wrapped in a cloth and stored in a high alcove. He ran to it, paying no heed to the fighting all around him. He grabbed his sword, pulled it down from the notch in the sandstone wall. Sturdy fell into his arms, and he yanked away the cloth covering. His hand curled around the leather-wrapped hilt. Sweet sea-mother! Tears stung his eyes. He swung the blade from side to side, feeling energy build within him. He no longer felt his aches, his bruises. He was free, and he would fight out in the city. He would find his friends. "Nicky!" he shouted. With the shroud in place, they could no longer just leave Ildikar, but they could remake the city. That was his focus now. He didn't know how many days he had spent down here in the training pits and barred cells, but it seemed like an eternity. Armored trainers ran into the fray, holding shields, wielding their own swords. These were not as skilled as the Morazeth, but they had fought and pummeled the trainees during many practice sessions, including Bannon. He spun to face them, holding up sturdy. It felt good in his hand, but he knew this would not be another practice session. "Back to your cages, slaves!" roared one of the trainers. Sneering and overconfident, he lunged forward, swinging his shield at Bannon. The young man did not back away, and the trainer faltered for an instant, surprised at Bannon's reaction. With a yell, he smashed the trainer's shield with a long sword, hammering hard, then swinging again with both hands and all his might. The blow was enough to crack the trainer's wrist, and he reeled. Bannon reacted like lightning, responding with his instincts, and he swung the sword again and chopped deep into the other man's neck. As the man fell onto the bloody stone floor, Bannon stared at what he had done. Yes, he'd been taught well, and the Morazeth had warned him to show no mercy. He shuddered, but refused to allow himself to feel shock or guilt. He would be doing much more killing before the night was done. He knew the most important thing he had to do. Dodging deadly animals, scattered rebels, and freed warriors, Bannon sprinted toward Ian's cell. The champion, his friend, the embittered man who had been held prisoner for so long, remained inside, staring out at the turmoil, his steely eyes drinking in the details. Bannon arrived at the barred door. "You know it's not locked, Ian. Why didn't you get away?" His friend considered for a long moment. "Because this is where I belong." Bannon worked the latch and swung open the gate. "No, it isn't. You belong with me. You belong back home. You never should have been taken from Kyria Island. I never should have been a coward, but that's all behind us. I can't do anything about the past, but I can save you now. Come with me. I beg you. You must be free." "I am already free." Ian squared his broad shoulders and stared at the open door. "I'm a warrior. I am Ildakar's champion." "Ildakar will be different after tonight," Bannon said. "Come, we have to get out into the streets." Ian shook his head, staring at his friend grimly from his open cell. His face looked old, scarred, a stranger's face. A killer's face. "All I know how to do is fight. I cannot run away with you." "Yes, you can. If we can bring down the Shroud, there's the rest of the world. I have so much to show you, but first we have to get away. Fight with me for what is right, for what is noble and true." Ian shook his head. "What would I do if I just got away? That isn't me. I am the champion." Bannon caught a flicker of motion out of the corner of his eye. He turned to see a tawny sand panther lope into the torchlit gallery chamber. Mura. Nikki was with the sand panther, wearing her black dress and holding a bloody dagger in each hand. "Bannon Farmer?" she called out. "Bannon, where are you?" He gave Ian a pleading look, then whirled. "Sorceress! I'm here!" His heart swelled with joy, despite the screams and growls around him mixed with the clash of blades. With one more quick look back at Ian, he said, "Come with me, Ian. Give yourself a chance at a new life." But his friend stepped farther back into his spacious cell. Vowing to return for him this time, Bannon bounded over to Nikki. The spell-branded panther prowled along beside her. Blood covered Mura's fangs, muzzle, and paws. "I didn't know what had happened to you, sorceress," Bannon babbled, and he clumsily attempted to hug her. "They captured me, dragged me down here, forced me to fight. Where's Nathan? What's happened to you? I heard you were dead." "You have too many questions," she said in a low, hard voice. "I see you have your sword. That is all you need right now, not more answers. Fight with us. We must release these people, then move against the ruling council. Savrina Thora intends to slaughter 300 victims tonight and make the Shroud permanent." Bannon's heart sank. "Then we have to stop it. And now we have an army." "Yes," Nikki said. "Now we have an army." The fighting had moved into the main gallery, the open area with several deep fighting pits dug out of the floor. Bannon had sweated and bled in those pits. The freed fighters ran forward, waving their swords, but they suddenly hesitated, backing away as 4 robed rebels were killed in short order, their bodies bursting into flame. 5 deadly Morazeth strode into the gallery, each one carrying her weapon of choice. "Back, all of you! Back to your cages!" Lila was among them. Bannon's heart skipped a beat. He flinched and stepped back toward Nikki and the Sand Panther, squeezing his grip on Sturdy's hilt. Nikki, Bannon, and Murrah strode ahead, their steps in tandem. Nikki's blonde hair crackled with magic, flowing like a comet's tail behind her head. She spoke to the Morazeth. "The cages will not hold them, and you no longer control these people." Bannon stepped up beside Nikki, facing the group of Morazeth and forcing a brave tone that he didn't necessarily feel. "All of us will fight you, and we will win. You trained us well enough." Lila sneered at him and came forward, selecting her obvious target. "I've just been playing with you, boy. The real training is about to begin." She wielded a sword with her right hand, a dagger with her left, and an even sharper smile on her face. But he had Sturdy. While Bannon defended himself against his opponent, Nikki and Murrah threw themselves against the other Morazeth, who seemed surprised by the furious resistance. Murrah slashed with her claws, bit down hard with her curved fangs, and tore one of the attackers to a bloody mess. More female fighters swarmed in, clattering their blades. They fought around the edges of the various circular pits, some shallow and empty, some connected to a lower network of tunnels. The pit nearest Bannon had curved iron spikes on the walls, like the spines of a giant thistle, to prevent any subjects from escaping. Facing Lila, Bannon stayed several steps from the edge, not wanting to fall in. He would fight her out in the open, free. Once he defeated Lila, once he battered her the way she had battered him, he would escape into the city with all these other fighters. And, he desperately hoped, with Ian. In black sandals laced up to the knees and a short leather wrap, Lila did not appear imposing, but Bannon knew full well how deadly she could be. She gripped her sword, carving hypnotic patterns in the air with its tip. She jabbed the point in the air, trying to distract him, which convinced Bannon that her real attack would come from her dagger. That was how she intended to kill him. Yes, Lila had taught him, but perhaps his Morazeth trainer didn't know exactly how much he had learned from her. She thrust fiercely with the short sword, at the same time as she slipped her dagger up in a stealthy arc, intending to plunge it into his ribs. Bannon dodged the feint and swung Sturdy sideways to deflect the much smaller knife. The discolored blade smashed into the dagger, twisting Lila's wrist. She gasped in pain and jerked her hand away. The dagger clattered to the floor, bounced, and fell into the deep spike-walled pit beside them. Anger flashed in Lila's eyes, and then she laughed. "A good trick? I see you've been learning, boy." "You've taught me a lot. I'll put it to practice right now." "I have much more to show you." She slashed with her sword, trying to intimidate him. "If you survive today." "Maybe you won't survive to teach me." "Then you would miss me," she taunted. She swung the blade, but he parried with his longer sword. On the other side of the pit, Nikki and Murrah fought 2 of the Morazeth. Long red lines marred the Sand Panther's tawny hide, but she lunged forward and snapped the neck of one of the warrior women, while Nikki used both of her daggers and unleashed a surge of magic into the wooden knout her Morazeth opponent used. The knout turned into a torch in the woman's hands, and she thrashed the blazing end in Nikki's face. Letting one dagger drop, Nikki caught the flaming end in her bare hand, extinguished it with her gift, then plunged her second dagger into the Morazeth's throat. With a grunt, she tossed the dead body down into the pit beside her. The Morazeth didn't fall all the way down. Her body was impaled on the curved iron spikes and hung there like an insect thrust onto a tree thorn by a shrike bird. Lila had been lulling Bannon, teasing him, but now she flung herself at him with full fury. She was a fierce dervish of attack, her white teeth clenched. Bannon quickly found himself on the defensive. He could barely keep his balance. She hammered at him, made him stagger. His foot brushed the edge of the spike-walled pit, and he nearly slipped. He caught his balance by propping the tip of Sturdy on the ground and swinging his other hand. Lila drove in for the kill. She stopped as if she had been yanked back by a leash. Her head lolled. Her gaze reeled. Her face turned chalky pale as she collapsed, falling forward onto the floor, the back of her head bloodied. Ian stood behind her, holding a sword. He had struck her with the flat of the blade to render her unconscious. Panting and shuddering, Bannon looked at the limp form of his lovely Morizeth trainer. Ian stood over her, unsettled and uncertain. "You needed help. I saved you again." "Thank you, Ian," he nearly sobbed. His friend had come back. "This time we'll both get away." The fighters kept battling as more black-clad Morizeth dashed into the fray, coming through the arena tunnels. Odessa arrived, a brooding knot of energy, her dark eyes glittering. "You will all die this night, if I have to kill you myself." Bannon's heart froze. Ian turned to Odessa, stony and determined. The champion braced himself, crouched into a well-practiced fighting stance. He rippled with precisely calibrated energy. Bannon had seen him fight in the arena, but he knew this battle would be greater than any of Ian's other challenges. The scarred young man extended his free hand and shoved Bannon in the chest, forcing him backward and away from the fight. "Go! You said it yourself. Get away." "I won't leave you. I left you once before." Ian flashed a quick glance at him. "And because of that, I'm now the best fighter in all of Ildikar. Let me prove it." Warm sincerity infused his eyes. "This time it's my choice, Bannon. You need have no guilt about it." Odessa locked her eyes on the defiant man and bounded forward on lithe, spell-branded legs, holding up her blade, clenching her gauntleted fist. "Come then, lover." She curled her lips in a dark smile. "I can't get enough of your flesh against mine." Ian braced himself, facing her with his sword. Odessa held her own blade just within striking distance, murder in her eyes, prepared to kill the young man who stood in front of her. Bannon retreated toward Nikki and Mura as they turned. Ian was ready to fight. But there was something strange about his stance. Bannon saw it for just an instant. Ian's short sword drooped. His muscles tensed. His empty hand curved outward. As Odessa fell upon him, he reached up to grab her gauntleted arm, swept out with his right foot, caught her behind the ankles, and knocked her legs out from under her. In the same flow, he drove forward, using her own momentum, spinning the two of them off balance. He pushed off sideways, launching them both over the edge of the deep fighting pit. Bannon screamed, "Ian, no!" After a long fall, the two landed hard on the sand and ashes, miraculously avoiding the sharp spines on the walls. The sword was knocked out of Odessa's grip. She lay stunned for only a moment before she scrambled away from Ian, just as he got to his feet. Shaking his head, he fumbled on the ground and retrieved his own sword. He could have killed Odessa right then if he'd struck quickly enough. The Morizeth leader was disoriented by the fall, disarmed. Suddenly, her attention snapped back. She tensed like a snake. Though she no longer had her sword, she snatched the small black handle of the agile knife at her hip. She held it up, as if to remind him of all the pain it signified. "Is that how you like to play, lover? Think of all the pleasures I've given you. You are my special one, my champion." "I've received much from you, and not all of it was pleasure." She prowled around him, and he held up his sword, which was much longer than her agile knife. She could not get close enough to strike him with the short needlepoint. They circled each other warily. Then she spotted her short sword, which had fallen to the ground. Odessa bounded across the sand, grabbed it in her gauntleted hand, and now faced him with two weapons. Bannon could only watch. Those two were far out of reach below. In the main gallery, the fighting continued around them. He wanted to shout support for Ian, or even jump down and fight at his friend's side, but he didn't dare distract him. Odessa could kill in an instant. Ian and the Morizeth leader continued their deadly duel, blade against blade, and Odessa slashed with her needle-pointed agile knife like the stinger of a scorpion. But Ian was the champion, and he fought as well as his mistress and trainer. She threw herself at him, ferociously swinging her short sword and slashing a long wound down his left arm, but Ian punched her with his empty fist and sent her stumbling on the loose sand. Odessa fell backward, twisting her body, and struck the wall. One of the iron spikes dug a deep red gouge along her shoulder blade. Odessa didn't seem to feel any pain, did not pause to recover. She threw herself forward, driving hard with her sword. Ian fought magnificently, but he hesitated. Bannon suddenly realized that his friend didn't want to kill her. Odessa jeered. "What's the matter? Are you afraid of me, champion?" He responded as he had been trained to do, as he had been provoked to do. With a roar, he drove harder, battering her with his sword, smashing her blade away, hitting harder and harder, until he broke her wrist, knocking the sword away from her. The blade dropped to the arena floor, and he pounded the pommel of his sword against the side of her head. With an additional shove from his empty hand, he sent her sprawling onto the ground near the iron spikes. "I am not afraid of you." She was disarmed, propped on her elbows, shuddering and bleeding from the gash in her shoulder. Her sword arm hung limp with the broken bone. Ian stood over her, his sword raised for the death blow. "I am your lover," she said. "Don't you remember all the pleasure I gave you?" Ian's face was stony. He pointed his blade down, ready to plunge it through her heart. He hesitated, as she seemed to know he would. "You can't kill me, because there's something you don't know." Her face twisted in a smile. "For these last 4 weeks, I have been carrying your child." Ian was taken completely by surprise. He froze for just part of a second. In that moment, Odessa snatched the object she had been covering with her body, the weapon she had found in the sand at the base of the pit, Lila's dagger, which Bannon had knocked down there. The Morazeth woman grabbed the knife in her good hand and lunged like a cobra striking. She swept up with the blade, using all of her momentum as she drove her body upward with her legs. She thrust the dagger into the center of Ian's chest, shoving it deep and twisting it in his heart. He gasped, coughed blood, and hung like a dead Yaxen on a hook. "Ian!" Bannon screamed. "Ian!" But his friend was already dead, and Odessa was too far below. "Now you have made me angry, boy," said another razor-edged feminine voice. Bannon turned just in time to see Lila, recovered now. She had picked herself up from the ground and charged toward him, her blade raised to kill him. Though sickened and stunned by the death of Ian, Bannon spun to defend himself. Nikki stepped in just behind Lila and slammed the pommel of one of her daggers down hard, bashing the Morazeth woman on the already bloodied back of her skull. Lila dropped like a felled tree, crashing to the sandstone floor above the arena pits. Next to her, Mura roared. Bannon felt frozen, horrified. He stared down at Ian's bloody form as Odessa cast the body aside, but she was too far down in the pit. He couldn't get to her. Lila lay unconscious next to him, blood matting her short light brown hair. Beside him, Nikki scowled at Odessa. They both wished to be down there to tear the woman apart, but Nikki had a determined sheen in her eyes. Mura thrashed her tail. "We can fight here all night, Bannon, but we have a more important battle out in the city. We have to stop the blood working at the pyramid. Come with me. First, we need to find Nathan." Chapter 73. Once inside Cliffwall, and surrounded by the smell of books and scrolls, Prelate Verna felt as if the Creator had rewarded her beyond her wildest dreams. She felt giddy over the wondrous information on shelf after shelf, room after room, tower after tower. Oliver and Peretta had returned home to a great deal of rejoicing. The veteran scholars rushed out to greet them, full of questions, as well as news of their own. Peretta introduced her Aunt Gloria, the new leader of the Memmers. Oliver happily brought forward Franklin, an owl-eyed gifted scholar who did not seem ready for any sort of leadership role, although he was the new scholar archivist. While most of the Daharan soldiers built their camp on the canyon floor, the general, the prelate, and the 2 young travelers had climbed the narrow path up the cliffside. In the cavernous alcove filled with enormous buildings, other scholars met them, leading the visitors inside the great archive. Before they entered the imposing stone facades, Peretta gestured toward the canyon vista.
This was covered by a camouflage shroud for thousands of years. Few ever discovered these canyons at all. And if outsiders did look up at this cliff, they saw only a blank wall rather than these buildings.
But now, the hidden knowledge is open and available to all, Oliver said. Yes, General Zimmer said in a deep, serious growl. And that concerns us greatly. The sisters will certainly help. The numerous scholars gathered in a main communal room, while workers hurried to prepare a midday meal. The general made sure that his soldiers and their mounts were cared for below. The horses can water at the stream and graze in the pastures alongside the sheep, but my men will be tired of eating pack food. If I could press upon your hospitality? Gloria dispatched her members to see that it was done. Verna sat on a long bench in the dining room as servers hurried in with platters of meats and fruit, baskets of bread. Verna selected a small green apple from the top of the fruit bowl, turned it in her hand to inspect for worms. Finding none, she bit into it and savored the tart juiciness. She let out an appreciative sigh. Franklin addressed them all, happy to meet Verna, the general, and their companions. Nicky spoke of the Sisters of the Light, and we wished we had someone like you to guide us. We are pleased you came so soon.
We hurried, Peretta said. After talking with Prelate Verna, we decided it was important for us to lead them back here.
We sorely needed you, Franklin said, scratching his brown hair as he gave a thankful nod to Verna. Scholar archivist Simon was killed, and then we lost Victoria. We have been muddling along, but we weren't sure how best to select a leader. There's so much work to do.
Gloria added, We promised Nicky we would not attempt any of the magic we found in the books. We're merely trying to organize and catalog the thousands of volumes.
We've been told that our books on prophecy are no longer relevant, Franklin said. Useless, in fact. Verna let out a sad sigh. Yes, I spent much of my life studying prophecy, learning the meanings of countless books, tracing various forks, interpreting possibilities, all for naught. When the palace of the prophets was destroyed along with that copious knowledge, I thought my way of life was ended. She forced a hard smile. But I endured. The rest of the sisters endured. We served Lord Rawl, and we found extensive libraries in the People's Palace and other central cities. We decided to learn what we could and preserve the information. Then, with the star shift, she shook her head again. Amber spoke up, holding a fresh hunk of bread in her hand.
Now we have a different focus. We can help you.
We can guide you, Verna corrected. My sisters and I trained many students, including Richard Rawl himself. And although the rules of magic are now different in unpredictable ways, we shall learn, and you'll learn along with us.
Peretta added, The members have to learn how to be scholars as well. Oliver agreed to show me.
Beside her, Oliver blinked as if the news was a surprise to him. Well, of course I will. More servers brought in bowls of steamed leaves and sliced tubers, topped with dollops of melting sheep's butter. It's delicious, General Zimmer said, as one of the scholars passed him a platter of cold mutton roast. He carved some of the meat with his own knife, then cut off a piece for Verna. Prelate? Yes, thank you. Franklin said, Ever since Nicky, Nathan, and Bannon left us, we've been rebuilding. We are returning to normal. Settlers are coming back to reclaim what was once the Scar. We found a few new settlements in the valley, Zimmer said. Before long, agriculture and commerce will be thriving here. There is so much land to settle and explore. I may have to summon many more troops from the New World. Give us time to study the lore contained in Cliffwall, Verna said, and we will send an important report to Lord Rawl. He may need to dispatch 1,000 new scholars, too. We've already sent out word to the surrounding lands, said Franklin. Years ago, after Victoria discovered how to drop the camouflage shroud, We put out a call for gifted scholars from the other towns throughout the valley and up in the mountains. Many responded. He shook his head sadly. But they were also untrained. That is where Roland came from, the life drinker. Dear spirits, we won't let that happen again. Verna finished her meat and took a helping of the steamed greens. She was surprised at her appetite. If you and your sisters intend to read our books, Gloria said with a smile, then you must repay the favor by telling us your stories. We have many stories, Beretta said. Oliver and I saw things we never read about in the archives. She mischievously looked over at her companion. Tell them about the Kraken Hunter's ship. They finished the meal by describing their journeys, while Verna also talked about Lord Rawl, and how she herself had found him, untrained, with Kaelin among the Mud People, the pebble in the pond, as prophesied, a war wizard who would change the world, but only if he could learn and control his gift. In order to save him from deadly skull-splitting headaches, she had been forced to place a controlling iron collar around his neck. The scholars listened, muttering. Franklin asked, Will you place iron collars around our necks, too? That will not be necessary, Verna said. Her fellow sisters also looked at her, as if they, too, were unsure of the answer. Verna shook her head more vigorously. We know other ways to train the gifted scholars here. After the meal, Verna was anxious to get started. Once the Cliffwall scholars had shown them their guest quarters, as well as a room for General Zimmer to use as an office, Verna gathered her sisters. The women went into an echoing library chamber with a roaring fireplace. Books of all sizes filled shelves that reached to the ceiling. Wooden tables with thick legs and carved feet were covered with scrolls and open volumes. Glowing, magical lamps shed sufficient reading light every hour of the day and night. Verna, Amber, and the others just stood there, smiling. The prelate turned slowly, not sure where to begin. Dear spirits, she whispered under her breath. Beside her, Novice Amber actually giggled. Just look at the books, prelate. This might be every word that's been written in the history of the world. Verna smiled. Not by far, child. Not by far. But as she stared at the thousands of spines, each volume filled with unread and powerful lore, she breathed a long sigh. But it may be a good portion. For so long she had searched for a new direction after the end of prophecy, and now Verna felt she had a greater purpose than ever before. With a quick gesture, she scattered her sisters, not telling them where to go, just urging them to get started. We have nourished our bodies. Now let us nourish our minds. Verna plunged into the wealth of knowledge like a swimmer crossing a deep pond. Without looking at the words on the spine, she chose a thick, impressive-looking volume from one of the shelves and took it to a study table. She sat beside an intent scholar, who bent over a long scroll that dangled off the edge of the table. He was hunched so close to the scribed words that he nearly pressed his nose to the parchment. He moved his lips as he read, but didn't look up at her. Verna removed the toad figurine that she had already carried all this way. Amused, she placed it on the tabletop in front of her, rotated it so the large round eyes stared at the stack of books. Then she smiled and turned to her own volume, opened the thick, scuffed cover, and began to read. Chapter 74. Fleshmancer Andre's blood-curdling scream echoed through his entire villa, then ended abruptly. In the other room, Elsa backed away, her eyes wide as she glanced nervously at Nathan. What did he unleash upon Hildekar? I will save us first, dear lady, and then worry about saving the entire city. He gathered his white smock-like robe around him and took her arm. It would be wise for us to leave this place. Elsa hurried along as they pulled aside the indigo hangings, looking for a way out of the maze that Andre called his studio. With a booming sound and an echoing bellow, something huge hammered through the stone block walls, coming closer. Before Nathan and Elsa could reach the high foyer at the front of the mansion, the wall opposite them cracked and shivered. A loud pounding blow crashed like a battering ram, and the thick walls toppled. A huge figure threw stone blocks aside like a squirrel scattering leaves in autumn. Nathan's mouth dropped open in disbelief. The mammoth warrior was like an insane juggernaut smashing through the support walls. "Here, spirits! He awakened one of the Ixax warriors!" Elsa cried. Nathan reached out an arm and swept Elsa behind him. The gigantic soldier turned the iron shell of its cauldron-sized helmet toward the sound of Nathan's voice. Its yellow eyes blazed through the slit. "Those things were never meant to be activated," Elsa said. "I didn't even know they were still alive." "Alive and angry, it seems." Nathan raised his hands in a placating gesture, speaking directly to the Titan. "But I'm not the one who tormented you. We aren't your enemies." 15 feet tall, the Ixax crashed through the broken stone and lumbered into the great foyer. Nathan and Elsa backed toward the vine-covered front entrance. The warrior swung its boulder-sized fists, crushing one of the stone blocks into powder. "I don't suppose you'd listen to reason," Nathan pleaded. The Ixax warrior charged like an angry bull the size of a mountain. They scrambled through the spacious foyer, but Nathan knew the Ixax could easily run them down. The enormous armored warrior might merely crush them, or perhaps, like a child tormenting an insect, pull them apart limb by limb. The Titan confronted one of the marble support columns that rose to the arched ceiling. It wrapped its armored arms around the column and strained, cracking the stone, uprooting the pillar like an angry bear tearing up a tree. The Ixax hurled the column toward Nathan and Elsa. She held up her hand, and with a shove of magic, diverted the pillar so that it spun in the air and crashed into the second tall marble column, cracking it. The ceiling groaned and splintered. Shards tumbled down to the tiled floor. The second support column broke in the middle, and the halves collapsed. The ceiling cracked, and Nathan grabbed Elsa, pulling her through the arch and outside the Fleshmancer's villa just as the Ixax straightened and raised both gauntleted fists. Then the ceiling collapsed, countless stone blocks burying the warrior under tons of debris. As Nathan and Elsa ducked for shelter, powdered stone dust swirled all around them, making them cough. The continuing roar of the breaking stone sounded like an avalanche. Andre's mansion fell in on itself with a roar nearly as loud as the Ixax. "Do you think that destroyed it?" Elsa asked, shielding her eyes from the clouds of dust. "Of course not, dear lady," he said. They backed away, keeping an eye on the smoke and powder from the collapsed building. As he stared at the devastation, Nathan felt a tingle within him, sharp pains that cracked inside his chest, the heavy drumbeat of his heart. Thump, 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 thump. The lines of Han through his body burned like hot wires, and the gift flowed inside him with a staccato urgency. With Elsa's help, he had been practicing his magic, but was still unable to perform as the great wizard he had once been. Even with control of the gift again, though, Nathan doubted it would be enough. Andre had been an exceedingly powerful wizard, but he had not been sufficient enough to stand against his monstrous creation. What chance did Nathan have? "Why would Andre unleash that thing?" Elsa asked. "Why did he do it?" Nathan shook his head. "Andre was with the two of us, remember? Someone else awakened that giant warrior." "But only a great wizard can do that," she said. He pursed his lips. "As I've been told so often, Ildikar is filled with wizards." Like a geyser of erupting stone, debris flew upward as the Ixax warrior blasted its way out of the rubble, tossing massive blocks out of the way as if they were no more than pebbles. Covered in dust, but otherwise unharmed, the behemoth rose out of the ruined mansion. "By now the rest of the Duma will be up near the pyramid," Elsa said. "We have to call them and stand together to fight against this monster." Nathan took her arm, and they backed away. "I am generally an optimist, but Andre told me that each Ixax warrior could single-handedly slaughter thousands of the enemy. I'm not sure all the Duma members combined will be strong enough." The Ixax charged toward them, picking up speed as it began to run. Each footfall sounded like a stone-cutter's hammer breaking rock in a quarry. Members of the city guard scurried through the streets, responding to the other alarms. Nathan had no idea what was happening throughout Ildikar, and he wondered if Miramask's rebellion had finally begun. Was awakening the Ixax warrior part of that attack? This huge juggernaut would cause utter mayhem throughout the city. But what fool would do that? Who would dare? He and Elsa retreated down the street as the mammoth warrior uprooted the anchored trellises, mowed down the eerie hedgerows of eye-filled flowers. Nathan looked for any sort of shelter among the nearby buildings. A bell tower rose next to a civic building constructed of cut sandstone blocks. The bell tolled, loud and desperate, to rouse the city, calling the defenders to arms. With all the turmoil in the streets, the population scrambled about in confusion. Some were part of a disorganized uprising, while others were merely trying to flee. 10 armed guards swarmed along the street, holding their swords or crossbows at the ready. But when they came upon the behemoth, they stumbled to a wavering halt. As the Ixax warrior turned toward them, the guard lieutenant summoned his squad. 2 crossbowmen fired metal quarrels that struck the Ixax full on the chest, but merely bounced off. The other soldiers yelled a rallying cry and threw themselves on the impossible enemy, hacking at the massive legs to hamstring the Ixax. But the thing's armor was like steel, and their blades caromed off of it. The angry warrior knocked them all aside, smashing them with a single blow, as if they were a game of gambling sticks. Blood and brains splattered on the whitewashed walls where, incongruously, rebels had inserted bright, sharp mirror fragments. The great bronze bell continued to ring out a deafening clamor, and the Ixax stomped toward the tower, throwing itself upon the high stone structure. With gauntleted hands like battering rams, it hammered the stone, pounding the structure of the tower until the anchoring beams cracked and the sandstone blocks crumbled. With a mighty heave, the Ixax toppled the bell tower, cracking the walls and shoving it forward. Still clanging, the bronze bell broke loose from its cradle and fell from the tower, shattering more sandstone as it went. The entire tower crashed down onto the adjacent 3-story civic building. The Ixax continued to move through the collapsing barrier, as if the thick walls were no more than an inconvenient thicket of weeds. It roared again through the confining helmet, a tone so loud it shivered some of the fallen sandstone blocks. After smashing its way through the rubble, the juggernaut careered toward the next section of buildings, where trade workers lived. People ran screaming into the night. Weeping, Elsa pulled away from Nathan and bravely stood her ground against the warrior, raising her hands and releasing her gift. With magic, she lifted some of the broken blocks into the air and hurled them at the oncoming Ixax. A large fractured stone crashed into the helmet, without making so much as a dent. The Ixax raised a gauntlet to batter another block out of the air. Seeing Elsa, it changed the focus of its rampage and came toward her. The matronly sorceress stood frantically, trying to release more magic, to find some other desperate weapon. But Nathan knew her primary strength was in transference magic, and she needed 2 points to work that. There wasn't enough time. He cursed himself, furious for being so useless, so weak. If ever there was a time. He shoved Elsa aside, knocking her into a flower bed adjacent to the street. "Out of the way, my dear. Save yourself." As the Ixax lumbered toward them with murderous intent, Nathan ran faster, closing the gap. His unadorned smock flapped around him. He did not feel like a great wizard, but he was a great wizard. He was Nathan Rahl. He had lived for 1,000 years, and he had fought tremendous foes. His Han had been as strong as braided steel ropes. "You think you're invincible, monster." Nathan stretched out his hands as if to form a laughable roadblock. "But I'm here to stop you. I did not create you, but I will end you." His words were defiant, and he was pleased that his voice didn't quaver at all. "Nathan!" Elsa screamed. "Let me concentrate, please." He thought of all of his training, all his gift, and all that he was. "I have the heart of a wizard. he insisted. He suppressed all the times he had failed, all the spells he had been too afraid to use. But he had no fear now, not even fear of the titanic Ixax warrior. Thump thump, thump thump. The magic was within him. The lines upon were wrapped around him and through him, and his heart was strong. It beat loudly, and made the magic flow and build. Nathan curled back his lips, gritted his teeth, and let out a groan. He summoned everything he had, refusing to think about the times when the magic had backfired, when the result had been horrifying instead of satisfying. He strode forward another step, as the Ixax lumbered to a halt, sensing a thrum in the air, a tension. The warrior raised both of his hugely armored fists, as if to batter the world into submission. Nathan strained. He cried out. He pulled all of his gift, focusing it through the strong heart, the powerful heart, the dark heart of Chief Handler Ivan. He felt something tear inside him, and suddenly the last blockages of his magic dissolved away. His gift poured forth like a volcano erupting, and Nathan unleashed the magic. All of it. A giant wave of unstoppable force struck the Ixax warrior and made the armored figure stagger back. The Titan raised both hands, strained, took one more heavy footfall forward. But the magic blasted like a cleansing fire, pouring against the shield of armor that encased it. As Nathan continued the attack, the avalanche of magic scoured away the warrior's armor, exposing the horrendous creature's pebbly, twisted skin, dissolving it, peeling back the flesh to unwind the wire-like muscles, flaying the meat away to reach the enhanced bones. The helmet broke and melted to pieces, exposing the face of the Ixax warrior, the glowing eyes that shifted from anger to pain to a dissipating wonder as the body that had once been a human soldier, a horrifically tormented volunteer, was torn away under the onslaught of Nathan's gift. The torrent of magic peeled the brute into bits, rendering it down to the dust of flesh, leaving only a nightmarish memory and a wavering growl that faded in the night like a sigh of relief. Afterward, Nathan collapsed to the street, his white robes pooling around him. Elsa ran to him, dropping to her knees and cradling his shoulders. "Nathan!" Utterly drained, he looked up at her, blinking his azure eyes. Though his voice was weak, he managed to say, "That was rather impressive." "You destroyed it," she said. "Nathan, you destroyed the Ixax warrior. You saved the city." "I just did my part, but I think we can agree that I have my magic back." She laughed and dashed tears from her eyes. He wanted to rest, just wanted to lie back and fall asleep for another week. But he knew he couldn't. He struggled to his feet, leaning on Elsa. "Alas, the night's work isn't done. The city still needs saving." Thump thump, thump thump. He touched his chest, felt his pulse racing. He was strong now. He was back. Nathan did feel a shadow inside, a hint of grimness mixed with the clean light of his gift. But Nathan had to accept it. Part of Chief Handler Ivan would always be inside him. "Come with me now," he said, as Elsa held him up. "If you'll help me." Nathan wasn't sure where he had to go. As crowds gathered to look at the wreckage and marvel at the disintegrated scraps of the Ixax warrior, the two limped along. "Let us go find out about the rest of these troubles, shall we?" Chapter 75. It should have been a night of excitement and anticipation. Like a warrior girding herself with armor to fight for the future of Ildikar, Sovrina Thora went to the ruling tower to make her final preparations. But after hearing initial reports about the disturbances, she felt that madness had descended upon her beloved city, a madness more impenetrable than the Shroud of Eternity itself. Vicious animals rampaged through the streets, trained to kill in the arena, but now pursuing noblemen, traders, even the lower classes who got in their way. The slave warriors had been released from their cells, and now they fought beside the rabble, killing many members of the city guard. Much blood had already been spilled, and wasted, when fresh blood could have been used to good effect. Such ill-advised uprisings were directed at the very underpinnings of her beautiful, perfect city. Miramask and his traitorous rebels did not deserve to live in Ildikar. Enraged, Thora wanted to use her own magic to turn them all to stone. Slowly, so they could feel their muscles freeze, their bones crystallize, their minds petrify. But she couldn't just massacre them all. If the shroud remained in place, the city had no way to obtain new slaves, and breeding would take time. She needed them, and she hated it. Nevertheless, she had to crush their spirit, destroy the leaders, and break the gullible rebels so they would never, ever attempt such foolishness again. Still not accustomed to the responsibilities of leading the city guard in place of Avery, a harried High Captain Stewart raced into the empty chamber. He gave her a brisk bent knee in a gesture of respect. His face was sweating and red, and his movements were jerky. "I can only give you a sketchy report, Savrina. The battles are still raging, and my guards are reacting. I will have more information after we put down the flashpoints and quell this unrest." He nervously glanced at the tall windows. The flickering lights from the city below seemed more orange than usual, a sign of spreading fires. "It better not take long, Captain," Thora snapped. "The bloodworking is scheduled for midnight. Hundreds of slaves await their fate, as does our beloved city." Stewart wiped at a crawling trickle of sweat on the left side of his cheek. "We're doing everything we can, Savrina, but it is more difficult than expected." "Because of all the animals and warriors released? Surely they can be confined to the area around the combat arena." She rose from her ruling chair. Her clinging blue gown rippled, and the strips of ornamental fur stood out, like raised hackles. The High Captain nodded. "Slaves throughout the city are setting fires, attacking their masters. They are savages. Some gifted nobles are fighting back, trying to control the mobs and extinguish the fires. But they're outmatched." "How can that be? Miramask has only a handful of deluded followers." Stewart remained on his knee and bowed more deeply, perhaps to avoid her sea-green gaze. "It is more than a handful, I'm afraid. The movement has swept through the lower levels of the city. Countless slaves have been killed, but some managed to assassinate their owners. We don't know how many are dead." Thora was deeply troubled as the realization sank in. With inflammatory rhetoric, Miramask and that maddening Nikki could have swayed hundreds to their cause. Now Stewart looked up, blinking. "Hundreds, Savrina. There are many thousands rising up to overthrow Ildikar." With a gasp, she turned away so he wouldn't see her porcelain expression grow even paler. Pink pinpricks of flush crept up her cheeks. "I refuse to believe that." Stewart remained bowed. "Nevertheless, it is true. There have been fierce battles down in the training tunnels. Many Morizeth are dead." Thora reeled. "Impossible! The Morizeth are—" "The Morizeth are dead. At least 5 of them. It seems they trained their own fighters too well." He squirmed, looking sickened and nervous. "And, Savrina, there is more." She huffed. "More? Haven't you told me quite enough appalling news, Captain?" He looked away, then turned back, squared his shoulders. "I'm afraid not. The disturbances are widespread, and there have even been incidents in the Silk Yaksen Dachas. Your son, one of the Silk Yaksen, she... He couldn't seem to get the words out. "What about Amos?" she demanded. "We don't have time for this." "He's been killed, Savrina. One of the women slashed his throat." Thora reeled. Her knees felt weak, and she reached out to hold the arm of the chair on the dais. "I believe he may have abused her," Stewart continued.
What difference does that make? They are mindless toys. Amos! Amos!
She sucked in a breath, feeling shock rather than grief. The boy had always been unruly and arrogant, and even his mother had not seen much potential in him. But still, Amos was her son.
I want them all killed. All of the Silk Yaxen.
Stuart bowed. It will be done, Savrina. But first we must quell the uprisings, stop the fires, bring the people under control.
Enough of this!
She had already sent word to the Duma members, demanding that they gather at the ruling tower to prepare for the great sacrifice. Now she needed them more than ever.
I expected Andre, Quentin, Damon, and Elsa to meet here half an hour ago. And where is the wizard commander? We're all essential now. As in times past, the wizards of Ildikar must combine our magic and defeat the enemy, even if that enemy is inside our walls.
As if hearing their names, Quentin and Damon both bustled in, unkempt and harried. We are here, Savrina. We were preparing, but Fleshmancer Andre is dead, Quentin blurted out when Damon hesitated, nervously stroking the long, droopy mustaches on either side of his mouth. Thora took a hesitant step away from the dais, as if afraid she might tread on a poisonous serpent.
Dead? How is he dead? What did that fool do now?
Someone unleashed one of the Ixax warriors, said Quentin, his dusky face drawn and concerned. Thora gasped.
But the Ixax were never meant to be...
Someone awakened it, Damon said, standing straight. It killed Andre, destroyed his mansion, then went straight on the rampage. Elsa was there, along with the wizard Nathan. They barely escaped. Thora's thoughts spun. An Ixax warrior was nearly invincible, a living weapon designed to battle hundreds, if not thousands, of enemies at a time.
That is not possible.
Not only possible, but true, Savrina, Quentin said. She did not know what orders to issue, how even to suggest they might defeat such a monster. Fleshmancer Andre had created the trio of Ixax 15 centuries ago, and if one of the terrible titans had already killed him, she had no idea how to stop the thing.
Where is Wizard Commander Maxim? We must all fight together. This is a tremendous threat.
Damon shook his head in disbelief. It is already finished, Savrina. The wizard Nathan Rahl destroyed it, single-handedly. Thora just blinked at him. How many more astonishing things was she supposed to accept in one night? Amos murdered, slaves rising up, an Ixax unleashed, and now Nathan Rahl releasing enough magic alone to destroy one of the great warriors?
But he is powerless, useless.
His gift is restored, said Quentin. He annihilated the Ixax warrior. He and Elsa are safe. Thora didn't know whether to be relieved or appalled.
We must act now. We need not stand on ceremony. The sacrificial slaves are ready. We must go to the pyramid and shed the blood now, work the spells to put the shroud in place forever, before it's too late.
High Captain Stuart stood, uncertain. He looked toward the windows again, swallowing hard at seeing the dull orange glow. Damon fidgeted, and finally Quentin said, after rubbing the back of his hand across his dry lips, But isn't the Duma too weak to accomplish such an all-encompassing spell, Savrina? Andre is dead. Chief Handler Ivan is dead. Wren is gone in search of the Cliffwall Archive. We don't have sufficient numbers.
We will have enough. I'll do it myself if I have to.
Thora felt the crackle of magic within her. She barked orders.
Get Elsa, and find my husband. Meet me at the pyramid as soon as possible. If we do not shed enough of the slaves' blood tonight, then our own blood may be forfeit.
She narrowed her eyes.
I hope that gives you enough incentive. Now go.
As they all scattered, she shouted after them.
Drag Maxim here, if necessary.
When the chamber fell silent again after their fading footsteps down the stairs, she could hear the distant murmuring uproar through the high open windows, the shouts in the streets, the tumult of battle. She went to stare out at the great gulf to the city below. Spreading fires moved from house to house down in the lower levels near the warehouses and the Yaxon slaughter yards. Unruly brutes, she thought. How could such people set fire to their own homes, as if freedom meant more than their lives, their shelter, their possessions? Thora clenched her pale fist to pull the threads of her magic tight, like garrote wires. She heard a rustling sound and looked up to see a figure emerge from the side passageway, near the frozen statue of Lonnie. "Sending out a search party is always a wasted effort, my dear." She recognized Maxim's voice. "I am already here." He stepped out wearing scuffed and rumpled gray robes, unlike his usual black pantaloons and colorful silk shirt.
"Where have you been?" she demanded. "Ildikar needs you. I need you."
When he emerged into the light, she saw that his face was lined with red scabs, deep cuts that were quickly but sloppily healed with magic, leaving a webwork like shattered glass.
"What have you done to yourself?
Have you been out in the fighting?
And why are you wearing—"
Then Thora saw what he held in his hand, an oval mirror shaped like a featureless mask. It, too, was cracked in several places, a pattern of lines that matched the cuts on his face. "Oh, I have been busy, my dear. Can't you hear the fruits of my handiwork? Thanks to Nikki, this response is far more exuberant than I had hoped for. Far more entertaining." Cold dread seeped into her.
"You? It's not possible. You are Mirror Mask?"
"That's my other identity." As Maxim stepped closer, he couldn't stop himself from grinning, which made him wince from the half-healed cuts on his face. "For 1,000 years, as Sovrina, you held on to the power in this city. You and I were supposed to rule together, as partners, as equals. But you rapidly dominated me. I didn't care for the longest time, and when I did care, it was too late." His grin widened. "Then I found another great source of power in Ildikar, an unexpected army that was all too willing to do anything I asked, so long as I promised them pretty-sounding rewards like freedom and equality." He held up his cracked reflective mask. "Ah, it was amazing. I understand why you relish power so much. I didn't expect that I would enjoy the experience so much when I directed my followers to kill your dear lover, Avery." Her eyes flashed, and heat rushed to her cheeks. The words caught in her throat, as if they turned to ice, unspoken. "We needed to make a statement, another guard to be killed, and the High Captain's death had such an impact." He drew a breath. "You should have seen your face." She wanted to claw his eyes out, but when she lunged, he knocked her back with a blow of magic. He raised his voice. "Yes, just like you fought back against the sorceress Nikki, showing us all your power. It was most impressive, and I'm sure you will be glad to know that I am the one who healed her. My followers found her, nursed her back to health. She plays a key role in what is happening now." Fury surged within her, but Maxim seemed aloof and unconcerned. "After tonight, my dear wife, I will have it all, or there won't be any city left." He shrugged. "I can live with either outcome. If Ildikar falls, well, I have been curious about the outside world for some time." Finally, Thora lunged forward, hatred boiling within her.
"You did this. You're trying to destroy my city, my perfect city."
"Yes," he laughed. "Marvelous and diverting, isn't it?" She flung her hand without even thinking, hurling her anger and her gift in a crackling ball of thorny lightning. It blazed toward him, swelling in the air, but Maxim blasted back, slapping her with a wall of sound that nearly deafened her, made her entire skull ring. With a second gesture, he made a shockwave rumble through the blue marble tiles at her feet, cracking them like spider webs, creating a wide fissure in the floor. Thora nearly lost her footing, but she sprang back to the steps of the dais. She hurled fire at him, which he sent tumbling into the stone statue of Lani before it ricocheted out through the windows. "I will destroy you!" she screamed. Maxim screwed up his expression, sent a wave of magic, and she felt her hands harden, her fingers stiffen. When she tried to bend her arms, she looked down in horror to see a hard, powdery grayness seeping through her skin. "Damn you!" she shouted, and focused all of her gift on fighting back, pushing the petrification out of her body. That gave Maxim, Mirror Mask, just long enough to dance away. He shouted as he fled, "Ildikar will fall, Thora, but I was done with the city anyway. I'll leave now." He threw his cracked mirror mask on the floor, smashing it. The curved pieces shattered into large, sharp fragments that shattered again and again into increasingly smaller bits that rose upward in a gush of reflective, sparkling steam. Enhanced by his magic, it filled the room with a glittery, obfuscating cloud. Thora used her gift to purge the stone spell from her flesh. When the shimmering mist faded away, she saw that Maxim had escaped. Alone in the ruling tower, she screamed. Chapter 76. Set by reckless slaves without any encouragement from Mirror Mask, fires burned through the streets. Monstrous animals prowled through dark alleys, more interested in escaping their tormentors than in mauling civilians. The mayhem made Ildikar dangerous and uncertain, with half of the people driven to a mob frenzy to win their freedom, and the other half cowering inside their homes. Nikki glanced over at Bannon as they hurried through the streets. The young swordsman's bare chest and arms were flecked with blood. His long ginger hair flew back wildly, clumped and tangled, moist with perspiration. He held sturdy in his right hand, but he seemed withdrawn, isolated from the mayhem around him. Ian's death had affected him deeply. "There will always be a cost, Bannon," she said, "and some will always pay more than others. I hope Odessa rots down in the bottom of that fighting pit." Bannon looked at her, his expression unreadable. "We all started this, sorceress. Now we have to finish it." Uneasy with so many people around, Mura padded along, staying close to Nikki. Near the devastation of the Fleshmancer's mansion and the crumbled bell tower, they unexpectedly came upon Nathan. The tall wizard looked astonished, even a little embarrassed, with stone dust covering his white robes, his face, and his long hair. Broken buildings were on every side, collapsed pillars, bricks scattered around like stone raindrops. The massive bronze bell, now silent, lay on its side among the debris of bricks and shattered timbers. Seeing Nathan alive, Nikki felt emotions swirl through her, excitement and relief with an intensity that surprised her. Bannon cried out when he recognized his mentor. "Nathan! Sweet Sea Mother! What did you do here?" He stared at all the rubble. The wizard blinked at him. "Why, I saved the city, my boy. Can't you see?" He looked down at his hands again, then turned back to Bannon, as if trying to understand what he saw. "You're wearing nothing but a loincloth." "It's all they allowed us down in the training pits." Bannon threw himself forward and embraced Nathan. The wizard wrapped his arms around him, and they pounded each other on the back. "I'm so glad to see you again." Nathan glanced up with renewed surprise. "And Nikki, you look lovely as always, and not at all dead. That's a very pleasant surprise. You don't seem to have a scratch." "Because I did not let anyone scratch me tonight," she said. Next to her, Mura thrashed her tail. "Of course you didn't." He grinned. "By the way, I have my gift back." Nikki glanced around at the complete devastation in the buildings. "I can see that." Elsa came up beside him, adjusting her tattered purple robes. The gifted woman wiped at her face, doing nothing more than smear the blood and dust. "We would have been doomed, if not for Nathan.
The Ixax warrior would have destroyed us all. But he found his gift and defeated the monster.
Nathan is good at things like that, Bannon said, even when he doesn't have magic. I am glad to have my magic again, regardless, Nathan said, because I don't seem to have my sword at the moment. We could go get it, Bannon said. It's probably up in the Grand Villa.
No time for the sword, and no need for it, Nikki said. We have to get to the pyramid and free the hundreds of slaves before the Sovrina commences her blood working.
Elsa stammered.
Yes, sorceress, I agree. I never wanted all that death, all that blood in the first place. Such a sacrifice might have been necessary centuries ago to defend against General Utros. But right now, the Sovrina just wishes to trap us outside of time. She'll have all of eternity to shape Ildikar into the society she wants, with every one of us under her thumb.
Nathan placed a warm hand on Elsa's shoulder. I'm very proud of you, my dear. And with my gift restored, I'm one of the most powerful wizards in Ildikar. If you fight by my side, along with Nikki and Bannon, how can we lose?
Nikki was determined, but not naive. There are always ways to lose, wizard. Let us not look for one. The uprising grew, and Nikki had no idea where to find Miramask, but she didn't need his charismatic yet aloof leadership anymore. She was in control now, and she would guide the rebels to victory. This was not a game, and she would not let the mysterious masked leader play them all. Come, we don't have much time. As she began to run, she ignited a blazing ball of fire above her outstretched hand, like a beacon. Rebels, follow me! Nathan took up the shout. For Nikki! We have to free the slaves! Many of the rebels were too caught up in their own personal rampage to look at the bigger picture. They fought for their lives against the city guards, who made a stand, but even though the guards' armor and weapons were superior, the unruly lower classes broke their ranks. Some of the guards even cast off their helmets and fought alongside the downtrodden people. Bannon waved his sword, shouting at the top of his lungs. Other shirtless fighters joined him, running with an easy grace they had learned from their training. Mura bounded ahead, snarling at anyone who got in their way. Nikki rallied the rebels as they raced up the streets toward the high levels of the city. We have to stop the blood working, before the council members trap us here forever. They passed orchards and hanging gardens, olive groves and trellised vineyards. She glanced back to see the hundreds of dirt and blood-smeared followers that crowded up after her. The people looked to her with hope, with faith. She was reminded of the earnest citizens who had fought together to overthrow the imperial order in Alter Rang. Victor, Ishak, and so many who had followed her desperate plan. Nikki's heart felt strong as she realized that these Ildikaran followers were here because they chose to be. They were willing to shed their own blood for this glorious goal, not because they were commanded to, but because they wanted to. In the streets below, she saw countless figures moving in the flickering light of hungry fires. Although the gigantic stone army of General Utros covered the plain outside the walls, hundreds of thousands strong, the greatest enemy of Ildikar lay under the protective shroud. Sovrina Thora. That one woman had caused more damage and pain than any invading army. Nikki's followers reached the city's highest level, where countless gifted nobles had already gathered. Some of them anticipated the spectacle of the ritual, while others sought protection against the bloody chaos in the streets. At the edge of the plateau, the ruling towers stood tall and dark, while bright celebratory lights surrounded the sacrificial pyramid. Seeing the ominous glow of ceremonial fires, the rebels rushed forward, howling for revenge. Mura let out an ear-splitting roar. Nikki, Nathan, and Bannon reached the upper level, accompanied by their ally Elsa. The front ranks of rebels obviously hoped to see Miramask waiting for them at their destination, ready for the great climax. But he was nowhere to be seen. It didn't matter. Nikki led them now. Free the sacrificial slaves, and they will be our allies as well. We'll increase the size of our army. The frightened, gifted nobles of Ildikar stood together, trying to defend themselves. Many summoned magic, flashes of fire, blasts of wind, even small lightning bolts that lanced down at the oncoming horde.
Though 7 of her followers were struck down in the concerted attack, Nikki didn't slow her pace. She summoned a blast of wind like a hurricane, knocking over a dozen frightened nobles, but others redoubled their attack, hurling magical blasts at the oncoming mob. Nathan touched Nikki's shoulder and offered her a quirk of a smile. "Allow me, sorceress. It'll feel so good to exercise my abilities." He extended his hands in front of him, palms pressed together, and snapped his arms apart. With the full force of his gift, he parted the crowded nobles and cleaved open a path all the way to the base of the pyramid. Mura bounded ahead, and Nikki ran forward, followed by Bannon and Elsa. When they reached the base, she saw hundreds of naked men and women held in pens, crowded on the wide platforms of the stair-stepped pyramid. The barricades looked flimsy, and the sacrificial slaves could easily have escaped, but they were cowed, drugged into complacency. Nikki ran up the steps, reaching the first group of slaves. They huddled, muttering wordlessly among themselves. All were gaunt and starving, because once they had been culled out of the ranks and set aside to be slaughtered, Ildikar would not have wasted any resources to feed them. Sovrina Thora just needed them alive for the bloodworking. Nikki was startled to recognize an old woman among them. She remembered Melba, the slave who always brought fresh bread down into the tunnels. Now Nikki understood why the woman had not joined them for several days. She must have been taken, gathered with these other slaves for the great bloodworking. Nikki's anger grew even sharper. "Why don't they run?" Bannon said, swinging his sword to frighten away a skittish nobleman. "They could all get away without much effort. They should just fight." "It is the perfume of the peace flower," Elsa explained. "The red wisterias keep them docile, like herd animals." Nikki saw that silver-coated bleeding troughs had been placed on every level, with channels leading up the slope to the complex spell form on top of the pyramid. Hundreds of the slaves could be butchered at once, their blood flowing into catch basins from which it would be drawn through magical compulsion into the proper patterns. Nikki knew that if they could be roused, the slaves would be hungry and maddened, ready to shed blood, like the tormented animals in the combat pits. Mura padded next to her, growling. Elsa said, "We can awaken them using the gift. Simply release a flow of energy, and that will vitalize them." "We can counteract the soporific effects of that perfume," Nathan said. He extended his hand, looked down at his outstretched fingers, and closed his eyes. Elsa followed his motions, added her gift as well. Nikki stared up the steep steps toward the pyramid's apex, where she saw 3 figures on the top platform, Wizards Quentin and Damon beside the icy Sovrina Thora, who glared down at the rabble. Wizard Commander Maxim was not with them. Nikki knew where to focus her attention. The hundreds of sacrificial slaves blinked their eyes, raised their hands, and turned to one another, gasping, groaning, and raising their voices in angry confusion. Bannon ran to throw open the first flimsy barricade that held them there. "We freed you. Now fight alongside us. We can end this oppression once and for all." The awakened slaves did not need further instructions. They cheered, some in heavily accented voices. They had been captured wherever the Norkai raids took place, all across the old world, and others had been drawn from the ranks of Ildikaran house slaves. Eager to get out, they broke down the corral walls and swarmed alongside the rest of the rebels. Even Melba was with them, shouting. Bannon flushed. "Sweet sea mother! They listened to me." "Get them away from the pyramid, my boy," Nathan called. "I don't think it'll be safe up here in a few minutes." Concerned for her sister panther, Nikki sent Mura after them. The big cat was growling and restless, but Nikki did not want to bring her panther up to the top of the pyramid. With a thrash of her tail, Mura leaped down to join Bannon and the milling slaves. With Elsa following them, Nikki and Nathan ran up the steep stone stairs of the pyramid. Nikki was the first to reach the top, where Thora stood ready to face her with murder in her eyes. Quentin and Damon remained nervously on either side of the Sovrina, near the complex apparatus of crucibles, mirrors, and rotating prisms, all of which sustained the Shroud of Eternity. Nikki stepped forward, her eyes locked on Thora's sea-green gaze. "We will stop your blood magic, as I should have done the first time. We will tear down the shroud." The other woman clenched her hands, and her looped braided hair writhed around her head as she summoned the immensity of her gift. "Not if I stand before you. I defeated you before, and I'll defeat you again." Nikki called on her own magic. "Do I look defeated? I was hoping you would fight back. Just you and me." She climbed a step higher. "Where is your husband?" "He is a coward and a traitor." Elsa called to her fellow Duma members. "Damon? Quentin? You can't support her in this. Do you wish to be trapped here forever? Do you want to see so much blood spilled just so we can hide from the rest of the world? There's no longer any need." Nikki called down lightning, summoning both additive and subtractive magic, drawing on the dark techniques she had learned when she served the Keeper, as well as the power she had stolen from wizards she had killed. Nikki pulled black lightning out of the air, calling it from beneath the barely visible dome overhead. Crackling bolts sliced down to strike the top of the pyramid and splintered into a dozen equally destructive bolts. Woven within the dark bolt, additive magic generated more traditional lightning. A second searing blast ripped open the carefully inlaid spell forms on the top platform. With a cry of dismay, Thora lashed out with her own writhing mass of electrical energy, which Nikki deflected. A storm of static sizzled up into the sky, spinning out and unraveling until it limed the boundary of the invisible dome. "You can't have all the fun, sorceress." Nathan raised both of his fists, unleashing his reawakened gift in expanding spheres of wizard's fire. The flames roared across the apparatus, striking the crystal prisms and splitting, fanning out in multicolored fire that destroyed the contraptions. Side by side, the wizards Quentin and Damon threw up their own defensive shields to block the onslaught and reflect the fire back, nearly striking Thora. It might have been an accident, but Nikki couldn't be sure. At the last instant, the Sovrina called up wind herself and blocked the destruction. Gouts of flame sprayed in all directions, scattering the angry evacuating slaves. "Get the slaves out of here!" Nikki shouted down. "Make them retreat!" As Death's mistress, she had sent countless thousands of soldiers to their deaths for a cause that she had believed appropriate at the time. She had enough blood on her hands that death no longer bothered her. But the people were innocents. They had been marked for sacrifice, and if she saved them from slaughter only to let them become collateral damage in her battle with Thora, then that would be no worthwhile victory at all. Bannon took up the cry as he rushed the slaves in the other direction, joining the panicked nobles who were also flocking away from the pyramid. Nikki did not want anything to hold her back. She knew she was going to need all her strength. Quentin and Damon looked over at Elsa, saw the danger in Nikki's face, and decided they'd had enough. "We want no part of this, Sovrina," Quentin cried, and he raced down the opposite set of stairs, followed by Damon. Nikki called down another braided bolt of lightning, and the explosion blasted the top of the pyramid, wrecked the remnants of the spell form, and shattered the upper platform. The impact hit Thora in an eruption of fire and pulverized stone. The Sovrina used her gift to encircle herself in a cocoon of smoke and light, spinning as she tumbled away from the blast, vanishing from the pyramid. Nikki couldn't see her as the clouds of destruction spread in all directions. Nathan clasped her shoulder and said, "Together, we have enough power to level this structure once and for all." "That would be a good idea, wizard." They retreated down to the base of the pyramid, gathering their magic for a final attack. From the bottom level, Nathan launched more wizard's fire in a hot fury that ate away the mammoth blocks, sizzling through the stone platforms, breaking the pyramid to the core. Running backward, Elsa pointed up at the sky. "Look, it's changing. It's fading." The stars overhead rippled as the watery dome began to thin and dissipate. The crowds below shouted, cheered, or wailed. "The shroud! The shroud is falling!" Others took up the chant. Nikki was glad. "That is exactly what I intended to do." "And we have succeeded," Nathan said. Together, she and Nathan, with assistance from Elsa, called down all the fury of their gift, explosions and fireballs, lightning bolt after lightning bolt. For long minutes, the awed crowds on top of the plateau, both gifted nobles and rebel slaves, watched the outpouring of destructive power. The towering pyramid, one of the most imposing structures in Ildikar, became nothing more than broken, smoldering rubble, veiled by clouds of smoke that drifted away into the tension of the night. A bright glint shone in Nathan's azure eyes. "We're not done yet, are we?" Nikki turned from the ruined pyramid to the high ruling tower. "No, too much still remains." Chapter 77. Wizard Wren was astonished when the optimistic Captain Trevor proved himself right, that they would indeed find Cliffwall. Despite his proclaimed confidence, though, the guard seemed just as surprised to stumble upon their destination. Weary, footsore, and hungry, having lost 3 men along the way, the group plodded along the rocky bottom of a high-walled canyon until they reached a dead end. Ignoring the groans of disappointment from the men behind him, the captain went to the stone wall and leaned against the cool slick rock. "At least there's shade." He shook his head. "We'll rest before we retrace our steps." He accidentally discovered a crack that led through the towering wall and into another network of canyons beyond. Wren followed. As the sky opened up above them, they heard running water, saw green meadows, terraced gardens, and buildings erected inside cliff alcoves high above. An actual city hidden here. Farther down the canyon, he saw horses, groups of men, lines of tents, a large encampment of some sort. "This is Cliffwall," Trevor said. "It has to be." Wren discovered energy again, and he suddenly realized he wasn't ready for such an important meeting. Self-consciously, he brushed down his ragged and stained robes and released his gift, drawing on magic to freshen up the cloth, brighten the maroon dye, neaten the tattered hems. "We must look presentable when we reclaim Cliffwall in the name of Ildikar." With a gesture, he released the magic into Captain Trevor and the other guards, polishing their armor, removing the dust from their faces, cleaning their hair. "There," he said, satisfied. "You look fresh and intimidating now." "Why couldn't you have done that days ago?" complained one of the guards. "We've been miserable." "Because it wasn't necessary," Wren said. "Come, if this is Cliffwall, we have our orders." Wren, Trevor, and the guards hurried into the canyon, where they were soon discovered. When natives came up to greet them, Wren took charge, resplendent in his clean maroon robes. He placed himself in front of Captain Trevor so the others would know who was in charge. "I am the Wizard Wren, and this is my escort. We journeyed long and hard to find Cliffwall. I would speak with your leaders. It is an urgent matter." "We'll take you there," said one of the farmers. "Now that the archives have been opened again, we were told to expect many gifted visitors." Wren was unhappy that after the toll of the arduous journey, their arrival wasn't treated as something more significant. "You haven't been expecting any visitors like me," he said. They stared up at the huge alcove that held towering stone-fronted structures. Wren nodded and said to Trevor, "It's not like Ildikar, but at least it's civilization, and there's plenty of water and food. It will do." The relieved guards muttered their agreement. "Take us up there," Wren instructed. The farmers guided the group to the base of a narrow trail that wound precariously up to the sheer wall, but none of the locals showed any interest in following them up there. "The path is clear. At the main entrance of the largest tower, you'll find scholars who can help you." Captain Trevor thanked the man. Pulling his maroon robes close so he wouldn't trip on them, Wren set his gaze forward and trudged up the steep path, showing no nervousness about the sheer drop-off. After climbing high above the canyon floor, they reached the immense alcove filled with buildings. Trevor and his weary men gawked at the stone facades, the tall windows of colored glass, the perfect arch over the main entryway. Gathering his courage, Wren pushed his way to the tall arch. Thick, dark-stained wooden doors stood open on massive hinges, welcoming visitors inside. Wrapping his grandeur around him like a cloak, reminding himself that he was a respected member of the Wizards' Duma of Ildikar, Wren strode into the huge, echoing foyer of the outermost archive building. Captain Trevor and his 9 men followed close at his heels. Inside, Wren looked at the polished marble pillars veined with brown and gold, which held up the arched ceiling. Bright magical lights glowed from sconces and alcoves in the walls. People in scholars' robes moved about, often reading books as they walked. They looked up at the unexpected visitors. Standing in the open hall, Wren summoned a bright flame in his hand to demonstrate his gift and announced himself in a loud voice. "I am the wizard Wren, a member of the ruling council of Ildikar. I have come here on a mission, escorted by these brave men, to reclaim what is ours." "And what is yours?" asked an older, distinguished woman. Her dark curly hair was shot through with strands of gray. She glided out of a side passage. "I am Prelate Verna, of the Sisters of the Light." She was accompanied by a man wearing military armor and an insignia of a stylized R that Wren did not recognize. Probably some pompous minor dictator, like Emperor Kurgan had been. The military man looked at them with his dark eyes, his expression shadowed with suspicion. Wren stated his business. "We demand that you turn over all the knowledge in this archive to its rightful owners, the city of Ildikar." Prelate Verna looked more surprised than terrified. She placed her hands on her hips. Flushing a deep bronze, the military man beside her raised his voice and called for his own soldiers. Verna faced Wren and said, "Then I'm afraid we have a problem." Chapter 78. Carried along by rage as well as adrenaline, Thora fled the destruction of the pyramid and took refuge in the ruling tower, her last bastion of strength. Not only had the blood-working been disrupted, but the shroud that protected and preserved Ildikar was gone. The Sovrina's heart was as broken as the great structure had been. Her perfect society was crumbling. Her power was shattered, her grip on the city failing. It was already too late, she knew, but she refused to accept defeat. Marching across the broken blue tiles, she climbed the dais and flung herself into her throne. She squeezed the wooden armrests so tightly, unconsciously releasing a trickle of her gift, that the chair itself cracked. "I am the Sovrina," she shouted to the empty room. Her words echoed back at her, mocking. Behind her, the golden cages hung silent. All of Thora's larks were dead, dozens of them. Her only audience was the petrified statue of the sorceress Lani. She looked at the white sculpture, the defiant woman frozen in place. Thora muttered, "If you could see me through those stone eyes, you would be gloating now, wouldn't you?" Quentin and Damon had been with her on top of the pyramid, facing the mob, but they had fled. She needed their power, their gift, and together they could make a last stand at her side. She was their Sovrina. She deserved their loyalty. But she doubted she would have it. She would be alone in her stand against a group of desperate, lower-class hooligans. And Nikki. She had defeated the sorceress before, and now Thora had even more incentive to do it again, to crush Nikki into a smear of bone and flesh. But as she looked across the expansive ruling chamber, her gaze caught on the shattered blue marble tiles from where Maxim had fought her. And that focused her anger to a razor edge. Maxim, Mirror Mask, was the cause of this. Her husband had been building the unrest, riling up the easily duped mobs. Cold air whistled in and out of her nostrils. Her heart pounded, and her body tingled with magic that demanded to be released. But she had no target. Yes, she hated how Nikki had defied her. But Maxim was her husband. Thora's hatred for the man went deeper than any possible reckoning. He wanted Ildikar to fall. He had said so. And now that he'd ignited the political brushfire sweeping through the city, he would bring down the order Thora had worked so hard to create. And he had simply fled. I was done with the city anyway. I'll leave now. She knew Maxim was a coward. He wouldn't stay to see the repercussions of what he had caused. Now that the shroud was gone, he would run far away so he could watch the city topple from a safe distance, for his own amusement. How she hated him. Soft, slow footsteps came up the stairs, and Thora saw a female figure enter the ruling chamber. For a moment, she thought it was Nikki, come back to fight her again. But the muscular woman was clad in scant black leather, her skin covered with branded symbols. Odessa. The Morizeth was bloodied, battered. She had a deep wound on her back, and she held one arm out, the wrist drooping at an unnatural angle. But she gripped a short sword in her other hand. Though she looked exhausted, a defiant sparkle remained in her eyes. "I've come to you, Savrina. Ildikar has fallen, but I am here to defend you. I will die by your side." Thora walked down the dais. The woman smelled of sweat and dust, and the sour metal tang of drying blood. For a moment her anger softened, her heart feeling a warm spark of hope because of Odessa's unwavering loyalty. A loyalty that did not fade because of riots in the streets or the fall of the Shroud. No, the Morizeth were sworn to defend the city. More important, the Morizeth were hers. Odessa was hers. "I would have come sooner, but I was trapped at the bottom of the spiked pit. With this." She lifted her broken wrist, refusing to show any sign of pain. Thora frowned. "How did you get out? Did someone release you?" "I climbed." "Of course you did." She thought of the folly of making a fruitless last stand here. Would anyone defend her? Anyone besides Odessa? For a strange, unprovoked instant, she nearly reached out to embrace the warrior woman, but stopped herself. "I would be glad to have you at my side. But if you die with me, what would that accomplish? It would be satisfactory in and of itself, Savrina." "Maybe so. But I'd prefer to use you for something more important." "We are not dead yet," Odessa said. "We have not lost." But Thora knew they had lost. Once, the wizards of Ildikar would have banded together, putting aside their petty differences for the sake of the city, for their people, and for their future. But not now. These treacherous people wanted only to tear down. Her lower lip curled at the thought. They didn't deserve Ildikar. Maxim was the cause of it, and now he was escaping from the city, thrilled with his stupid accomplishment. Even though Thora knew it would not help her, she would arrange one separate, personal victory. She reached out to take the other woman's broken wrist. Odessa showed only the faintest flinch, but Thora held tightly, straightened the hand, the branded skin, the snapped bone. She let her gift glide into the other woman, bypassing the powerful defensive runes, and allowing healing magic to knit the wrist together again, making the bone as strong as new. Odessa gave her a small, grateful nod. She shifted her sword back to her dominant hand. "Now I can fight better." But Thora shook her head. "I am sending you away, Odessa. There is something you must do, an important quest." The Morizeth stood ramrod straight, refusing to move. "No, I will protect you." "I will protect myself. This is my battle. You have something more important to do. When triumph escapes our grasp, all we have left is revenge." Odessa tensed. "In what manner, Savrina?" "My husband caused this. Maxim ignited the fires of this revolt. He must pay for the damage he's done." The other woman blinked. "How can that be true? He is the wizard commander." "He is Mirror Mask." Odessa took a step backward. How is that possible?" "I know it for a fact." She explained what had occurred, indicated the shattered blue marble floor tiles. "Maxim has fled the city. He thinks he has won. He mocks all of Ildikar, and he cannot be allowed to get away with it." From the fire in her deep brown eyes, Thora could see that Odessa was just as outraged. "What do you wish me to do, Savrina? Command me, and I will not rest until I have succeeded in the mission." "Kill him. Leave the city, now, and hunt him down. I don't care if you have to track him across the old world itself, but bring his head back to Ildikar. No matter what else happens here, The people of this city must see that the wizard commander has met justice." She gave a curt nod. "I will not fail in this. If you truly command me to leave, now, then I will go out this night. I will find him." "And kill him," Thora added. "And kill him. I will cut off his head and bring it back to Ildikar." Thora began to feel calmer, more resigned. This, at least, was satisfying. She knew that Odessa would do exactly as she promised. "Do not underestimate his powers. Your spellbrands will protect you, but he has other tricks. You will need great strength." "I have another source of power," said Odessa. "It is unexpected, but useful now." She looked Thora squarely in the eye. "You know that the champion was my lover. I allowed him to plant his seed in me, and I am now carrying a child. It grows within me even now." Thora let out a long, slow sigh, feeling a shiver. She knew what had to be done, the secret power the Morizeth possessed. "Yes, Odessa, I am fully aware why your women let themselves become pregnant. It is an unparalleled source of energy. Against Maxim, you will need it. I command you to work your special magic. Let it be done." The Morizeth nodded. "It is a dark sacrifice, but I will become stronger, strong enough to find and kill the wizard commander." A sense of urgency scattered her satisfaction. Thora swallowed. "You'd better hurry. The others will be coming soon." Odessa closed her dark eyes in deep concentration. She stood with her arms at her sides, then brought her hands to her abdomen, covering her navel, touching the skin over her stomach. While the Morizeth were branded and protected with spell runes on their skin, each woman retained a special kind of blood magic, one fueled by the blood of an absolute innocent, an unborn child growing in her womb. Blood magic sprang from the taking of life, and a Morizeth's blood magic came from taking the life of one growing inside her. Odessa breathed faster. Sweat sparkled on her skin, and a flush came to her cheeks. As she touched and kneaded her abdomen, her fingers glowed. She directed her magic inward, and her womb drank deeply of the unborn child, reabsorbing it, taking that life and pulling it back inside her body. Odessa's skin crackled and shimmered with increasing energy. As Thora watched, the warrior woman throbbed with power. When she opened her eyes and let out a long sigh, Odessa said, "It is done. I now have the strength of 2 lives within me. I am powerful enough to defeat even the wizard commander." For the first time that night, Thora let herself smile. Odessa seemed so confident, so swollen with unnatural energy, that she nearly reconsidered. Maybe she should keep the Morizeth at her side. With a fighter like that, just the 2 of them could defend against a whole city of rebels. Perhaps they could drive them back. But it would be a short-lived victory, Thora knew. Even though magical attacks would bounce off of Odessa, the hundreds of ravening mob members would still tear her apart. No, even in defeat, Thora wanted to accomplish something. She wanted her revenge. She wanted Maxim's head. "Go," she said. Odessa sprinted away, and in a moment she was gone from the tower, leaving the Savrina alone in the ruling chamber. Outside, Thora could hear the fires, shouts, and screams as the revolt continued. Even after destroying the pyramid and dissolving the shroud, they were not done. Thora knew they were coming for her. Chapter 79. Standing at the rubble of the pyramid, Nikki looked up into the night sky to see the strange constellations. Now the stars shone clearly without the hazy bubble that had sealed Ildikar away from time. Mura paced back and forth near Nikki, satisfied but still restless, still hungry. Exuberant crowds gathered in the highest levels of the city, with more groups streaming up from the streets below. Nathan stood next to Nikki, his eyes shining, his long white hair flowing elegantly. His chest was full, his chin held high. He exuded the true presence of a wizard. Nikki pointed toward the ruling tower. "That is where we have to go. We erased the shroud and stopped the blood working, but Savrina Thora still must pay for her crimes."
"Indeed."
Nathan stroked his smooth chin. He sounded more than pleased to have his gift back.
"It is the best way to wipe the slate clean, so that Ildikar can make a new legend for itself."
The crowds of slaves cheered, calling out her name. "Nikki! Nikki!" Bannon raised his sword and started another cheer, and others took up the chant. "For Ildikar! For Ildikar!" Murrah let out a roar. Many gifted nobles had fled down into the city, away from the upper plateau. None of them could match the power of Nikki or Nathan, nor could they withstand the anger of the crowds. In the coming days, Nikki assumed many of them would insist they had always resented Savrina Thora's repressive ways, and it would readily become apparent which ones had been kind masters who treated their servants fairly as human beings. As they marched together toward the ruling tower, Nathan glanced at her and cocked his eyebrows.
"Sorceress, I believe you have a smile on your face. It looks quite unusual. What are you thinking?"
Nikki flicked her blue eyes toward him. "I was imagining what kind of reception the Norakai slavers will receive the next time their serpent ships come to Ildikar. We might have an interesting welcome for their King Grieve." Bannon let out a hard laugh.
"Sweet sea mother, they'll be in for a surprise."
Nikki stalked forward, her black dress flowing around her. "For now, we have business to complete. The Savrina will have gone there." The crowd roared, hundreds of them following her. Nikki worried what Thora would do when she was cornered like a tortured rat, but Nikki felt confident her magic would be more than a match for the Savrinas. Elsa accompanied them, refusing to leave Nathan's side. "I am a proud member of the Duma. We are sworn to do what's right for Ildikar. I think we've forgotten that." "We will have to fight Quentin and Damon as well?" Nikki asked, trying to plan her strategy. "And what about Wizard Commander Maxim? If they all join the Savrina, they will pose a substantial threat against us." Elsa tucked a gray-brown strand of hair behind her ear. "Quentin and Damon are powerful, but not ambitious. They have no wish to be as important as the Savrina." "But are they loyal to her?" Nikki asked. "Will they fight for her?" "I don't believe so." Elsa looked at Nathan, then back at Nikki. "For many years they were unwilling to challenge her, as you did."
"What about Maxim?" Nathan asked. "He might be the biggest threat we face."
"He was nowhere to be found all night," Elsa said. "Maxim hates his wife, and I doubt he would die at her side. If need be, we will fight and defeat him as well," Nikki said. "Let us hope it doesn't come to that." As the crowd marched toward the tower, Nikki saw the other two wizards standing at the tower doorway looking nervous. Damon stroked his long mustaches. Quentin looked dusty in his deep blue robes. Stone powder smeared his dark skin, but his eyes looked anxious. They didn't flinch as Nikki, Nathan, and Elsa strode toward them, leading the large crowd of followers. "Our business is with Savrina Thora," Nikki said. "Will you join us, or will you get in our way?" Murrah remained at her side, muscles rippling under her tawny fur. Bannon lifted sturdy. "You'd better not get in our way." Sounding contrite, Damon said, "Like trees, we bend with the wind, and we can feel which way the wind blows." Quentin nodded.
"And a tree that is too old and too rigid will break in a storm. Mirror Mask certainly unleashed a storm."
Both of the wizards looked down and away. Quentin glanced at Elsa.
"Is this the future?"
"With the shroud gone, Ildikar must become different," Elsa said. "We can help make it different, or we will break it further." "This is still my home," Damon said. "Ildikar is home to all of us," shouted one of the freed slaves behind Bannon. "You can all live together," Nikki said, then hardened her voice. "Or you can die." The two wizards spread their hands. "Then why don't we all live? Let us go see the Savrina." They entered the ruling tower with Nikki and the others following.
The angry crowd noise continued to grow louder as the flood of people entered the immense tower. Nikki moved with a deliberate pace, building her magic, feeling the strength within her. She still had the daggers at her hips, but she wouldn't need them. She had her gift. And she had herself. The big cat walked at her side as they climbed the wide waterfall of stairs, ascending higher and higher until Nikki, Nathan, and the other 3 wizards spilled into the large ruling chamber, followed by countless others. Glowing lights hung on the walls, illuminating the expansive, empty room. Thora sat by herself on her throne in front of 2 cages full of dead birds. She said in an icy voice, "So, you have brought your foolish followers here to destroy what remains of the glory of Ildikar? This does not surprise me." Nikki walked across the broken blue marble floor, her eyes locked on the Savrina's. "Your own rule is what destroyed the majesty of Ildikar. You have no one to blame but yourself." "I blame who I choose," the Savrina snapped. Then her voice faltered as her gaze flicked away. "I blame my husband. I blame Mirror Mask." The crowd swelling behind Nikki muttered. She frowned. "What are you saying? Where is the wizard commander?" "Maxim is Mirror Mask. He betrayed me. He betrayed the city." Then her eyes flashed past them to skewer Elsa, Quentin, and Damon. "And I blame you. You were members of the Duma. You were supposed to protect Ildikar." "That is what we're doing," Elsa said. "We must reconstitute the council without you." "Yes," Damon said, stepping forward next to Elsa. "We will remove you from your position, Savrina. Her name is just Thora now," said Quentin. Nikki faced the woman and spoke so that the crowd behind her could hear. The hubbub fell quiet as her voice grew louder. "Now that the Shroud is gone forever, this city has opened itself to the rest of the world. Ildikar will always be free." Her lips formed a smile as cheering erupted in the chamber. "Each of these people thought they were weak, that they were alone, but they fought together, just as the ancient wizards of Ildikar did to protect this city. Now the battle is different, and you are the enemy, Thora." "You are all fools," Thora hissed. Nikki continued. "One person can change the city and bring it down." She spread her hands to indicate the crowd behind her. More and more people continued to climb the stairs, filling the ruling chamber. "And we are one." As she spoke, Nikki could imagine Richard rallying his armies against an unstoppable enemy. She knew this was what he would have wanted for Ildikar. She had followed his instructions. She had done her best. Nikki remembered the words the witch-woman had written in Nathan's life book. "And the sorceress shall save the world." Maybe that prediction had proven true after all. Maybe she indeed had saved the world, or at least this small part of it. As Thora rose from her chair, threads of magic curled around her body like the webs of some energized silkworms. "Do you all wish to fight me? I can bring this tower down around us." Nikki raised her hand, summoning her gift. "Is that how you want this to end, Thora? I can defeat you. Now. Myself." "No," Elsa said, taking a step in front of Nikki. "You are from the outside, Nikki. You said again and again that you intend to leave Ildikar as soon as your business is finished here. And Nathan has reclaimed his gift." She looked sadly at the old wizard, who frowned. "So he will be going too." The older woman glanced at Quentin and Damon on either side of her. "This is a matter for the true rulers of Ildikar, for the remaining Duma members, and that is the 3 of us. We know the punishment that must be meted out. It has been well established." Elsa raised her hands, curling her fingers. So did Damon and Quentin. Thora recoiled. "What are you doing?" "You know the price for treason against Ildikar, against its people and against its leaders. We will impose it, by the law and by the gift vested in us." Thora cringed. Her porcelain face grew even more pale. "You must not!
I'll annihilate all of you. She summoned her own gift, tightened the crawling energy threads around her body. Elsa continued. Wizard Commander Maxim was the most adept at the petrification spell, but we three together can release the magic as well. Quentin said, Thora, you will be a statue for all to see. We will never forget the damage you have done to our city. No, Thora cried. She lashed out with her own magic, but the three united wizards of Ildikar brought up a shield that deflected the hissing bolts of energy. Nikki and Nathan threw up their own magical shields to protect the crowd behind them as the destructive lashes sprayed everywhere, striking the walls, skittering along the floor. Bannon and the slaves standing behind him gasped, ducking from the attack, but did not run away. All these people were eager to witness the utter defeat of the evil Savrina. Nikki wanted to destroy Thora, grind her down until she was nothing but greasy smoke and a bad memory. But she respected the will of the Duma members. It was true. She, Nathan, and Bannon would leave Ildikar soon, along with Mura. This justice belonged in the hands of the new rulers of Ildikar. Nikki certainly did not intend to stay and become their new Savrina. Elsa, Damon, and Quentin stood shoulder to shoulder, pouring their gift into the petrification spell. Thora weakened. She trembled. The yellow lacing of power skirled around her, then vanished like morning mist. She raised her hands in agony, and her skin grew whiter, stiffer. She placed her palms against her cheeks, horrified at what was happening. No, she cried. Her pale blue dress rippled, and she tried to take one last step forward, as if she might find somewhere to run. Her skin became hard and gray, and with a sound like ice crackling on a frozen pond, Thora became entirely petrified, a new statue. The audience remained silent for a moment, like a held breath, and then they cheered in their victory. The remaining Duma members looked at one another, momentarily relieved, but clearly realizing their work had just begun. Nikki looked at Nathan, and then at Bannon. She nodded in satisfaction. I believe that is what we came to do. Chapter 80. Maxim ran into the night, leaving the city far behind. The shroud was down, and the whole world awaited him. Ildikar had been his home for countless centuries, and as the wizard commander, he possessed every power, every treasure, anything he could want. He had loved his city. He had helped build it, raising it up from the plain, moving the river and the earth itself, and he had sacrificed much to protect it. Ah, he had been so young and naive. He had also been in love with beautiful Thora. He still recalled how happy he had been when they were first married. Joy had exploded from him, a romance that had nothing to do with the gift or any spell that he released. Thora had worked a different kind of spell on him. He had been infatuated, then deeply in love. The passion was immeasurable. He had felt drunk with the touch of her skin, the curve of her breasts, the feel of her soft, warm thighs wrapped around him as he entered her and she arched her back. It had been so marvelous. What had he been thinking? Unlike the ridiculous songs that minstrels sang, there was no such thing as a true love that lasted forever, of bonded soulmates whose every thought was for their partner, for whom each day, each moment apart was torture. No. Even his remarkable delusional love for Thora had lasted no more than a century or so. Even though she didn't age, and her body remained as perfectly formed as ever, Maxim had come to find it less interesting. For a while, he had diverted himself with lovely and pliable silk yaksen, but they quickly proved unsatisfying. So Maxim had his first real illicit lover. Then his first 10 illicit lovers, managing to keep them secret from his wife, although he suspected she had taken lovers as well, growing just as discontented with him as a husband. Eventually, they expanded the pleasure parties, flaunting their affairs in front of each other, and Maxim soon found that he didn't even care. He and Thora were bound together as Sovrina and Wizard Commander, but his great love had turned to boredom, then apathy, and finally twisted into a long, simmering hatred. He had wanted to destroy her, to make her hurt, to make her suffer. On a grander scale, his romance with Ildikar was much the same. In the beginning, long before Emperor Kurgan tried to conquer the old world, before the army of General Utros arrived, Maxim had loved this city. He was the one who had developed the petrification magic as an invincible defense. He had worked the spell that turned all those invading soldiers into stone. He had taught the others how to do it, but he controlled that potent magic. Bottled up under the shroud, Ildikar became stagnant and remained that way for many intolerable centuries. If one locked even the closest friends or lovers in a confined room, Maxim knew they would grow to hate each other after enough time had passed. That was how Maxim had begun to feel about Ildikar. Yes, the city was still as beautiful and unchanged as ever, but to him, it was just a colorfully painted corpse, and corpses began to rot and stink. They needed to be burned on a funeral pyre. As Miramask, he had built that funeral pyre, and he had struck the spark to ignite the tinder. Nikki had been his tool, and a very useful one. Now, as he continued to run beyond the walls, heading across the plain toward the hills to the south, he followed the uplift and the bluffs that rose above the Kilraven River. Maxim knew he had to finish the work he had begun. Ildikar needed to be destroyed. Although the rebellious slaves would prove to be an inconvenience for the rulers, they would do only superficial harm. Maxim wanted to do more, and he had long ago thought of the perfect answer, though he had always been too afraid to try it. Now he had nothing to lose. Word traveled throughout the city of Ildikar of the defeat of Serena Thora, and the shocking revelation that Miramask was Wizard Commander Maxim himself. The Duma members, united now, sent out announcements commanding High Captain Stewart and all of the city guard to stop fighting against the rebellious slaves. The lower classes had risen up, and now they looked at the damage they had done, the fires that burned in the poorer sections of the city. Instead of continuing to clash with the guards, the rebels worked together to stop the conflagration from spreading, and also to treat the wounded. Knowing that Miramask had escaped, his most vehement followers called for Nikki, and she knew it was her responsibility to help calm the unrest. After leaving the ruling tower, she, Bannon, and Nathan went through the streets, calling out for peace and cooperation, asking the people to help in the name of their homes and of their future. Rendell and some of the other slaves kept calling out Nikki's name. In her raspy voice, old Melba even proclaimed that Nikki should become the new Savrina, but the sorceress immediately quashed that idea. She held up her hand. "This is not for me. I came here to help, and I came here for my friends. Ildikar is your city." Mura prowled about, making the people uneasy, but Nikki was sure to keep the Sand Panther under control. As they moved through the wrecked lower levels of the city, Nathan lifted his hands, releasing his gift to fling water from the fountains and a swirl of wind to extinguish burning buildings. Nikki assisted him with her own magic to put out the worst of the fires. Although exhausted, Nikki used some of her remaining energy to heal the most seriously injured, saving several people who would otherwise have died. Nathan knelt beside Elsa, both of them laying their hands on cuts and burns, soothing the agony of the victims. He looked gray-faced, but relieved. "The last time I tried to do this with an injured man in Renda Bay, I caused a horrific backlash. I am so glad to have myself back." Elsa placed her hands over his and helped him heal the next victim. Bannon ran about, gathering water and rags for bandages, while the wounded were brought to an open square for the doctors and gifted healers to tend them. He was eager to do everything he could to assist. Nikki knew the young man had always been self-sufficient. The air smelled of smoke and blood. He was startled when a battered young woman clad in black leather came up beside him, moving silently, and offered to help. Bannon jerked backward, blinking his hazel eyes. "Sweet Sea-Mother! Lila!" He reached for his sword, but the young Morizeth kept her hands at her side.
I am not fighting you any more, Bannon. You were my student and my pet. But Odessa is gone now. I have different orders. The Duma has decreed that we should all work together, and I decided I would like to work with you." She raised her eyebrows and waited. He fumbled for words and finally smiled. "I could use a hand bringing more bandages to the healers. Let's help take care of the injured." Lila was stiff and formal, awkward around him now. "I can help treat wounds. I've inflicted enough of them." Nathan continued to work beside Elsa, and he warmly touched her arm. "I am impressed by your determination and your magical skills, my dear. Now that I have my gift back, perhaps you can teach me the spell that turned the Sovrina to stone. It might prove useful." "I would be happy to teach you, if you stay," she said. "We can stay for a day or two, surely," said the white-haired wizard, looking over at Nikki. "A day or two," Nikki agreed, wiping bloody hands on her black dress. "But there's nothing more for us to do here. The city is now free. There's no reason for us to stay. We should let these people pick up the pieces and rebuild. Perhaps they really will achieve a perfect society this time." "Are you that anxious to go, sorceress?" Nathan asked. She considered for a long moment. "Yes." Bannon looked quickly at Lila, who had just returned with more bandages. She still made him very nervous. "No reason to stay," he said. "The city is safe, and we need to find other adventures." Though Nikki did not look forward to more days walking through the wilderness, camping on the hard ground, eating pack food, she knew that Mura longed to be out roaming the plains and hunting. Beside her, sensing the thoughts through their spell bond, the big cat let out a sound halfway between a growl and a purr. "Ildikar doesn't need us anymore." With the city in the distance, its skyline glittering with lighted buildings and high towers in the darkness before dawn, Maxim paused as he heard the howl of a spiny wolf, joined by two more in a primal chorus. They were animals that had escaped from the fighting pits, now running free, far from the city, just as he was free. Leaving the plain, he climbed the foothills beyond the last ranks of General Utros's petrified army. Hundreds of thousands of armored soldiers. That great force had intended to lay siege to the city, to conquer Ildikar in the name of Iron Fang. Their motionless siege had lasted 15 centuries, he thought with a smirk. Time for it to begin again. When he reached a high vantage point, he stopped and began to make preparations. He scuffed the dry grasses with his heel, exposing bare dirt so that he could draw symbols and spell forms in the ground. He would have preferred to shed the blood of several slaves, but he had only his own. It would have to be sufficient. Nearby, in the shadows, he glimpsed a spotted feline form, a flash of golden eyes in the night, and heard a growl before the creature loped off, skittish around humans. It must be one of the leopards Chief Handler Ivan had trained. Maxim waited, making sure the creature wouldn't attack. Instead, it ran away. Getting back to his magic, he used the long curved knife designed for bloodworking sacrifices. Maxim, Mirror Mask, scribed the proper markings in the dirt, slashed open his palm, and spilled droplets of red into the dust. His blood seeped in, forming a deep brown mud. The original bloodworking spell had required the deaths of thousands. Endless troughs of blood poured out, hour after hour, for nearly 2 full days. Victim after victim came, some of them unwilling, others freely offering themselves. And after all that, the wizards of Ildikar had succeeded. The rippling wave of magic had turned General Utros's warriors to stone. It had saved the city. So much work, so much magic. But it was vastly more difficult to cast a powerful spell than to undo it, to rescind the magic. The spell was already weakening. Once his blood had pattered through the newly carved spell form, completing the path of hot red liquid, he plunged the tip of the sacrificial dagger into the center of the angles, the intersection of magic. Through his gift, Maxim felt the release,
like an incredibly taut cord snapping in half, both ends flying apart with released energy. He broke the petrification spell, all petrification spells, and revoked the magic. The consequences rippled across the plain, flowing in a silent, invisible wave over the city of Ildikar. Wizard Commander Maxim gasped and fell backward, laughing. It was glorious. He could feel the exhilaration. All that energy was no longer bound. The magic itself had waned after the star shift, and when one stone warrior named Ulrich had spontaneously awakened, Maxim knew it could be done. Now he did it intentionally. He had cast the original spell himself, and today he uncast it. He wished he could remain behind to watch, but he had no interest in being a part of this. He had already done what he needed to do. Oh no, there would be nothing left of Ildikar. Pleased with himself, Maxim ran into the hills, thinking of the rest of the old world and all the interesting things that awaited him there. Across the plain outside of Ildikar, hundreds of thousands of stone warriors began to thaw and awaken, remembering the city they intended to destroy. End of Shroud of Eternity, Sister of Darkness, Book 2, of the Nikki Chronicles by Terry Goodkind. Read by Julianne Elliott.